Author begins this book with two epigraphs. The first is a quote from the Armageddon Test, a Belfer Center discussion paper published by the Harvard Kennedy School in 2009 by Rolf Moet Larsen. In 1946, Robert Oppenheimer, the father of the Manhattan Project, was asked in a closed Senate hearing room whether 3 or 4 men couldn't smuggle units of an atomic bomb into New York and blow up the whole city. Oppenheimer responded, "Of course it could be done, and people could destroy New York." When a startled senator then followed by asking, "What instrument would you use to detect an atomic bomb hidden somewhere in a city?" Oppenheimer quipped, "A screwdriver, in order to open each and every crate or suitcase." There was no defense against nuclear terrorism, and he felt there never would be. The second quote that opens this novel is from Israeli Prime Minister Golda Meir, initiating Operation Wrath of God. Send forth the boys. And now, Days of Rage.
Chapter 1. Summer Olympic Games, Munich, Germany, September 5, 1972. Yakov Friedman felt the skids to the Bell helicopter touch down and knew they had reached the first leg of their destination. Next stop, Cairo. Seeing only darkness behind the blindfold cinched to his head, he rubbed the leg of the Israeli athlete next to him, using the rope around his wrists to make contact. A small effort at solidarity. A reassurance that everything was going to turn out okay. That they would all be released alive from the maniacal Palestinian terrorists that had captured them. He didn't believe it, and neither did the man he rubbed. The Palestinians had already killed enough people to prove that wouldn't happen. The engine whine began to decrease, the shuddering of the frame growing still. He heard the terrorist in the hold with them shout at the German pilots, screaming in English to keep their hands in sight. He only assumed the pilots had, because the shouting stopped. He sat in silence for an eternity, waiting, straining his ears to hear something. Anything to indicate what was transpiring. He hunched his shoulders and rubbed the knot of the blindfold on his back, causing it to shift a millimeter. Enough to let in a sliver of light and a small piece of vision. He saw 2 of the terrorists walking to an unlit Boeing 727, parked off to the edge of whatever airfield they had landed within. They went up the stairs, took one look inside, then began running back down. He felt a cold fist settle around his heart, his body tensing at the sight. The athlete to his left shifted, understanding something had occurred, but not knowing what. Yakov wished he was still in blessed ignorance. He knew they were dead. All that remained was the action. The 2 terrorists made it halfway back to the helicopters before the first round cracked through the air, sounding like a pop from a child's firecracker. It was followed by another, then another, until at least 4 rifles were firing from the roof below the airport control tower. The terrorist began screaming and firing back in a wild display. Yakov saw 2 crumple to the ground, flopping grotesquely in the harsh mercury lighting. The remaining killers hid underneath and behind the helicopter he was in, firing back toward the roof. Pushing through the noise of the gunfire was the low groan of a diesel engine. Yakov saw 2 armored personnel carriers splice through the darkness, rolling toward the helicopters and the terrorist hidden underneath. He knew the armor would force an endgame. He yelled to the bound men in the helicopter and began to frantically chew through the rope bindings on his wrists. He saw a terrorist rise up on the other side of the Huey, his face a mask of rage. The terrorist raked the inside of the cabin with an AK-47, puncturing the Israelis inside. Yakov ripped off his blindfold, shouting at the man to stop. He was hit twice in the leg, snapping him upright in pain. The terrorist tossed something inside, then began running across the tarmac, firing at the men spilling out of the armored carriers. Yakov focused on the device the terrorist had thrown, his vision coalescing on a spinning round metal egg. A hand grenade. Yakov screamed, and the grenade exploded, sending fire and shrapnel throughout the cabin, igniting the Huey's fuel, and turning the helicopter into an inferno, incinerating all inside. The world received the news in horror and shock, but managed to recover soon enough, not even stopping the Olympic Games from continuing. For Israel, it was much, much worse. The 1972 Olympics already had them on edge, as it was the first time Germany had hosted the Games since the fateful ones in 1936, when Hitler was the Chancellor. For the fledgling state, returning to the land of the Holocaust held special significance. And now it was met with special horror. The earth continued turning, and like all tragic stories that have no concrete linkage with the person listening, after a couple of weeks the images of death faded from public consciousness. But that hand grenade had special significance to some. A terrible line had been crossed. And, as often happens in the toil of human events, the Israeli reaction was a precursor of things to come. It would be 3 decades until 9/11, but the grenade's pen lit more than just the fuse. It ignited the original global war on terror. Chapter 2. Beirut, Lebanon, January 22nd, 1979. I have a birthday party to go to, then off to Damascus. I don't have time to sit here blathering on about the revolution with you. Was there something in particular you wanted? Vladimir Malikov leaned back from the steering wheel, wondering if the Palestinian in the passenger seat had grown soft, possibly fatally so. Vlad glanced out the window, seeing the Land Rover full of hired guns, men with bandoliers and mirrored sunglasses, but little skill. Ali Salama's protection, a.k.a. the Red Prince, a.k.a. Abu Hassan. The Palestinian went by many names, but none worked as a cloak to protect him. He was the most wanted man on the planet, and had been since September 5, 1972. Vlad said, "You really should take your protection a little more seriously. The Zionists have long memories." Salama scoffed and said, "Not since Lillehammer. Not since they killed an innocent man. The world hates them more than me. Besides, I have protection from my new friends. Friends who seem to care more about our cause and less about just causing trouble. They would tell me if the Jew dogs were planning something." Vlad felt a slow boil. He knew exactly whom Salama was talking about. Knew Salama was now playing him. "Don't fuck with me," he said. "I'm the man who made you who you are. I'm the one who gave you Munich. I got you the passkeys to the Israeli dorm. I'm the one who provided the layout, provided the clear path, reduced the police presence. You're the one who screwed it up. You sit here now convinced you're a celebrity, but it's on the sweat of my country, and you'd do well to remember that. Black September would not exist without the USSR." Salama studied him for a moment, clearly feeling secure with the Land Rover full of muscle in front of them. He said, "Perhaps I should let the Zionists know that. Maybe such information would help my future. At least get them hunting someone else, since you seem to fear them so much." The words raised a warning in Vlad's mind, a sense that he was losing control of his most valued asset. He had been working the backwater of the Middle East for more than a decade, and had achieved many, many successes, but few were higher than Salama. He was the heir apparent to the Palestinian Liberation Organization, and Yasser Arafat's number 2. Because of it, Vlad considered him the crown jewel, but only as long as he was worth it. Talking with enemy intelligence agencies or threatening to reveal secrets was a step on the road to destruction. He thought, maybe he'll have to be dealt with. Vlad shook his head, the weariness creeping out of his voice. Salama, believe me when I say this. We help you because you help us, but the people I work for are just as vicious as the Zionists. Why do you insist on antagonizing us? Why are you talking to the CIA? Salama laughed and clapped Vlad's knee. I'm just teasing. You Russians are so serious. I understand how much you have helped my people. Arafat understands. But the CIA can help us as well, and that is all I care about. Don't be jealous. Be more helpful. What have you told them? About you? Nothing. Vlad sensed a niche, an angle that could prove helpful in the future. How long have you been talking to them? I know it's been years, so don't pretend. It has been years, but they've done nothing to help me, unlike your people. Don't worry. I use them for information only. You don't have an inroad into the Zionist state, and they do. Do they know about Munich? Of course, everyone knows about Munich. It's why I have to live with such security. No. I mean, did they know about Munich before it happened? Were you talking to them then? Did they know and do nothing? Salama remained quiet, understanding the answer was critical, but not understanding why. He chose to ignore it. He opened the door to the beat-up Datsun and said, I'm late for my niece's birthday. We can talk again next week. Vlad clamped his hand on Salama's arm and said, Did they know? Salama said, Yes, they did. And they did nothing to stop it. Vlad let him exit the vehicle, spinning the ramifications in his mind, wondering how he could use the information for the USSR. He glanced once more at Salama, watching him talk to his security, then entered the drab station wagon, sandwiched between two bodyguards, and followed by the Land Rover full of meat. Israel wouldn't be getting him today, but it was good for Vlad to study his security, in case Israel would need to be blamed for something in the future. He put his car in gear and jumped ahead of them, not wanting to be bogged down with the circus that always surrounded Salama. In his rearview mirror, he saw the two-car protective detail pull in behind. He drove down Rue Verdun, barely conscious of the ebb and flow of life in Beirut. Even with the nascent civil war, this area maintained an image of calm. An island of protection in a land splitting apart at the seams, this section had yet to feel the effects of the fighting. He passed an apartment, glancing at a woman on the balcony, painting the setting sun with a bevy of cats walking to and fro. Erica Chambers, a British eccentric that the KGB had long ago dismissed as a reclusive nut. All she did was paint on her terrace and feed her pride of felines. Day after day. The sun caught her hair, and he saw her drop her paintbrush, opening her mouth, as if she was screaming. Confused, he focused intently. When she brought both hands to her ears, he knew exactly what she was doing, opening her mouth to equalize the pressure. He thought, a bomb is going off. He saw Salama's convoy draw abreast of a parked Volkswagen Golf, and he floored the engine, his little Datsun jumping forward with a complaining whine. He saw the light of the explosion before he felt the heat, a brilliant flash that caused him to swerve to the right and lie down on the seat, opening his own mouth like the little old lady on the balcony. The shock wave shattered his rear window, coating him in sparkling glass and causing his ears to pop, then ring from the noise. He sat up in a daze, shaking his head to clear it. To his rear he saw twisted metal in flame, the explosives in the Volkswagen crushing both the station wagon and the Land Rover following. He saw a body in the street lying inert, then another staggering about on fire, running and screaming, his face a mass of melted tissue. He no longer resembled a human visage. He put the Datsun in gear, not even considering checking on Salama. He knew the man was dead, and he knew it was Israel who had done it. Their dedication was astounding. Munich had happened more than 7 years ago, and yet they hunted still. If they found out about his help to Salama, he knew they would come after him. They held nothing sacrosanct. Being from the USSR meant zilch. Driving away, he reflected that it was a good thing the Zionists preferred to kill instead of capture. Had they interrogated Salama, he would be next on the target deck. He regretted losing his finest asset. But maybe it wasn't such a bad thing that Salama was dead. The trail of Munich would end with him. Chapter 3. Plovdiv, Bulgaria, present day. Confused by all of these Cyrillic street signs, Aaron Bergman folded his map and sighed. Why was it that a town predicated on attracting tourists did nothing to help them navigate? The damn place was a maze, and he thought Jerusalem was bad. This town was worse. He grinned, knowing that wasn't really true. He continued in the same direction, following the crowds walking down the large promenade. He hoped to see something that would trigger in his mind from the research he'd conducted before he left Tel Aviv. An historic house, church, mosque, or other landmark he would recognize. He saw a circular hole in the ground about 100 feet across and walked toward it. Getting closer, he sighed with relief, recognizing the remains of an old Roman stadium. Only a small piece had been excavated, with the rest running 100 meters under the pavement of the modern streets. But it was a landmark he could anchor against. He got his bearings and took a left on Saborna Street, entering the cloistered cobblestone of the old city. He picked up his pace, seeing he'd burned his entire time cushion wandering around trying to find his location. He passed other tourists out sightseeing, but didn't ask for any help. Very few spoke English, and none spoke Hebrew. But he was fairly sure he could find the remains of the old fortress on the tip of the hill. From there, he'd locate the beer garden with the man he was paying to meet. They'd had some success penetrating Hezbollah and the Syrian opposition forces, but no stone would be left unturned. The Mossad looked everywhere and anywhere for intelligence, and when an oligarch from Russia had made contact, claiming he not only had information on Russian geopolitical history and future goals, but on the Syrian government's intentions with WMD, he'd been launched to investigate. The oligarch, codenamed Boris, had picked the place, and Israel had brought the money. There was little risk if he ended up being a bust, but the potential for payoff was great. Aaron wound his way through the cobblestones, knowing as long as he was headed uphill he was going in the right direction. He passed a youth hostel, seeing a tent and a clothesline in the courtyard behind an open door, wondering how they washed their clothes before hanging them up. Did they have automated washers, or do it by hand? For that matter, did they have a shower in the compound, or did they simply pay for the security of a lock on the gate? He would have liked to experience the world as they did, freely tramping about, no worries and no greater ambition than to explore. But that had been taken from him in the first Intifada, when a suicide blast on a Tel Aviv bus had shredded his parents. He had been 14, and his childhood had disappeared. He had worked to contain his hatred at the same time he had worked to find an outlet. He'd shown a fierce drive and an uncommon intelligence during his mandatory military service, striving for and being accepted to an elite special forces unit known as Sayarat Shimshon, or Samson, tasked with clandestine penetration of the Gaza Strip, the hardest counter-terrorist missions in the IDF. He'd learned to blend in as a Palestinian Arab, learned to harness his fear while walking in the belly of the beast, to succeed against all odds, locating and eliminating terrorists in their own backyard. He'd lived through many missions that he would have considered suicidal before, and had had the art of the impossible hammered into him. In 1994, right about the time he'd begun to grow comfortable with the mission, the Gaza Strip had been given back to the Palestinians, and because of it, his unit had been disbanded. For about a day. Before Aaron could even wonder what he would do next, the Mossad had called, wanting Sampson's skills and promising future missions. Now the commander of the unit, he'd made a deal with the devil and found his team doing more Mossad tasks than manhunting. A necessary evil to keep the support. He, as the Sampson commander, was not immune, which was why he was in Bulgaria attempting to glean intelligence on Syrian intentions. Aaron turned a narrow corner and saw the cobblestone run up to the ruins at the top of the hill. To the right was a smattering of picnic tables perched on an overlook 200 meters above the town. He thought, must be the place. He went down the steps, purchased a bottle of Kamenitsa beer, then casually surveyed the deck. Full of students and backpackers, he focused on singletons and found his contact fairly quickly. A large, overweight man of about 65 or 70, he was sitting at the very edge of the overlook, next to a small trail leading precipitously down. He had a pork pie hat on the table to his front, and a tourist map laid out. The map was the identifying bona fide, and the hat was the safe signal. Had he been wearing it, Aaron would have taken his beer elsewhere and simply reported back, letting his higher command and Mossad reinitiate contact and determine what had gone wrong. Aaron took one more look around the deck, checking for anything out of the ordinary, once again searching for singletons who didn't fit in. He found none, but that didn't mean there was no threat, just that if there was a threat, it was well-trained. He approached the man known as Boris and said, "Sure is pretty up here." The man said, "It is, but I prefer Moscow. Have you been there?" Aaron sat down opposite of him and said, "No, but I've always wanted to go." The correct words exchanged, with both men satisfied they were talking to the correct person, Boris wasted no more time. "Did you bring the money?" "Yes. Well, I brought a card and a pin. You can draw the money from any ATM or bank, but the card won't be activated until I get what I came for." "How do I know you aren't tricking me?" Aaron smiled and said, "How do I know you have any information that's worth a shit?" Boris said, "The Americans thought it was good. They have paid me handsomely." "You've already sold this to the CIA?" "Yes. Perhaps you'd like to wait on them to pass it to you." Boris smiled again. "What am I buying?" "Have you heard about Edward Snowden?" "The American traitor, the one who gave all the secrets to you people? Is that what this is all about?" No. I just mean, are you aware of the large cache of documents he stole from the American National Security Agency? I am like him. I have a treasure trove of documents, from the KGB's help of terrorists against your state in the 1970s, to what they're planning to do today. Russia is worse now than it was under the USSR, and the KGB is alive and well in the FSB. Aaron knew that Boris was a prior KGB himself, and understood that he, like many KGB agents, had made a fortune plying his skills for less than savory individuals before returning to the new federal security apparatus, the FSB. He was no saint, no white knight out to expose Russian corruption. No, he'd been turned out into the cold for some transgression, and now he was looking for a final golden parachute, an augmentation of his retirement fund to be earned by selling the souls of the people he'd worked with for decades. It made the Israeli sick to his stomach. Aaron said, "Let's just get this done. How do I get the information? You'll earn no money until that happens." Boris said, "I figured as much, but a man can hope." I didn't bring the information here with me. Bulgaria is easy to get to, but very, very dangerous for me to operate within." He smiled, his teeth cracked and yellow from a lifetime of tobacco. "If you'd walked up with an umbrella, I would have jumped off the cliff. The KGB may be gone, but they can still kill pretty ingeniously." Aaron knew he was talking about the death of a Bulgarian dissident named Georgy Markov, assassinated by the Bulgarian secret police in London in 1978. While waiting on a bus, a man had approached and injected a ricin tablet into Markov's leg using a spring-loaded umbrella. Markov had died 3 days later. Aaron said, "I have no weapons. I have a card I'm willing to activate if you have information." Boris nodded and said, "Taped underneath my chair is a key. It opens a lockbox held by a man at an internet cafe on the main bus station in Istanbul. He's waiting for you. You give him the key and he'll call me. You'll give me the pin to the card, and I'll have him pass you the thumb drive. I get the pin, and I'll give you the password to the encryption." "Fair enough." Aaron started to reply when Boris slapped his chest with both hands. His eyes squeezed shut in pain before popping open wide in shock. He swayed a minute, then fell out of his chair. Aaron raced around the table and grabbed his shoulders. "Hey, what's wrong?" Boris said, Heart. Pacemaker. Stop." Aaron propped him up with one hand while sweeping his other under the chair, retrieving the key. He cloaked the movement by shouting, "Is there a doctor here? Anyone have medical training?" A crowd had gathered, but nobody moved forward. Aaron looked into Boris's face and saw his eyes go flat. Something he'd seen many, many times. Boris was dead. Chapter 4. Yuri Gorshenko watched from the rear of the crowd, gawking like the rest of the people at the dead Russian. Finally, 2 men pushed through the throng, ostensibly some sort of medical team. He saw the Israeli stand up and fade to the back. Yuri waited until he had disappeared from view before leaving himself. Figuring the Israeli would take the shortest route out of the old town, Yuri kept to the high ground, circling the ancient cobblestoned streets until he was standing next to a Roman theater from eons ago, now equipped with modern sound and advertising contemporary shows. He found a small table in the sun and sat down, giving the Israeli time to clear the area. Killing time, he fiddled with an electronic device, checking the readout for a sniff of a vulnerability, but it came up empty. No pacemakers around here, he thought. Looking like a scientific calculator with an antennae, he marveled at how quickly it had worked. He'd practiced with it endlessly, but had never used it live. Worth the risk going to San Francisco, he thought. The device was nothing but a bunch of plastic and silicon, harnessed together like any other modern gadget, from a Nintendo portable game player to a digital cell phone. The difference was its purpose. There would be no joy working this device unless one liked watching people die. Using a wireless connection, it injected malware into implanted medical devices. In plain language, it caused pacemakers to flame out with 800 volts. The vulnerability had been perfected by the FSB over 2 years ago, and had been used quite successfully until the back door had been discovered by an American hacker named Barnaby Jack. Last year, he was all set to reveal what he'd found at a hacking conference called Black Hat, when the FSB had intervened. They'd spent too much time and effort refining their technique to allow their back door to be exposed, and so they'd decided the risk of operating in the United States was worth it. Barnaby Jack died under mysterious circumstances in San Francisco, causing a mountain of conspiracy theories, but none as outlandish as the truth. Yuri checked his watch, seeing 30 minutes had passed. He had about 45 minutes before he had to report to his control, something he didn't want to be late for. He stood up and walked around the outskirts of the theater, then followed the cobblestones downhill until he intersected Knyaz Alexander Street. He blended into the crowds out shopping and wandered south, past the ugly communist-era post office, the building blanketed with graffiti. The supposed benefits of capitalism, he thought. Yuri passed behind the post office and turned right, walking toward another squat, ugly 4-story building at the edge of a large wooded park. The location of his control, it was a communist-era military club, still used by the old Bulgarian military men, a sort of Veterans Affairs Association from the USSR of the past. He entered, seeing a geriatric man guarding the front door, the room inside paneled in old wood, dark and dank. In Bulgarian, he said, "I'm Yarilo. Someone is here to meet me." The man showed nothing but boredom, having seen and heard many odd things in his 8 decades of life. He nodded and said, "Upstairs, last room." Yuri turned without a word and walked across the open ballroom, his feet clacking on the marble floor. He entered the stairwell and climbed to the top, his steps now causing echoes that bounced back and forth in the narrow confines. The clatter stopped in the hallway, his footfalls smothered by the threadbare carpeting, something he was sure was left over from the Bulgarian Revolution. From the 13th century, he thought. He found the last door and paused, checking his clothing to ensure he projected a professional appearance. He had nothing but disdain for control, as the man had never entered the arena, never risked his life in the great game. But he did outrank Yuri, and was someone who could affect his career. Yuri knocked, heard a muffled, "Come in," and opened the door. What he saw on the other side rendered him speechless. Chapter 5. Before the man in the room even turned from the window, Yuri knew it wasn't his control. When he did face about, Yuri thought he was surely mistaken. Seeing the wart on the man's temple right next to his left eye, he was sure. Vlad the Impaler? Here? Why? He thought. Vladimir Malikov said, "Don't look so shocked. I do get out into the field occasionally. I'm not decrepit yet." Yuri snapped to attention and said, "Sir, no, sir." Vlad walked to a wall covered in books, seemingly studying them. He said, "Stand at ease, Yarilo. I'm not going to bite." Yuri tried to relax, but it was impossible. The leader of the new and improved FSB, the successor of the KGB, Vladimir Malikov, was a legend who'd earned the nickname Vlad the Impaler from some of his operations in the Middle East. Yuri waited for Vlad to say something more, but the man remained silent, his labored breathing the only thing disturbing the peace in the room. A rattle that sounded like an Arab smoking a water pipe, it ended in a string of coughs, then a hacking spit into a trash can. Vlad lit a cigarette, drew deeply, coughed again, and said, "These things will fucking kill you." Yuri nodded, remaining silent. "Yarilo, Slavic god of war. Did you pick that code name?" "No, sir. Just lucky, I suppose." "But you believe in it. Like it." "Yes, I guess." Vlad turned from the books. "How did the operation go?" Yuri pulled the electronic Bluetooth device from his pocket. "It went absolutely perfect. The traitor is dead, and I have now identified the Israeli. He's exposed and doesn't even know it." Did you get the cache of information? No, sir, but neither did the Israeli. How do you know? Because I watched the entire affair. The traitor passed nothing, and his death put the Israeli in a dilemma. He couldn't explain to the authorities what he was doing with a Russian national without giving up that he was an Israeli spy. Nothing he said would fit his cover. He fled at the earliest opportunity, leaving the body for others to clean up. Good. And the information? We'll have to do some investigation. The traitor hid it somewhere. Vlad moved back to the window, saying, Okay. Not your issue, though, is it? Yuri was unsure how to respond, as his taskings ultimately came from the man in front of him. Vlad said, You have served with distinction on many fronts. One of the few who remained after the fall. Tell me, did you do this out of duty, or out of fear of a brave new world? Duty, sir. I have no fear of any new world. I saw how others made their fortunes, and I could have done the same. I could have eclipsed them all. Vlad considered, finally saying, Yes, I believe you might have. You ran the Berlin group, did you not? Yes, sir. And the Chechens learned to fear you. Where is this going? Yuri thought. Vlad was reciting things that were old news. Missions that had been hashed out over 2 years ago. Yes, he'd run an assassination cell out of Berlin, and had killed Chechen terrorists everywhere from London to Istanbul, including the former Chechen president, in Qatar, no less. It was what the Wimpel were trained for, blending into a foreign culture and sowing the seeds of destruction. He said, Yes, sir. I did as I was ordered. Did you believe in the mission? Belief has nothing to do with it. No, you're wrong. I've learned over time that belief has everything to do with it. You can order a man to attack, but you'll only succeed in the assault if he believes. A man who believes is worth 10 who simply follow orders. He faced Yuri, standing a full head shorter, but his lack of physical stature in no way interfered with his ability to instill obedience. Tell me, what do you think of the United States? Do you wish Russia to emulate them? If that is what you think is best, Vlad waved his hand. Give me an answer that isn't just supplication. Yuri said, Okay. No, sir. I don't think we should emulate the U.S. I despise them and their arrogant worldview. I hate the humiliation they have heaped upon our country. You mean you despise the fact that we went from a superpower to a has-been, from an equal player to a shell that lives for pinpricks on the UN Security Council? Yuri said nothing, unsure how to respond. Vlad said, Can I trust you? Trust what you say. Yes, sir, of course you can. Yuri considered for a moment, then said, There is a terrorist here in Plovdiv, a Nigerian from the group Boko Haram. He's a wild-eyed, radical, suicidal monkey. The worst I've ever seen. But he's also a tool, something I intend to use to equal the playing field with the United States. Remember what caused our undoing? The United States spreading the lies of capitalism to our Federation, causing our satellites to run blindly toward a dream that didn't exist. Really now? I expected more from you. That was an outcome. States choosing a different path because the one they were on was failing. Why was it failing? Yuri thought for a moment, then said, Afghanistan. Getting involved in Afghanistan. It bankrupted both our moral fiber and our bank account. Vlad smiled, pleased. Precisely. And I believe the United States is ripe for that very thing. I don't understand. You will in due time. I've taken over as your control. I have a special mission for you. But first, I need to meet this Boko Haram savage. I was going to introduce him to a Syrian Shabiha leader, a man from Syrian Air Force intelligence who is working external operations, someone who would help us attain our goals. But I'm afraid the savage has been compromised. I believe the United States is tracking him, and I need that to stop. I need you to confirm his status. Yuri nodded. I can do that. My team is here right now. Vlad's face grew stern. It's more than that. If he's being tracked by the Americans, I need you to dissuade them from continuing. Buy me enough time to set up and execute a meeting. How? Have them arrested? Get them involved with whores? That's really not my skill, sir. Others in the FSB can do that much better than my team. Vlad's face split into a macabre smile, disconcerting even to a man like Yuri. He began to understand where the nickname Impaler came from. No, Yuri. I precisely want your skills. He pulled a folder off of the table and handed it to Yuri. I want you to kill them. Chapter 6. Yuri watched the parking lot with a pair of binoculars, waiting on the Boko Haram man to leave, praying he could follow simple directions. He put the binos down on the seat, and a chilling thought entered his head. What if he can't drive a car? He'd taken the folder provided by Vlad, a dossier of the Boko Haram facilitator, to include local habits and lodging, and had spent 5 days studying the man. It took 2 just to make contact without contaminating his team, then another 3 to determine that he was in fact under surveillance. It was loose surveillance, to be sure, but it was there nonetheless. Knowing what he did about such operations, he decided that the surveillance wasn't designed to capture the facilitator, but was intended to lead to further information. They were trying to see who he met or talked to, what actions he was taking. They were building a pattern of life. Given that, he had to assume that every electronic device the facilitator used was already owned by the Americans, making his job much, much harder. On the plus side, since the Americans weren't looking at the facilitator as an imminent threat, they'd back off if he hit the team. If he killed 1 or 2 members, he was sure that the Americans would focus on the death and not the mission. To that end, he'd set up a pretty good trap. But now, not having the luxury of physically meeting the Nigerian facilitator, he wasn't sure the man could actually accomplish what he'd planned. He looked at his team member in the passenger seat and said, Dmitri, you think this savage can operate a vehicle? I mean, you think he would have said he couldn't after we transmitted the plan to him? Picking the binos off the seat, Dmitri said, Honestly, I don't know. We never got a chance to vet him. But surely he couldn't travel here for a meeting with a Syrian colonel without having some rudimentary skills. I'm not so sure. Did you read the dossier? The guy's a lunatic, a fanatic. I hope Control knows what he's doing. Looking through the glass, Dmitri said, He's just exited the building, moving to the car. I guess he found the keys we placed in the dead drop. That's a good sign. Yuri tensed, knowing the building was boxed in by American surveillance, planning on using that to trap them. First, he'd peel them off, then he'd peel 1 car for real. He said, See any correlation? One of the first ways to spot surveillance was to correlate activity around the target. Did someone get on a cell phone right as you left a building? Did a car sitting stagnant for 4 hours pull into traffic at the same time you did? Probably not a coincidence. Little things like that didn't prove surveillance, but were an indicator. Yuri was past the indicator stage, though. He'd already determined that the target was being chased. Now he just wanted to confirm that the chase was happening today. Dmitri said, "Yeah, northeast corner. Vehicle just pulled out. It's way outside of effective control, but also out of view of the target. Someone triggered by radio. If they're good, that's the surveillance." They're good, all right, Yuri thought. Let him go and keep looking. We know where the target's headed. See if the box collapses. From their vantage point on the side of a hill, they could see the entire surroundings of the parking lot, to include the 3 different exits. Like clockwork, each exit had a vehicle break away and start to chase the target. When Yuri was sure they were all on the move, he put the car in gear. Now we get to see if this savage can follow instructions. The target entered Highway 86 heading south, toward the town of Espionage. The follow now forced to trail behind. Yuri picked up the rear, happy that the target, so far, was driving as instructed. They passed the road to the Plovdiv airport, and the target pulled into a petrol station, just as planned. Yuri watched the follow cars spread out and slow, taking lefts and rights in order to wait until the target moved again. Yuri blasted past them all, as the whole point of the stop was to get him in the lead, get him in a position to execute his plan. He pointed at a small duffel bag in the footwell and said, "You sure that thing is going to work?" Dmitri said, "Yes, it's really simple. The hard part will be you driving close enough to use the Bluetooth connection." "How sure? These men are no amateurs. If it isn't swift, they will realize they're being hunted, and the entire mission will be in jeopardy." "Then why don't we just shoot them?" "Control wants it to look like an accident. He wants a Wimple hit." "Fuck Control. That bastard doesn't even know what he's asking for." This Control does, Yuri thought. Yuri hadn't told the team of his meeting, unsure if he was allowed to. As far as they knew, they were working for their original chain of command. "We have our orders. These aren't a couple of mafia men. We can't do anything that looks like an offensive attack. The repercussions will be profound if we can't execute clandestinely. Will it work?" "Yes. Believe it or not, the United States Department of Defense paid for the research, then published a paper showing how it's done. All I did was establish the connection wirelessly. You get him on the Fortress Road, and I'll cut the brakes, flood the accelerator, then jerk the wheel. It'll work, I promise." Yuri nodded, passing through the town of Espionage. He reached the Chapelari River and veered off the main highway, clawing up a side road that plied steeply uphill. Climbing higher and higher, he could see the little ribbon of Highway 86 far below, the cliff itself a jagged shelf with an almost vertical drop-off. Perfect, he thought. He studied every switchback, determining which would be the best for attack. Everything was focused on the tactics. The killing itself never entered his mind. Yuri had grown up at the end of the Cold War, joining the KGB in time to watch the USSR implode. He'd been insulated to the upheavals for longer than most, training for years to attain the honor of serving in the Wimple of the KGB's first directorate, back when the mission was targeting the West. Designed to blend into the population of foreign countries, its mission was to conduct sabotage operations in the event of all-out war. He'd spent 3 years learning 4 foreign languages, a host of foreign customs and mores, along with some decidedly lethal skills. Because of this, he had been hammered on the righteousness of the motherland and the evils of the capitalist more than most other soldiers of the USSR. He was tasked with penetrating deep into the societies of his chosen target, and the Politburo had to make sure he wouldn't decide to simply remain in his assumed role and abandon his mission. His preparation was very, very specific. The training stuck, leaving Yuri a fierce defender of Mother Russia, even after the fall of the USSR, and the disgusting way his comrades raped and pillaged whatever they could, creating oligarchs that became rich off the skin of the people. Exactly what communism was designed to prevent. In his mind, it proved the failure of capitalism, and was the primary reason he never left the service. His team was composed of men who had been recruited after the fall, when Wimple joined the FSB after the KGB was disbanded. They didn't have the skill in cross-border operations that he had, but were still pretty damn effective. With Wimple no longer tasked with penetrating foreign societies in preparation for World War III, they'd spent the majority of their time fighting the Chechens, either head-on in Grozny or outside Russia in a stealth war. Yuri had worked hard to instill his sense of patriotism into the team, and wouldn't tolerate anything short of absolute devotion and perfection. Mistakes would be tolerated. Once. After that, he'd punish a team member just as easily as an enemy. Kill him, if it became necessary. It was how he was trained in the old days, with the old ways, and he'd expect nothing less from Vlad the Impaler, and knew he wouldn't be disappointed. Chapter 7. They reached another hairpin turn, and Ascens's fortress appeared on an outcropping of rock. An ancient citadel built to protect the valley down below, it hung out into space in an impossible display of construction from 1,000 years ago. How on earth did they build that thing way up here, without modern tools, thought Yuri. They circled around the hairpin to a small parking lot. Yuri pulled in beside a panel truck and killed the engine. Dmitri said, "How long will I have in the vehicle?" "At least 10 minutes. The rabbit will go all the way across the road, then walk the footpath on the outcropping to the old church. He'll enter and take a seat. The surveillance won't want to burn themselves, so they'll stake outside until he leaves. My only concern is the follow-on team. If another car comes up here, they might stay right here in this parking lot. It'll make things a little tricky breaking into the empty vehicle." "What will we do then?" "Nothing. Come up with another plan. But I'm betting they won't stop. If it were me, I'd continue on so as not to create a signature, parking out of sight up the mountain and waiting on a radio call. These guys will do the same." 15 minutes later, the Nigerian turned around the hairpin driving a beat-up Lada two-door sedan. He parked as instructed, waited for about a minute, then exited the vehicle. Yuri strained to see the follow-on surveillance, not too concerned about being remembered by the opposition, because he didn't intend for this car to report back to anyone. 30 seconds later, a Ford Escape rounded the turn and parked. Yuri recognized one of the men inside as part of the surveillance effort. He waited until the men had exited the vehicle and crossed over a hillock in the middle of the hairpin, circling around picnic tables and a small children's play area. When they disappeared from view, Yuri scrambled along the same path, taking a seat at a table that allowed him to view both the road up and the crosswalk that led to the entrance of the ancient fortress across the road. Seeing a single car headed toward him, he spoke into an earpiece. "Stand by. Vehicle approaching." The car made the hairpin, slowed in the parking lot, then continued on up the small ribbon of road, heading deeper into the mountains. Yuri couldn't confirm if it was part of the surveillance team, but he assumed it was. He triggered the operation. He saw Dmitri exit the vehicle, sidle between the cars, then Slim Jim the door of the Ford. He opened a bag, flopped onto his back, and began working a small device into the onboard diagnostic port, allowing him access to the controller area network that facilitated the various electronic control units of the Ford Escape. Ordinarily used by mechanics to determine faults with the car, The onboard diagnostic port also allowed a pass-through for the entire brain of the vehicle, a brain that would now be controlled by the follow-on car. Dmitri finished, and Yuri settled in to wait for the Nigerian to leave. It took longer than he expected, but a little over 20 minutes later he saw him approaching the crosswalk. He knew that the surveillance wouldn't be too far behind. Yuri scrambled down the hill and entered his car, asking a question without saying a word. "It plugged in fine," said Dmitri. "Shouldn't be an issue." "We need to do more than just pull the brakes. They have to go over the cliff. I can't trust them to lose control." "You won't have to. The Ford Escape has parking assistance. It'll parallel park the vehicle for you, which means the computer controls the steering. I'll have that control. You just need to be close enough." They watched the target leave, driving back down the hill, and waited, feeling the heat build in the car from the sunshine. Within seconds, the vehicle that Yuri had seen travel up the road earlier came flying back down, now taking the lead on surveillance and allowing the team that had penetrated the fortress a gap in time to protect them from exposure. Yuri no longer cared about the active surveillance or the rabbit. He waited on his target. Eventually, they fired up the Ford and began driving back down the mountain. Like a snake tracking his prey, he slid in behind the car. Driving directly behind the target, he said, "2 turns. You've got 2 turns." Dmitri said, "Working it." Yuri glanced his way and saw him stroking the keys to a laptop. A USB cable stretched out on the dash with an iPhone 5S attached to it. They passed the first turn. "You've got a little over a mile. Status." "I have contact, but I can't manipulate." "What the fuck does that mean?" Fingers flying over the keyboard, Dmitri said, "I can talk to my device, but it's not talking to the car." Yuri closed his eyes for a second, then applied the brakes. Dmitri said, "What are you doing? I have to maintain our connection." "I'm not going to burn us for this circus." "It'll work. Give me a chance. Back off after the kill zone if it's still not working." Yuri grimaced and increased acceleration. Dmitri rattled off a string of numbers designed to instill confidence, but they meant nothing to Yuri. Dmitri continued to manipulate the keys. He called a signal strength that might as well have been describing the fluid dynamics of a rocket launch as far as Yuri was concerned. Dmitri said one more mix of computer language, and Yuri snapped, "Shut the fuck up. Is it working or not?" Dmitri smiled. Yes, it is. Tell me when." Yuri surveyed the road ahead, knowing the hairpin was about a half-mile away. He said, "Cut the brakes in 10 seconds. Hit the gas in 20. Dmitri nodded. 10 seconds later, he stroked the keys. Initially, there was no reaction from the car in front of them. 4 or 5 seconds later, the car swerved left, then right, then continued straight. At the 20-second mark, Dmitri typed something new, and the car jumped forward, racing straight into the hairpin turn. Yuri could only imagine what the driver was doing, frantically slamming the brakes into the floor, jamming the gear shift into low, and scared to death because the accelerator was pouring gas into the engine as if a ghost were in the machine. He saw the passenger's arms waving in the air, scrambling for something in the back seat. He had no idea what it could be. The turn approached much faster than anticipated, as they were now flying down the mountain at a good 50 miles an hour. Fast enough for him to lose control of his own vehicle. But he had to maintain his proximity or lose the Bluetooth connection. His knuckles grew white on the steering wheel as they approached the turn, realizing too late that his plan might be the death of both of them. He saw the car enter the hairpin and screamed, "Now!" Oblivious of his own impending fate, Dmitri continued to tap the keyboard, and Yuri watched the car snap to the right, crash through the minuscule guardrail, and sail into space, as if it were trying to leap across the chasm. Yuri had no time to appreciate the view as his own vehicle hit the curve at over 55 miles an hour. He slammed on the brakes and torqued the steering wheel, fighting to keep from following the car over the cliff. He bounced against the guardrail, eliciting a shout from Dmitri, then slid to a halt, the passenger side grinding along the metal rail for close to 40 meters. Yuri sagged against the wheel for a second, panting, then looked behind him, seeing a cloud of smoke rising from the valley below. Dead, he thought. The Wimple way. He had executed exactly what Vlad the Impaler wanted, believing he'd set his country on the path of redemption. Using the best-trained men the Russian Federation had to offer, he'd accomplished what few on Earth could do, a targeted killing with no evidence of foul play. He smiled to himself, failing to realize that the men he'd just killed would awaken a combat skill that was more than his equal. Failing to realize, he'd declared war.
Chapter 8. The beer commercial on the bar television was a counterpoint to the somber mood of the crowd around me. I watched the impossibly beautiful people prance about on the wide screen, each drinking a bottle of nectar guaranteed to get them laid, and realized I'd lost a segment of my life somewhere along the way. I was older than the people in the commercial. When did that happen? It seemed like just yesterday I was younger than them, looking at their beauty and waiting until I was their age to savor the goodness of the life they portrayed. Then, in the blink of an eye, I was older, somehow having skipped that beer commercial generation gap, and never experiencing the promised land shown. It made me a little melancholy, made me wonder if I had missed out on what others had experienced because of my chosen career. Had I wasted my life chasing terrorists in the burning sands and fetid jungle, while others danced at NFL parties, hooking up with impossibly gorgeous women just by drinking a beer? I wondered if Turbo or Radcliffe had experienced the golden life portrayed in the commercial before they had died. I hoped so. We hadn't exactly seen eye to eye in our unit, but that didn't prevent us from having a deep connection because of our shared sacrifice. They had been inside a brotherhood that few on Earth had experienced. The official burial at Arlington Cemetery wouldn't happen for a month, and the bodies hadn't even been escorted home from Bulgaria. But we always did this little private wake as soon as possible, spreading the word and starting the grieving process early. It was a chance for a very select group of people to not only mourn, but to learn the specifics of the deaths. Something that was hard to do in our compartmented little world, where everything was need to know. We always held them at the same bar, and always at the same time. We'd done way too many of them since the unit had been created. I felt someone bump my elbow, bringing me out of my trance. I turned and saw Jennifer, my partner in crime, and the only female in the entire group. Her eyes were red, but even with that she brought a smile to my face, a light that always managed to penetrate the darkness. The melancholy evaporated. I said, "You doing okay?" "Yeah," she said. "It's just such a waste. I feel for their families. They shouldn't be going through this." She wiped her eyes and smiled ruefully. "I wonder if they gave their wives as hard a time as they did me. Turbo and Radcliffe were tough to please." That's putting it mildly. Along with me, Turbo and Radcliffe were members of a counter-terrorist unit full of meat-eating, He-Man woman-haters. I'd recruited Jennifer to join, and they, like most of the unit, about lost their minds. We had women intel analysts, a smattering of case officers, and a few other female support types, but none had ever crossed into an operational role the way Jennifer had. They'd tried hard to keep her out, but it failed. Jennifer's sole experience with them had been as antagonists, but she was above all of that, and truly mourned their passing. She said, "You guys live this life, and you expect the worst to come from an enemy bullet or bomb. It doesn't seem real that 2 Taskforce operators would die in a car accident." The unit we were in was so top secret it didn't have a name, just some code words that would never see the light of day. We had to call it something, and the Taskforce had seemed to stick. Jennifer was right, though. It was a tragedy to lose 2 operators for something as stupid as a car wreck. She waved a hand around the bar, full of men all wearing a coat and tie. "You're supposed to be indestructible. This reminds me that you're not, and that the rules that apply to everyone else also apply to you." Which was exactly how I felt. Apparently, Radcliffe was driving and had gone straight over a cliff, killing them both. I knew the inglorious nature of their deaths was weighing on everyone in the room. All of the males in the bar were operators pulled from various special operations units within the Department of Defense and the paramilitary arm of the CIA, now working for a unit that doesn't exist and living a lie in their everyday lives. In truth, there was a danger in all of us coming together like this, because we were working under different covers. But the commander of the task force, Colonel Kurt Hale, believed the grieving process was more important, and he was right. Anyway, nobody was going to question us because the suits did nothing to dampen the raw aggression in the room. People instinctively knew to leave us alone. There were no support folks here, or representatives of any of the various cover organizations that we used to infiltrate an operational area. No pilots, oilmen, cellular technicians, or anyone else from the myriad different clandestine activities at the task force's disposal. It wasn't that they weren't respected, but this wake was reserved for operators only. Well, except for Jennifer and me. I said, "I can't figure it out either. Both those guys trained to drive just about anything from snowmobiles to rally cars and Dakar. It doesn't make any sense." A man came up with a beer in his hand, long wavy black hair and a neck choker, like some sort of 1970s commune dweller. Aggravatingly enough, outside of the hippie hair, he was as handsome as the men in the beer commercial. He said, "Who let you in here? Turbo hated your ass." I smiled and said, "I'm not the one who beat the shit out of him for punching Jennifer." I snatched the beer out of his hand. "Thanks for the suds." Jennifer said, "Knuckles, did you get any skinny on what happened over there? Nobody will talk to me." He winked at me and said, "That's because this is for active counter-terrorist commandos only. America's finest. I guess you two don't rate." Matching his sarcasm, I said, "Maybe it's because I still hang out with you." While Knuckles had been a teammate of mine, I'd actually left the task force a couple of years ago, and Jennifer had never served a day in the defense or intelligence communities. Together, we were business partners who owned Grolier Recovery Services, one of the task force's cover organizations. On the surface, it was designed to facilitate archaeological work around the world, but in reality, it enabled the task force to penetrate denied areas and capture or disrupt terrorists out to harm the United States. Basically, if a diabolical plot was hatched in a country that had some old shit in it, we could use our corporation to infiltrate a team of killers without the state or the terrorists knowing we were coming, which, given that 99.9% of the countries around the world had some type of archaeological site, meant we could penetrate anywhere we wanted. With Jennifer's anthropology degree and my military experience traveling the globe, we looked legit. Hell, we were legit, having found an ancient Mayan temple in Guatemala on our own a couple of years ago. So why were Jennifer and I allowed into the sacred wake? Some of the greener operators, having come on since I left, gave us a sideways glance. But the old-timers knew better. Before I'd left the task force, I was the leader of the team that had successfully prevented more terrorist activities than the next 3 teams combined. I was also a plank owner of the task force, one of the first men recruited, and I'd helped build it from the ground up. I'd put most of the men in the room through assessment and selection to join the unit. So as far as the tribe went, I was alpha male. And Jennifer was, well, Jennifer. Probably half of the men in the room despised her presence for no other reason than irrational fear and caveman feelings. But she'd also been through assessment and selection, with Turbo and Radcliffe running it, so there was no excuse that anything had been given to her. On top of that, she had proven herself on a number of missions. Our company was unique in the task force stable, a cover organization that was run by operators, and could do much, much more than simply provide an infiltration platform. My old team, now ostensibly employees of Grolier Services, were the only ones who had operated with Jennifer. They'd seen her skill, and they were now believers. Their tolerance, coupled with my reputation, was enough firepower to shut up the He-Man woman-haters. That, and the fact that she was a hammer to look at. Knuckles smiled again and said, "Maybe you're right. Me being seen with you is tarnishing my reputation." Maybe I should see what I can do about getting you two out of here. He looked over my shoulder at someone behind me and said, Maybe I should tell the commander about the fraternization going on in your little company. That ought to do it. His words punched a sore spot, friend or not. Maybe you should keep your mouth shut. Jennifer heard my tone and touched my arm, saying, He's just kidding, Pike. I said, That's not something to joke about. Kurt might really take it seriously. Over my shoulder, I heard, Take what seriously? Chapter 9. I glared at Knuckles, seeing him grin at the foot I'd placed in my mouth. I turned around and shook Kurt's hand, saying, Nothing. Knuckles was just talking about Taskforce members getting administrative leave for same-sex marriages, since Virginia doesn't support them. Kurt's mouth fell open, and it was my turn to smile. Kurt said, Is that so? No, that's not what we were talking about, said Knuckles. Kurt went back and forth between us before giving up and saying, I'm sure whatever it was, I don't want to know about it. We spent the next 20 minutes talking about Turbo and Radcliffe, laughing at some of their antics and somberly reciting their sacrifices. The usual thing that happened at any military memorial. Eventually, Kurt got around to asking about our company and our current schedule. My antenna went up immediately, because I'd known him for over 15 years and could read him like a book. He wasn't making small talk. I said, Company's fine. We're still in the black and getting requests from real clients. He laughed and said, You mean like that last client looking for pirate treasure? No real clients, I said. I punched Knuckles in the shoulder. Unlike the ones this shitbag comes up with. Kurt cut to the chase. You able to travel? No notice? That completely took me aback. What? Hey, I know I promised you guys 2 months warning before operations, but I could use you right now. Doing what? Turbo's team was getting a pattern of life on a Boko Haram leader. The guy is still out there, and I'd like to make their deaths mean something. It grates on me to let it go. He's probably not worth the effort, but I don't want to quit. I got Jennifer's eye. She shrugged, telling me, I'm game, why not? I said, Why us? Why not just slot Turbo's team a new leader? I know it would be rough, but they've got the better handle on the target. Why start over? As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I wanted to take them back. Kurt looked at me for a moment without answering, then said, You really asking that? Turbo's team is pulled. If it were a crisis or imminent threat, of course, I'd keep them in the hunt, but it's not. They're on downtime until I can sort out the chain of command. Our missions weren't like combat in Fallujah or Saving Private Ryan, a hellish cyclone of violence where a leader dropped and someone automatically took his place. We worked in the netherworld of covert operations, with the task force itself operating outside of the bounds of U.S. law. As such, the greatest pressure on an operator wasn't a gunfight, but blowing our cover in a hostile country and exposing the task force for all to see. It was a narrow beam we walked, as we all understood how quickly the organization could go bad. Being a task force operator meant having a moral compass that could withstand just about anything. It took a clear head and nerves of steel, with the judgment to bring violence only when violence was necessary. Not a place for anyone who wasn't 100% like Turbo's team. They were probably looking for a fight. Most civilians thought us super-secret commandos had some type of on-off switch, where we could shunt our emotions to the side, and to a certain extent they were right. But we were still human, and the worst thing about a unit like ours was the very selective nature of it. We worked together for years, with teams literally coalescing because of shared attitudes and personalities. You became closer than family, much, much closer than any other unit I had served within. And when someone on the team died, it was just as harsh as losing a brother or wife. It was devastating. I said, Yeah, sorry, forget I said that. But why us? You've got 4 teams in here right now. Why not them? Jennifer and I are just the infiltration platform. The target is in Plovdiv, Bulgaria. Believe it or not, it's the oldest continually habited city in Europe, which means it's ripe for your cover. I have a task force cover contract set up with UNESCO to look at some Roman ruins that are being destroyed by automobile exhaust and vandalism. You fit the bill perfectly. I caught Jennifer's eye and saw, like me, she didn't believe it. So it's the cover only? Who's developing the pattern of life? What team am I infiltrating? Kurt said, "No, it's not just the cover. I want you to develop the pattern of life as well, Pike. I need success on this. Set that guy up for an Omega operation. The Oversight Council is getting skittish because of Turbo's and Radcliffe's deaths. The team's cover is holding up just fine, but there's talk about closing down for a while. I need a success to calm them." The Oversight Council was our own unique body of authority. Since we operated outside the bounds of the U.S. Constitution, we didn't fall under traditional DoD or intelligence community oversight. Because of this, Kurt, along with the President of the United States, had built their own oversight, realizing that every organization like ours had eventually morphed like a cancerous growth into something evil. Composed of 13 trusted individuals from the private sector and the government leadership, the Oversight Council was designed to prevent that, as they had approval over all Taskforce activities. I was surprised he wanted me to execute the mission, but my ego sort of enjoyed the attention. Kurt and I had worked together for years, even before the Taskforce was created, and I appreciated the vote of confidence in my abilities. But I still had a few questions. I said, "So the Council approved for this deployment? On such short notice?" Usually, Taskforce approvals took months before we could execute, with a slow build-up until everyone was satisfied with the endgame. Then, if we were lucky, we'd be granted Omega authority for a takedown. He smiled. "Not so much. You're deploying under Turbo's authority. Honestly, we've never had a situation like this, where a team is pulled because of death from non-hostile activities. The Council already sanctioned the mission. You're just executing." I nodded, letting that soak in. I caught Jennifer's eye one more time, seeing she was okay with it. I said, "I need more than just Jennifer and me. I'm going to need the team." Knuckles said, "Hey, wait a minute. We're off cycle. We've got a deployment in 2 months and need to finish the train-up package. I don't have time for this." Kurt ignored him, saying, "You got it, whoever you want." Knuckles said, "What the fuck? I'm the damn team leader here. And I'm telling you we can't go." I ignored him as well, saying, "I need 4 in addition to Jennifer. Buckshot's wife is pregnant, right?" Kurt said, "Yes." "I'll take Knuckles, Retro, Blood, and Decoy." Knuckles began huffing and puffing, incredulous that we were talking about his team as if he weren't there. I led him, enjoying the show. He said, "Sir, Pike's no longer active. If I go, it's my mission. He's just the facilitator." I heard the words and realized it was no longer fun and games. I was overstepping my bounds. Knuckles was the team leader, and I was about to cause a fracture in our chain of command. I was nothing but a cover company, no longer an operator in the task force. I hadn't expected Knuckles to fight it, primarily because of my ego and the fact that I used to be his team leader. But I wouldn't usurp his command if it caused an issue. I'd made my choice to leave the task force, and he'd stuck by me on a number of missions after that. I had no right to take his team. I put my beer on the counter and said, "He's correct, sir. It's his show, not mine." I saw the gratitude on Knuckles' face at my words. Kurt said, "Jesus, you people are like a bunch of high school drama queens. I don't have time for this bullshit. You need to fly today." I waited for what Knuckles would say. He looked at me, then Jennifer, and finally Kurt. He shook his head and said, Screw it. It's your company." He pointed at Jennifer and said, "Besides, you and Spider Monkey here wouldn't listen to me anyway."
Chapter 10. Yuri checked in with the 4 other Vimple team members inside the park, each situated at an ingress route to the meeting site. None had seen the target. The park was fairly crowded and very large, making Yuri concerned that Vlad's Nigerian had somehow slipped through, but he knew that was just nerves. It was highly unlikely his men would miss a 6-foot-tall African in a Bulgarian park. Even so, he wanted to ensure there was no screw-up. For the first time since the USSR had fallen, Yuri felt he had a purpose, a chance to make a difference. He'd been adrift for over 10 years, striving to do what was right only to see his efforts wasted, watching the abuse from the leeches that fled the security services when the USSR fragmented, only caring about themselves and what they could gain from the carcass of the country he loved. He had thought he might be the last person who cared until he met Vlad, a man who had a vision for the country, a man who understood the purpose of power and was willing to do what was necessary to attain it, to do what he must to re-establish Russia in its rightful pantheon among the other global leaders. After the successful ambush of the Americans, he'd reported back to Vlad, letting him know the surveillance effort was in disarray and the men he'd attacked were dead. Yuri had remained on the fortress road just long enough to confirm that the fort had plunged straight down, exploding in a violent fuel-air ball of fire, incinerating the men inside. They'd kept a loose counter-surveillance eye on the remaining men of the American team, only pulling off when it was clear the horrific crash had overcome any attempt to remain in contact with the Nigerian. From afar, he'd watched the team frantically scale the hills, attempting to get to the wreckage, clearly seeing the pain on their faces through the binoculars. He felt no remorse. Back inside the military club, he'd expected some praise from Vlad, but the man had simply nodded and said, "On to the next step." Chagrined, he'd waited for his next orders. Vlad had said, "Have a seat." He did so, still not saying a word. Vlad said, "The Boko Haram savage is named Usman Akinbo. The group is fighting the government of Nigeria. But with my prodding, Akinbo has decided to make the fight global. We wish to help them on this path." "Why? Don't we have enough problems with Chechen terrorists? Why are we helping an Islamic radical?" "We're not helping him. We're helping ourselves. He has no idea who's behind him. As far as that savage knows, he's being assisted by any number of different terrorist groups. But we are assisting him. He'll be blowing up Russian interests soon enough." Vlad poured 2 shots of vodka, handed one to Yuri, then held his glass out for a toast. Yuri tapped the glass and waited. Vlad said, "You need to think larger, more strategically. Akinbo will only strike once, and his attack will be the catalyst that ensnares the United States into one more quagmire war. The final one that will cause its bankruptcy." "I don't understand. America has been burned from both Iraq and Afghanistan. There's no way they'll get involved in another war. Look at Syria. 10 years ago, the United States would have done whatever it took to cause the downfall of Assad. Now they watch from the sidelines while our own president manipulates them like a puppet." "Yes, you're right, but Syria is all part of the plan. The Americans have refused, in their words, to put boots on the ground. But they haven't been properly incentivized. All it takes is an attack that will trigger a response. I told you there was a Syrian Shabiha coming. He's bringing a package of sarin nerve gas." Vlad saw Yuri's eyes squint and said, "Contrary to what the press reports, Syria isn't giving up its chemical weapons." Yuri grimaced and said, "That's great. Wonderful. Another country we'll back until it bankrupts us. So how will this help?" Vlad glared at the words, causing Yuri to backpedal. "Sir, I didn't mean—" The Impaler waved a hand impatiently. "Let me finish, child, before you give me your keen grasp of world events." He took a sip of vodka, then said, "Akinbo will release the weapon in the West. He thinks he's on his jihad, which I guess he is. But the true response will be from America. The threat from Boko Haram will go from regional to global, and America, just like they did in Afghanistan, will be forced to invade Nigeria to remove the global menace. On top of that, the Americans will trace the tags from the chemical munitions. When it tracks back to Syria, They'll invade that cauldron of violence as well, flailing about trying to stem further WMD leaks. We, on the other side, will ensure the fight continues for years, bleeding dry the American economy. The U.S. will flood both countries with its Army and State Department, and all it will cost us is weapons. They will reach a tipping point, just like we did in Afghanistan in 1989. Sitting on the park bench, Vlad's final words still made Yuri smile 24 hours later. The chance to be instrumental in the great game was a breathtaking gift, something he had only dreamed about. No longer would he or his team hunt Chechens in a tit-for-tat pinprick war. His earpiece chirped, bringing him out of his reverie. "Akimbo in sight. Headed in from the fountain. 5 minutes out." Yuri left his position and moved closer to Vlad's location. Seated on a plastic chair surrounded by old men playing chess and backgammon, Vlad blended in perfectly. With his worn clothes, he looked like any other geriatric killing time in the park. Yuri settled onto a park bench 10 feet away, but outside the concrete circle of board game players. When Vlad looked his way, he twitched his head in a slight nod. Vlad gave no indication he even saw the signal, turning back to the chess game he was watching. Akimbo entered the small circle of tables and moved to Vlad. He took a seat, and Yuri saw Vlad press a button on his lapel, turning on a microphone that allowed Yuri to hear the discussion, and in so doing, giving him early warning to protect his control should the Nigerian do something stupid. The radio was tinny in his ear, with scratchy static that spiked occasionally, causing him to flinch, but the words were clear enough. "I'm glad you could come here." "I'm not sure why I did. My leader sent me. But I'm not sure you are worth the effort. You're just as bad as the Kafirs we fight in Nigeria." "Your leader is wise. Take the help you can, regardless of who gives it. It's how you win." "What help are you offering?" "You've been fighting for an Islamic State in Nigeria for years. Why have you failed if your group is so strong?" "The rapists of my country. You." Yuri heard what he thought was laughter, then Vlad continued. "Me? My country has done nothing but help the revolution. You mean my enemy, the United States?" "Yes, the United States. They keep the corrupt government in power. They prevent us from winning." "Do you see how the United States operates? If you bloody their nose, they quit. Look at Lebanon, Somalia, Iraq, or Afghanistan. They don't have the heart to fight. You hit them hard enough and they'll leave Nigeria to you. Can you win if that occurs?" "Yes. Yes, we can. We have many, many supporters. But how will I bloody their nose? What can I do?" "I have a man I want you to meet in Istanbul. A person that has a very potent weapon. If you release this weapon in the West, it will cause them to react like a child touching a candle flame. They'll leave the country to you." Yuri heard nothing for a long moment, enough to make him think his radio had failed. He moved his hand to the small control unit, then heard Akimbo say, "I would welcome such an opportunity, as long as you're telling the truth." "I am. But there's one thing you must know. You will become a martyr by using the weapon. It isn't discriminatory. When you release it, you will die." "I am prepared for that. It was understood when I came here." "You need to create a statement of some sort, something to let them know it was Boko Haram that caused the attack. Otherwise, it will be a waste." Yuri was amazed at the duplicity Vlad was espousing. He was actually using Akimbo's own vanity to accomplish exactly what he intended. Akimbo said, "Of course, it would be my high honor to let the world know who caused the pain. I will make a videotape that my cell will release when I'm gone. Yuri saw Vlad hand over a package, then heard, "This is a new cellular phone. Throw yours away. It is undoubtedly being tracked. Along with that, there are 4 different SIM cards. Make no more than 5 calls before switching SIMs. If you need to call family or friends, do so from a public phone." Akimbo took the package, but seemed reluctant. "I don't want your electronic help. I can do this on my own. You give me the weapon, and I'll perform the jihad." Vladimir said, "You will take the electronics, because without them you will be dead. I'm willing to help you, but I won't do so just to see you fail. You work well in Nigeria, but you're in the real world now, and you've already had men hunting you. Why did you think you were ordered to the fortress in the mountains?" Akimbo's eyes grew wide, and Vlad leaned into him. "You will do what I say. Do you understand?" Akimbo nodded. Vlad slid across a passport, saying, "This has visas for Turkey, the United States, and Bulgaria. It is what you will use from here on out. The Bulgarian visa will also get you into any EU country." Akimbo nodded again, remaining mute. Vlad tapped his hands on the table, then said, "I see you're thinking, and that's good. But no, I've already saved your life once. Go now. I'll call with instructions tonight." Yuri watched Akimbo collect his passport and phone, then waited until he was out of view before approaching Vlad. He said, "That seemed to go fairly well." Vlad shook his head and said, "You can never tell with an asset. You want them to execute what you ask, but they have a mind of their own. Either way, we need to get him moving out of here before another American team comes." "You think they will send another?" "Yes, I'm sure of it." "What do you want me to do if they arrive before we evacuate Akimbo?" "Do what you do best."
Chapter 11. Retro gunned the drill, causing bits of sawdust and insulation to float down onto my face. I looked at the ground, but that was all I could do to escape the rain of dust, since I was bracing the table/chair pyramid we'd made so he could reach the ceiling. He said, "I don't know why we don't just put in a Wi-Fi transmitter. This guy isn't some super spy. He's not going to pick up a signal coming out of his room. He'll just think it's part of the hotel's Wi-Fi network." "I'm not worried about the target," I said. "I'm worried about the hotel. This is Bulgaria, after all. Past heart of the Communist Empire, now the heart of the Mafia Kingdom. I'm not taking any chances." He continued drilling and said, "Come on, Pike. Hardwiring a microphone is a hell of a lot of work, especially one of these shielded ones. We're not in the Kremlin." The microphone he was installing was made for serious covert usage, with all components protected from emitting any electromagnetic energy. I'll admit that it was a little overboard, but we had no middle ground. It was the only wired device we'd brought. Everything else transmitted a signal, much easier to emplace, but also easier to find. At least I knew this one would remain undetected. We'd flown in early this morning, landing at the airport in the capital of Sofia, and renting cars to come south to Plovdiv. It would have been much more convenient to land at the Plovdiv airport, but we were flying a Gulfstream 4, and I didn't want to spike anyone's interest this close to the target. We jokingly called the aircraft the Rockstar bird because, well, that's what rock stars use. It was a specially constructed piece of Taskforce equipment that could hold a large array of equipment hidden within its walls, and it was how we got the technical kit into Bulgaria that we were now installing. The aircraft was leased to Grolier Recovery Services, and was a pretty convenient way to travel, but sometimes it wasn't prudent to brag about the luxury. Landing at Plovdiv's small airport would probably get tongues wagging. We checked into the same hotel as our target, and through some manipulation of their computer system from hackers at home station, managed to get a room directly above his. After scanning his room and ensuring it was empty, I placed Decoy and Blood in the lobby as early warning, and left Knuckles in the room above us, ready to help with the install. Retro pushed the drill hard, causing the pyramid to sway. I braced my feet and stabilized it, while he slammed his arms into the hanging light to stop himself from falling. He said, "Are you holding this damn thing?" I grinned and said, "Maybe we should have Jennifer do this." From the corner of the room, where she was preparing various beacons for operation, she snapped her eyes up with an unspoken question. I shook my head at her, hearing Retro say, "Jennifer won't do any better than me with your lack of help. I'm telling you, this is a waste of time. This hotel room looks like the set of Three's Company. They won't have any technical capability." I said, "Well, then you'll fit right in," bringing a smile to Jennifer's face. Retro got his call sign because he refused to buy new clothes, simply because the old ones were out of style. Thus, if a garment was still capable of performing its intended function, he kept wearing it. He looked like an advertisement from a 1980s Sears catalog. He did have a point about the hotel, though. The Tremontium Princess was pretty utilitarian. Despite being one of the finest guest houses in Plovdiv, the rooms were still fairly outdated. The TV was an old 24-inch tube, the thermostat apparently a decoration, and the bathroom fixtures antiques. But they did have Wi-Fi, so that was a plus. Truthfully, that description was a little harsh, as the hotel was very clean and the staff did everything it could to please us. It was just a little tired and on the wrong side of the old Iron Curtain, but it still had a lot of life left. Jennifer, of course, loved every inch of it, primarily because she loved anything at all that was older than her. She wanted to start building our cover immediately, which meant going out and looking at UNESCO heritage sites, but I wanted to get a handle on our target first. She was correct in her intentions, but in this case, we knew the guy was gone, and we needed to seed his room. I'd read the dossier of the target on the flight over, including the pattern of life developed by Turbo's team. Usman Akinbo was a leader in the terrorist group named Jama' Atatla Sunnah Lida Wawal Jihad, but known to the world as Boko Haram, an indigenous Nigerian organization that was determined to create an Islamic government ruled by Sharia law. A familiar refrain heard in quite a few different Muslim countries, especially with the Muslim Brotherhood leading the charge of the Arab Spring. The difference here was that the conflict didn't pit Islamic fascists against moderate Muslims, but against Christians. The northern part of Nigeria was Muslim, while the southern part, including the seat of government, was Christian, a volatile combination and a microcosm of the global clash of civilizations, playing out here in a single state. Given that, Boko Haram was different in another way. It was one of the most puritanical terrorist groups I'd ever seen. The name itself said it all. Directly translated, it means Western education is sinful. The members themselves believed anything coming from the West was an affront to God, and did whatever it took to counter that encroachment. Forget about normal wacko Islamic screeds. For them, saying the Earth was round or studying the theory of evolution was outright heresy. Needless to say, their human rights record, including the treatment of the fairer sex, wasn't that high on the scale. It hovered somewhere below Idi Amin. Originally, the group was focused solely on creating an Islamic state and spent all its energy fighting the Nigerian government. It had no global aspirations, but, like just about every Islamic terrorist group in existence, it was now branching out. The Taskforce had intercepted intelligence indicating that members of Boko Haram had coordinated with al-Qaeda in the Islamic Maghreb and were being recruited for attacks against Western interests outside of Nigeria. Because their nationality and ethnicity had much less of a chance of getting profiled for terrorism, the Nigerians were being wooed by the broader global terrorist networks. Usman, whom Turbo's team had given the code name Chiclet due to the size and whiteness of his teeth, was one of the Boko Haram men who had spiked interest. We didn't know for sure if he was planning or coordinating an attack outside of Nigeria, which is why we had him under surveillance. Our mission was the same as Turbo's: confirm or deny that Chiclet was a threat. I heard the drill stop and looked up. Retro pulled out the bit and peered at his tiny hole. He keyed his radio and said, "Knuckles, see if you can feed it through." 10 seconds later, a thin wire with a little bump on the end appeared, snaking out next to the plate that held the 1940s wiring for the hanging light. Retro extended the microphone wire just enough to go inside the plate, then seated the microphone with a bit of glue. He slid the base of the light back over the plate and screwed it down, then admired his handiwork for a minute. I helped him down, and he said, "I'm going for a sound check. When I call, go to each corner and count to 5. I told him fine, then checked on Jennifer. She'd embedded 2 beacons, one into the Nigerian suitcase and the other in the heel of a pair of shoes, but was stymied with the third one. She said, "I've got this last dragon tooth, but I can't find anything to put it in." The dragon tooth was a beacon about the size of 2 quarters stacked together. It worked off a combination of the cellular GSM network and any available Wi-Fi node to determine its position, and would relay a location on a pre-programmed time. It wasn't as accurate as a GPS, in that it wouldn't give us a grid to within 3 meters. But on the other hand, it didn't need to see the sky in order to access satellites like a GPS required. I could live with the greater circle of probable error. Knowing the building Chiclet was in should be good enough. The beacon was also disposable, and had its own self-destruct mechanism. When the battery reached a certain level and was about to be exhausted, it would use its remaining juice to fry the circuit board inside. Thus, if it was recovered later, nothing of its history would remain. With continuous use, the battery life was only 6 hours, and I needed to stretch that out. I'd programmed them to signal twice a day, which should give us about 2 weeks. I said, "Don't worry about it, 2 should be good enough." She began packing our kit, while I picked up a wand that registered the emanation of electromagnetic radiation from electronic devices. I climbed our rickety ladder and turned it on, seeing the needle jump. I said, "Turn off the light." She did, and the needle dropped to 0. I smiled. Not going to find that bug without digging. I began climbing back down, and saw the needle jump again. A small spike that shouldn't have registered among the wood and fabric of the table and chairs. I stopped and did a slow sweep with the wand. The needle spiked over the center of the chair, an old relic with faded, dusty upholstery. I looked below, seeing only the cloth covering and 4 wooden legs. I pulled the cushion up, finding nothing unusual. I bent down and looked closer at the fabric underneath. It too was faded, but there was something out of place. A little incongruity that had triggered in my subconscious. It took a second before it registered. The staples holding the fabric to the chair were new. Chapter 12. I removed the chair from the table and set it on its side. I held the wand over the center of the fabric. It burrowed into the red zone. Jennifer said, "What's up?" I pulled my knife and knelt down, saying, "Get the table back where it was. Make sure the legs go back into the indents in the carpet." She did so, not saying another word. I slid the tip of my blade underneath the corner staple and slowly worked it free. Slicing the fabric would have been a hell of a lot quicker, but it would also leave no doubt that we'd been in the room if someone had to retrieve what I thought was underneath. I popped the staple, set it aside, then worked on another one. When the corner and the 2 staples left and right were out, I shined my light in and saw a modern electronic device, a digital recorder, and it was running. Next to it was a small microphone-looking thing that was long and thin, covered in foam. On the other side was a battery pack, lead wires running to the recorder. The implications were profound. Someone else is tracking our guy. We'd scanned our room as soon as we checked in, and they'd all come up clean, which meant this device was placed for the person in this specific room. Chiclet, my target. When the wand first triggered, I thought maybe it was something innocuous, or a piece of kit left over from the Cold War, when this hotel was probably wired for sound better than the Met. Now it could mean only one thing. My earpiece chirped, and I heard Retro say, "Ready for sound check." I said, "You owe me a case of beer. This hotel does have some technology." "What are you talking about?" I pulled up my smartphone's camera and said, "Stand by." I took a picture and sent it to him, asking, "What do you think?" Retro was our team's resident computer geek, and if I was imagining things, confusing a digital voice recorder for some type of pesticide ultrasound, he'd let me know. He came back on. "It's a digital recording device. The thing to the left is a combination boom mic and initiation switch. It only records when there's sound to save battery life. You make a noise and it turns on. Great. High tech. So much for the Cold War. What's the battery life? Knowing that would give me a good idea of how long ago it had been emplaced. Maybe it was for the guy who had Chiclet's room earlier. Before he could answer, Decoy cut in. Break, break, break! Chiclet entered the lobby. I say again, Chiclet entered the lobby. Shit. I said, I need someone to stall him. I have to erase the last 10 minutes of this digital memory or we're burned. Blood said, You need to exfil? I hissed at Jennifer. Hold this light. I can't see the buttons. Blood said, You copy? Blood, we have to neutralize this device. Figure out some way to stall him. What do you want me to do? Go up to him and ask what a brother's doing in Bulgaria? He's already at the elevator. Blood was African American, and that was his idea of a joke. He came back on and said, Decoy, let the elevator start to close, then holler at him to hold it. We'll both get in. You push the first floor, I'll push the second. Chiclet's room was on the 3rd floor, which was actually the 4th in American terms. So that was all the delay I was going to get. I snaked my hand into the small hole and stopped the recording. Retro, Pike, how do I delete just my stuff? Can you tell me how to do that from looking at the picture? I heard Decoy shouting, Hold that door, please! Retro said, Yeah, I Googled the owner's manual when you sent it. See the circular dial? Click the menu button below it, then click on Graph. The entire recording will come up in a graphical line. Use the left arrow on the dial to walk it back however far you want, then hit delete. I heard Blood say, 2nd floor, please, and knew I was running out of time. I followed Retro's instructions, looking at my watch and making an educated guess as to how far back to go. Before hitting delete, I said, Jennifer, once I'm done here, no more talking. Help me get the fabric back on. Then we're out of here. She nodded, and I pressed the button, then reset the microphone back to its dormant status. Over my Bluetooth, I heard, Pike, this is Decoy, I'm out. I gave a double click, acknowledging his words, then pulled the fabric tight against the frame, nodding at Jennifer. She picked up the staples and worked the first back into its original hole, lightly tapping it in with the back of my knife. It might have triggered the microphone, but I didn't really care, as the noise wasn't confirmation of anything. It could have been Chiclet knocking on a wall. She started on the second, and I heard, Pike, Blood, I'm out. He's on the way. I hope you're clear of the room. Knuckles came on. I accessed the stairs to his floor. I'm headed down the hall from the east end. No Chiclet yet, but once he's committed to this hallway, you guys are trapped. Jennifer locked eyes with me, and I nodded to the chair. She placed the last staple and tapped it home. I flipped the chair upright and set it exactly where it had been before. Jennifer moved to the door, and I picked up the garbage bag we'd laid on the floor to catch the shavings and sawdust from Retro's drill, folding it up and shoving it into my pocket. We were just about to crack the sill when Knuckles said, 2 ladies in the hall. He's going to see you exit. Come up with a story. Send Jennifer out first and start bullshitting. Damn it. No story we could create would alleviate all the suspicion with this guy. He was used to being hunted, and was naturally paranoid. On top of that, both Jennifer and I would be permanently burned for further surveillance work. Looks like it'll be Knuckles' mission after all. The room had 2 very large windows that went from ceiling to about 2 feet above the floor. They opened like a miniature sliding door, and had no screens. Jennifer sprinted to one, dragged the heavy drapes aside, and threw it open, exposing a faux balcony with a cast-iron railing. She looked back at me, then dove out. What the hell is she doing? I raced over to the window in time to see her stand up on the railing and point above her head. I leaned out and saw that the 4th floor, our floor, had a small ledge all the way around the building. But there was no way we could both climb simultaneously, and there wasn't enough time to do it one after the other. Jennifer had realized the problem before she'd even exited. A former Cirque du Soleil performer, there was very little she couldn't climb. She had no fear of heights, and was as comfortable climbing the side of a building as a squirrel running up a pine tree. Standing on the iron railing, she shucked her shoes, letting them fall to the earth 4 stories below. She pointed at herself, then the other window balcony over 10 feet away. Before I could do anything, she launched herself in the air, leaping with her arms stretched out in front. I leaned out as far as I could, my heart in my throat. I watched her snag the lower rail with a single arm. She swung under, then back, wrapping her other hand onto the rail. She pulled herself up, and I wanted to scream at her for the stupid risk. Instead, I clambered out onto the balcony railing, then slid the window closed. There was nothing I could do about the drapes. Hopefully, he'd think the maid had moved them. I got on the radio and said, "Retro, need some assist out of your window." He said, "What? You're coming up the wall?" "Yeah, Coco committed me." I saw Jennifer scowl at her call sign, then leap up and snag the ledge below our room. She pulled herself up until she could grab the railing of our faux balcony, then began to haul herself to the window. She made it seem easy, but it was a long, long way to the ground below, and my subconscious mind was revolting against a leap of faith to the ledge. It was only about a foot higher than my outstretched arms, but that was the longest 12 inches I had ever seen. Jennifer climbed up the railing until she could pull her feet onto the ledge, then glanced back to me, a question on her face. Through the glass, I caught a glimpse of Chicklet's door opening and committed, leaping up and clamping my hands on the ledge in a death grip. I executed a chin-up, the fear of the long drop flying through my body. I slapped my right hand onto the lower railing, then the left, grateful to have the iron to hold on to instead of the rock ledge. Using brute strength, I shimmied up the railing as fast as possible so I could get my feet on the ledge. No style points whatsoever. All I wanted was to get my weight onto the stone, away from the drop of death. After I felt I'd gone far enough, I swung my feet, kicking the wall and feeling for the ledge. When my left foot hit it, I slapped my right in the same location, then relaxed, letting the adrenaline subside. I looked over at Jennifer, seeing she had pulled herself all the way up and was sitting on the railing. She smiled at me, then began putting her hands together in a silent golf clap. I said, "You have lost your fucking mind. Next time, how about you ask if your idea is worth it first, instead of just jumping out the window?" She said, "What's the big deal? It wasn't that hard, was it? And now we're not burned." Chagrined, I said, "No, it wasn't hard, but it was a little risky." She gave me a look of mock surprise. "Really? Because I was going to ask you to do that to get to my room tonight, after the guys go to bed." Retro opened the window next to her, cutting off the conversation. She winked at me, then crawled inside. When he got to my window, he said, "Not sure what you did, but she's giggling about something." I shook my head and said, "She's trying to drive me into an early grave."
Chapter 13. Aaron Bergman leaned back from his computer, annoyed and exhilarated at the same time. Annoyed that Mossad said it was going to take days to crack the encryption of the trove of documents promised by Boris, but exhilarated that Boris's proof of value had delivered much, much more than Aaron would have thought. Clearly, Boris had wanted his pen to the bank card because the unencrypted documents had exposed a current, valid threat, and had shown that Boris did indeed have excellent placement and access to cutting-edge Russian secrets. A proof of value is simply a taste of what a source could provide. Boris knew that Aaron wouldn't transfer the pen simply by getting a thumb drive full of encrypted documents. For all he knew, Boris had encrypted the morning paper and said it was top secret. Thus, he had included several documents that were not protected to show the quality Aaron was buying, and it was high quality indeed. Aaron had sent the documents to Mossad headquarters, and they'd come back with an answer. A Syrian intelligence officer posing as a Shabiha was attempting to bring a weaponized container of sarin nerve gas to Istanbul. Aaron couldn't think of a single piece of intelligence that would spark Israel's interest more. The Shabiha were the death squads roaming around Syria slaughtering anyone who opposed the regime. Ostensibly just local yokels who'd spontaneously began running amok, killing anyone who disagreed with President Assad, their actions were perversely held up by the regime as proof of Assad's grassroots popularity. In reality, they were exactly what they appeared to be: thugs paid to kill to advance the dictator's agenda. They were controlled and rewarded by the Syrian security establishment. In this case, a Syrian Air Force intelligence officer, posing as a Shabiha commander, had evacuated an artillery round filled with sarin GB, the deadliest nerve agent on Earth. The documents didn't disclose what the Syrian officer intended to do with it, but it was a foregone conclusion that it wouldn't be good. So much so that Mossad had decided to err on the side of caution. Instead of attempting to penetrate and determine intentions, linkages, and further exploitation, the Mossad had designated him a Samson target. Aaron's target. He reread the Hebrew on his screen to be sure he wasn't mistaken, but the words didn't change. His Samson team was inbound to Istanbul with a mission: eliminate the Syrian, and do it in such a manner that would send a message. The Mossad is finally understanding our worth, he thought. Aaron and Samson had worked for the Mossad for 20 years, but some still considered him an IDF cast-off, not worth the trouble. After Israel gave the Gaza Strip back to the Palestinians, Aaron's unit became superfluous. The High Command still maintained Sayeret Duvdevan, the sister counter-terrorist unit tasked with the penetration of the West Bank occupied territories, and thus had no use for the Gaza unit. But they hesitated to throw away something that had been very difficult to create. The Mossad had stepped in. In 1979, the Wrath of God operations had ended with the killing of Ali Salama, the archetype of terror. After that hit, the Kidon, or bayonet, teams had been reassigned back to General Mossad operations. In 1987, Hamas had formed, and the blood began to flow on Israeli soil. By 1994, some in Mossad were beginning to think disbanding the Wrath of God teams had been a mistake, and were looking to rekindle the Kidon mission. But convincing the command was another story. Too much training, too much overhead, too much everything for too little gain. Then Samson fell into its lap, almost a Kidon element in its own right. All it needed was a little sharpening of a few global edges. The Mossad went to work, and the results began immediately, with the 1995 killing in Malta of Fatih Shakaki, the creator of the Palestinian Islamic Jihad. There were a few missteps after that first success, the worst being 2 operatives captured in Jordan in 1997. They had injected the Hamas Political Bureau chairman, Khalid Mashal, with poison, but were swiftly captured by Jordanian police, leading to enormous political repercussions. The mission ended with Israel flying in an antidote to the poison, forced to admit its hand in the operation. The teams learned quickly from those mistakes and had some notable successes, including the 2008 killing of Ahmad Mughniya, a master Hezbollah terrorist, in Damascus, Syria, and the 2010 killing of Mahmoud al-Mabou, the founder of Hamas's militant wing, in Dubai, UAE. Even with these successes, without a burning desire to keep the mission, without a Munich, people in the upper echelon of Mossad still questioned the expense and waste of teams dedicated to targeted killing. After all, they did nothing for years at a time. Couldn't Mossad simply put a team together when necessary? Did Israel really need dedicated assets for the mission? With the target on his computer, it appeared Samson had finally turned the corner, and their worth was being proved. Aaron reflected on the profile for a moment, running through various options in his mind. Of course, the target himself had a vote, and would dictate to a certain extent what was possible. But sending a message required a specific signature. Mossad wanted Syria to know it was them who had taken the life, but needed to ensure the Prime Minister of Israel could say, "No comment," with a straight face. In other words, everyone would know with a wink and a nod, but nobody could prove anything. He pulled up the location of the meeting on Google Earth and thought about the atmospherics. Yes, it would work, he thought. The initial Shabiha meeting with other unknown personnel was just outside the Istanbul Grand Bazaar, in a rat warren of small streets and side alleys too small for a car, but not too small for a moped, which is what zipped around that area like little demons. a perfect mode of assault. Wearing helmets, a Samson element could blast up on a small motorcycle and assault the meeting site, surgically killing the Syrian without harming anyone else in attendance. Exactly like the scientists, he thought. Over the past several years, 5 Iranian nuclear scientists and the commander of Iran's cyber warfare unit had been assassinated, all by attackers on motorcycles. Some were killed when a limpet-shaped charge was magnetically attached to their car door. Others were simply gunned down in a drive-by. But all were the work of the Mossad, and the world knew it. True, the missions were executed by surrogates and not an actual Samson team, but everyone understood who the puppet master was. Using the same signature here would ensure the Syrian regime instantly recognized this hit for what it was. Aaron smiled to himself. It looked like conducting ordinary Mossad case officer work in between Samson missions was paying off, even if Boris had died before he could provide the encryption key. He'd left the Russian laying on the ground, heart quivering like a spastic colon, and brain slowly dying. He dearly wanted to search the man, but there was no time. He had no way to explain their relationship to any authorities that responded to the medical emergency. No way to plausibly describe why the two were sitting together. He'd had a lot of strange things happen during his time in the Mossad, to the point where he never discounted the impossible from interfering with his mission. But this topped them all. His source having a heart attack at the most vulnerable time, with the case officer next to him. He'd settled for the information he already had, along with Boris's physical key, and immediately headed for Istanbul, Turkey. Boris had provided one anchor, an internet cafe in the Istanbul bus station, and Aaron was determined to find it. 5 minutes on the internet revealed that Istanbul had a glut of bus stations, but only one that could be considered the Istanbul bus station, the Esenler Otogar. It was the 3rd largest bus station in the world, with more than 300 different platforms utilized by buses leaving for destinations all over Europe and Asia. If Boris had left the documents at a bus station, this one was the first on the list for Aaron to check. He'd taken a taxi to the station and found himself swallowed by a never-ending stream of people running about like ants. The place was a huge horseshoe, with bus platforms ringing a central building and metro station. After exploring some of the terminals, he shifted focus. Somewhere there had to be a central shopping district for all of these people. While chaotic and large at the end of the day, it wasn't unlike a modern airport, with gates servicing transportation just like an air terminal. He exited a platform and observed his surroundings, focusing on the central building in the center of the horseshoe. He dodged through the traffic, passed by stairs to the underground metro station, and entered the building. Full of shops selling everything from running shoes to vegetables. He wondered how they stayed in business. Did travelers really want a bushel of beans or a new stereo before getting on a bus? He saw a sign proclaiming internet access with an arrow pointing up a flight of stairs. Before mounting them, he assessed his status. Could he penetrate here and not be remembered? Did the atmospherics facilitate a play for the documents? He had the key, but nothing else, and the only way to succeed was to portray himself as knowing exactly what he was doing. But he had no real idea of what actions he was supposed to take, because he hadn't been able to confirm the bona fides for the cafe. Thus he was forced to fish, and he studied the area to determine if he could do so without anyone wandering inside the station remembering him. He decided he was good. The place was a beehive of activity, with everyone within an hour of being on a bus to a different country. He mounted the stairs. Reaching the top, he'd found 3 different internet cafes and 1 phone center. He studied them for a moment, watching the people coming and going, along with the men behind the central desks. He focused on one with a younger Turk, seeing him conduct several transactions that had nothing to do with the internet. Transactions that were probably less than savory, given the furtive nature of the customers. He approached. The young man looked at him expectantly, and he removed the key, eyeing the people on the computers, relieved to see they were all engrossed in their web experience. The clerk said something in Turkish, mistaking Aaron's Mediterranean appearance as a local. He answered in English, and the man said, "You want computer?" Aaron held out his key and said, "No, I want the box to this." The man looked at him in confusion, and Aaron knew he'd made a mistake. He said, "Sorry, I'm in the wrong place." He exited, kicking himself, but he knew there was nothing else he could have done. Getting out swiftly was the best chance of not being remembered. He surveyed the other two cafes and began thinking like Boris, thinking like a spy. Who would he trust? Not a kid, someone else. Someone who'd probably done espionage for Boris in the past. He studied the clerks from the other two internet shops and focused on the smaller cafe, with only 3 computers that were years out of date. How did that guy stay in business with the other cafes next to him using more modern systems? He approached and repeated his request. The man saw the key and became wary, saying, "Where did you get that?" "From a friend." The clerk took the key and bent down, removing a metal lockbox. He used the key to open the lid, then pulled out a sheet of torn paper, reading the words. Inside, Aaron saw a thumb drive. The man picked up a cell phone and dialed a number from the paper, a number that Aaron knew wouldn't be answered. He waited patiently until the man put the phone down. He said, "I'm sorry. My instructions were to call and confirm. I cannot help you until the man answers. Perhaps try again tomorrow." The clerk was visibly shaking, worried about his answer. Aaron smiled, disarming him. "Of course. I would expect nothing less. I'll come back tomorrow." The man smiled in return, nodding. Aaron left, took a seat outside, and waited. Chapter 14. Aaron had grown bored from the stagnant sitting, hating the slow pace and tedious reality of intelligence work. Used to planning missions, then executing with a definitive result, he had little patience for the endless pools of potential outcomes that was the life of a case officer. He dealt in concrete operations, with a clear-cut end state. But the world of Mossad was not like that. It was a universe of possibilities, with the case officer trying to decide if this or that dedication of effort would pay off, but never knowing for sure if he wasn't missing an opportunity elsewhere. Eventually, as the night grew long, the clerk left his shop. Sitting in a chipped plastic chair next to a barber shop, his head nodding, Aaron caught the movement and perked up. He concentrated on the security in play at the cafe. To his relief, there was none. The clerk turned on no alarms nor set any other electronic tripwires. He simply locked the glass door to the little cubicle he'd rented in the bus station, which, given the location, made sense. It would be very hard to break into his shop inside a bus station that operated 24/7, especially since the cafe to the left, the one with the kid, never closed. Aaron focused on where the clerk put his keys, then faded back, letting the man take the stairs. He followed discreetly behind. The clerk went directly to the metro station, descending into the darkness. Due to the time of night, there wasn't a lot of traffic accessing the train, and Aaron realized he was in trouble. If he entered, the clerk would recognize him from his previous encounter, precluding any further operations. He hung outside for a moment, debating, then heard a crowd approaching. He looked behind him and saw a large crew of men and women, all wearing waiter and waitress uniforms. Something had just closed for the night, and the employees were giving him some cover. The group walked down the stairs, and he tagged along in the back, reaching the station platform 5 steps behind them. Dodging in the flow of people, he located his target, now standing at the edge and waiting for the train. The platform was fairly new and clean. He would have appreciated something a little more archaic, with faded lighting, strange odors, and shadowed crannies like other countries he'd operated within. But this one was modern, well lit, and had digital cameras on the fore and aft of the platform. A tougher nut to crack, but not impossible. He'd be on camera, but if he did it right, he wouldn't spike. The man wouldn't even know he'd been there. He needed 5 seconds. An accomplished pickpocket would only take a second or two, but he would have to get the key, press it into clay, then return it to the rightful owner without him knowing it had gone missing. Of course, it all depended on the situation and the target, but having done this multiple times, he knew the average was 5 seconds. He worked his way through the crowd, getting right behind the target, wishing he had a Samson teammate here. Using 3 people for the operation would guarantee success, but wishing didn't make it so. He positioned behind the man and considered his options. Like a street magician, he needed the target to focus on something else while he picked the pocket. The crowd was thick, just to the left of the target, and the workers from the restaurant were rowdy. 2 girls were bouncing up and down and singing while the men cheered them on. One girl was dancing closer and closer to the edge of the platform, imitating the twerking she'd seen in U.S. music videos. Everyone was looking at her, including the target, ogling the antics with lecherous grins. Aaron shifted his position and waited. He saw the headlights for the metro train in the distance and paused until the light bathed the platform itself. When he was sure of the timing, he backed into one of the waiters, cheering on the dancers, and gave him a hip check. Caught off guard on the edge of the platform, the man windmilled his arms to regain his balance, which he managed to do, but not before bumping into the girl. She fell onto the tracks. The crowd went wild, screaming and yelling, dashing in to help her back onto the platform. The target joined the fray, and Aaron glided in behind. The old clerk leaned over, offering his arm, and Aaron slipped his hand into the man's coat, retrieving the key ring. He turned away, pulled out a container the size of a small soap dish, and imprinted the 3 keys on the ring in a block of clay. Jamming the lid closed, he whirled back around and helped pull the woman to safety, slipping the keys into the pocket of the target to his left. Getting her off the tracks, the target recognized Aaron. His eyes puzzled, but he said nothing, focusing on the hysterical girl's near-death experience. Back on the platform, everyone began a relieved discussion, talking and shouting at how close disaster had been as the train pulled into the station. In the confusion, Aaron slipped away. 2 days later, he returned to the bus terminal, armed with 3 keys. He repeated his static OP at the barber shop, watching the clerk leave the station. Waiting an additional hour, he approached the internet cafe as if he belonged. He worked through the keys until he found the one that matched the lock. Glancing to his left, he saw the kid at the adjacent cafe looking at him curiously. He ignored him and entered, moving straight to the location of the lockbox. He pulled it out and opened the lid, seeing the thumb drive inside. He just put his hand on the drive when he heard, "What are you doing in here?" Aaron snapped his head up, his body now filled with adrenaline. Only one thought in his mind: eliminate the threat. He said, "I was supposed to get this. The clerk gave me the key." He held them up while cursing himself for not learning the clerk's name, for not preparing a suitable cover. The kid said, "Mustafa never lets anyone in here after he closes. Why didn't you get it when he was here?" Aaron said, "Close the door. We need to talk." The glass of the cafe was mirrored with privacy film, leaving the open door the only access to witnesses, of which there were many wandering about outside. Stupidly believing his story, the kid did as he asked, sliding the glass door until it clicked. He said, "So what are you doing?" Aaron said, "Nothing. Like I said, I'm just getting something Mustafa owed me. Come here, I'll show you. I'm not stealing anything." He held up the thumb drive and said, "This is what I came for." The kid approached for a closer look, and Aaron struck. Having spent over 20 years studying Krav Maga, Aaron's biggest threat was killing the kid outright. The art itself had no subtlety, and was designed simply to destroy an opponent. There were no subduing or compliance holds in Aaron's repertoire. Aaron whipped his elbow around and caught the teenager directly across the nose. He heard it shatter with a grisly pop, followed by an explosion of blood as the kid began to collapse, arms flailing about, eyes squeezed shut in pain. Aaron caught him, then lowered him to the ground. He dragged the body just outside of the door to the cafe, then hollered into the adjacent shop where the kid worked, looking for a manager. When people gathered, leaving their computers to help, he professed innocence, acting confused and scared by the blood. As the crowd grew, he had faded back, leaving the scene. He knew the entire scenario would make the highlight reel on local television. But Turkey wasn't Israel. It would be investigated and dropped within hours due to a lack of leads. The kid would do what he could, but with the thousands of people passing through the bus station, the investigation would reach a dead end that the police would have no heart pursuing. Logically, the old man in the cafe wouldn't lift a finger to help the investigation, even when he saw the thumb drive missing. He knew he was doing wrong, and wouldn't want to get on the bad side of Turkish authorities. He'd proclaim no knowledge, and the kid with the broken nose would end up living with the mystery for the rest of his life. He'd worried that the sloppiness of the action would cause his Mossad masters to question his judgment, and perhaps even his leadership of Samson. Now, staring at his computer screen and seeing the threat Boris had exposed, he knew his activities had been worth it. It wasn't clean by any stretch, but Mossad actions were rarely clean. Risk was an inevitable part of the game, and the Israeli Special Forces lived to push the envelope. He'd made a choice, and his decision had been right. Because of it, one of the most efficient killing machines on Earth was coming his way. His men.
Chapter 15. Keeping my distance, I sat down on a little park bench while surreptitiously watching Chiclet. Jennifer followed suit, pretending to enjoy the sight of the children playing in a fountain to our front. But I knew her real focus, trying to determine if there was someone else conducting surveillance on our target. After our little climb yesterday, we'd made it inside the hotel without getting compromised, the closest being when Jennifer went to retrieve her shoes and had to explain to the bellboy why she was walking around the premises digging in the bushes, and had begun to monitor Chiclet's hotel room. The first thing we had done, before installing the microphone yesterday, was to initiate a cell phone IMSI grabber while we knew the room was still empty. A device about the size of a laptop with a small cellular antenna poking out of the side. It duplicated the actions of a cell tower and tricked any cell phone within 100 meters into registering with it. It would suck them in, record the mobile subscriber number, the IMSI, then reject it back into the cell network. What we wanted was a footprint when Chiclet wasn't around so that when he returned, we could repeat the process and identify his phone. After getting recovered into Retro's room from our monkey climb, we'd fired up the IMSI grabber, knowing Chiclet had a cell phone that was sniffing for a tower. Siphoning out all the previous phones from the earlier grab, we ended up with 4 new ones. 4 was a little too much to hand to the NSA for content. They'd call it a fishing expedition, and with all the troubles they'd had recently, they would be in no mood to play ball, sending inquiries we at the Taskforce didn't want to answer. It was hard enough getting our requests into the greater system without questions, and an enormous Taskforce infrastructure had been built to do just that. The employees of the CIA, NSA, NGA, and every other 3-letter agency screamed at anyone who would listen that they were following the law, and that was true, but they didn't know about the Taskforce. We were an element working outside their scope, doing exactly what they claimed they weren't. It was a dangerous place to be in today's world. but it was necessary. We'd prevented some potentially catastrophic attacks in the last few years, but we couldn't do it on our own. We weren't omnipotent. We still had to leverage the Leviathan known as the U.S. intelligence community. We just had to do it in a manner that remained beneath the radar. A radar that had become particularly sensitive in the last 18 months. Because of it, feeding 4 numbers to the NSA was too many. It was something we'd have to refine ourselves. We'd waited, listening on our installed microphone until we heard him begin to dial his phone. Then waited a beat more until we heard him talking, ensuring that his cell was connected and passing data. We fired up the IMSI grabber, sucking in his phone, disconnecting it from the tower, and identifying his specific number. It was interference I didn't like, as it was a direct manipulation. Although benign, after all, cell phones dropped signal all the damn time, it was something a paranoid person could run with, seeing spies in the woodwork. And everyone we tracked was paranoid. It turned out that we didn't have to worry about Chiclet's paranoia. We had to worry about our own. The NSA ran the number through its giant metadata repository, and the number had a link to a U.S. number, so they wouldn't track it, wouldn't listen to it, wouldn't do anything at all with it. The very database that was supposed to help find terrorists was now being used to identify numbers that they would in no way, never, ever look at. Since this phone had talked to a U.S. cell sometime in the past, it was now off limits until we could prove its terrorist heritage or get a warrant through the FISA court. Never mind that the phone we wanted was clearly a foreign target and well within the legal framework of the NSA. Because of public reaction to fantastical news stories, they had become reactionary, refusing to investigate anything that had a U.S. person's taint without first covering their asses with paperwork. Since we in the Taskforce couldn't prove anything at all without exposing ourselves, much less go to court for a warrant, Chiclet's phone was done. A delicious irony, to say the least. In the end, crying about it was a waste of time. I just had to get the NSA what they wanted, a phone that wasn't tainted. Chiclet had made that single call during the night. Because of the NSA proscriptions, we couldn't get the transcripts from both parties, but at least we had what he said through our microphone implant earlier. He was going out to meet someone, and that someone would give him further instructions, which meant we were swinging into action. We wanted to do 2 things. 1, identify the person he met for further exploration and intelligence, and 2, drive him to a different cell phone so we could track his conversations. The first objective would require a full court press with the entire team, but the surveillance would have to be very, very loose. Someone else was potentially tracking him, and we didn't want to get snagged in their surveillance effort. We had no idea who it was, but clearly they weren't working with him, as the digital recorder had been emplaced without his knowledge. We'd just have to be very careful on the follow, checking to see if he had anyone on him. As for the second objective, that was easy. Jennifer and I staged in the lobby of the Princess Hotel the following morning, drinking coffee. Chiclet had repeated the meeting time, so we knew that. We just didn't know the location. We set up way early to catch him in case he had some other plan in mind, which he did, coming out of the hotel a full hour and a half before the meeting. Jennifer saw him exit the elevator and hissed, giving me barely enough time to pull up our stiletto. An electromagnetic pulse device. It looked like a compact telephoto lens mounted on a rail with a pistol grip. When triggered, it sent out an EMP that had the ability to render any small electronic device unusable. Basically, it fried the circuit boards of modern electronics like a mini nuclear blast. On the surface, it sounded cool, but the gun wasn't a panacea, since it had issues with backsplash that could cause the person using it to lose everything from his digital watch to a complete communications suite, depending on how shielded the electronics were. Jennifer scooted her chair to the left, blocking my actions, letting me bring the gun to bear. She held up a menu, and I fired from the hip, seeing the small LCD graph at the back of the gun begin to trip like a seismograph registering an earthquake. I held it in place, tracking Chiclet's movement until he was out of the building, frying his phone and anything else electronic he had on him. From there, the team picked up surveillance, following Chiclet all over the place. He remained on foot, and our follow was very, very loose. But he didn't meet anyone. Eventually, Jennifer and I rotated back into the mix as we switched out surveillance operatives, and we had him for the last few minutes. The team followed him for close to 2 hours and saw nothing to indicate he was under another team's surveillance. So maybe whoever was on him was just bugging his room. Maybe it was the Bulgarians, keeping tabs on someone they thought was potentially bad. Maybe it was nothing. I watched Chiclet go across the promenade to a small convenience store, buying a bottle of water. From there, he came back across, walking right by us as if he had a destination in mind. He stopped outside a McDonald's, the ubiquitous symbol of democracy, and checked his watch. I'd seen earlier that it had hands, but if it had a battery, it wasn't going to help him any. It didn't. I saw him shake it up and down, then grab the shirt of a man to his left, asking a question. When the man replied, Akimbo hurried away, running to a storefront next door and entering. I raised my eyes to the signage above the door and saw he'd entered a casino, an intrusion point that would demand a response, as I was pretty sure he wasn't looking to increase his bankroll. Watching the children play in the fountain, I urgently wanted to get someone inside, preferably me, but that would be stupid, since Jennifer and I had been on Chiclet long enough to raise our heat state. It was time to switch the eye, but not before I determined if someone else was on him. I waited a few more seconds, until I was sure anyone that would have been following him would have committed, running through my head the heat state of everyone on the team. I keyed my mic. Decoy, what's your status? At your 6. I have you in sight. Roger, you see the casino to my 3 o'clock? F-Bet Casino? Yeah. Chiclet's inside. Need you to conduct an intrusion. He said, Roger. Then I heard Knuckles come on. You sure, Pike? He'll be on candid camera from 1,000 different angles. I know, but this is the end game. Chiclet panicked a minute ago before he entered. He's meeting someone in there, and we need to confirm. If it burns Decoy, it burns him. I keyed off in time to see Decoy enter the front door.
Chapter 16. From inside the surveillance room of the casino, Yuri kept an eye on the entry chamber, but nobody cracked the door. Nobody had entered the entire time he'd been there. All he saw was the initial security man and the bag check girl, both chatting with each other. On a Sunday afternoon, the floor was a little sleepy, with a couple of Bulgarians playing slots and several very attractive female dealers looking bored around the blackjack table. He wondered how much they would cost, and whether he'd get a discount as a member of the Russian security services. One in particular caught his eye, a blonde with a slight overbite and a big rack, highlighted by the way she was leaning over her table, dealing cards to no one. The flicking of her wrists caused jiggles in other more interesting places. Status. The speaker transmitting Vlad's voice snapped him out of his fantasy. He whipped his head to the camera feed from the little room on the second floor, finding Vlad staring at him uncannily, as if he could actually see Yuri in the darkness. Yuri punched the microphone button and said, Nothing yet. Still no entry. He watched Vlad grunt, no sound coming through the speaker. Then heard, Where is that dumbass? You positive the only phone call he got yesterday was ours? Yes, sir. Absolutely positive. When he began his surveillance detection route, we penetrated the room. The only thing besides TV noise on the recorder is him talking to you. He's called no one. What about internet? We'd still hear Skype, and he has no laptop anyway. I suppose he could have used the business center, but I thought you'd vetted this guy. You think he's playing us? Vlad shook his head. No, I don't. He's just an unreliable African, no different than an Arab. I should have expected as much. He doesn't show in another 30 minutes, and I'm going to have to pay for this room a second time. Yuri was unsure how to respond. In truth, he was uncomfortable with the entire setup. After the fall of the USSR and the subsequent turmoil in the KGB, many men had left the service and taken their skills to the highest bidder, working for criminal groups bent on succeeding in the brave new world of capitalism. But this type of capitalism bore little resemblance to any other industrialized country in Europe. It was a jungle, where the KGB skills came in quite handy. Espionage and covert action were executed more than the servicing of supply and demand, with the stakes as real as anything between governments, actually more real. And the end result wasn't a wink and a nod with a prisoner exchange. It was a meat hook after a healthy amount of pain. The Bulgarians had marched to the top of the pyramid, building criminal networks that rivaled anything the Sicilian mafia could brag about. Now, in a majority of countries in Europe, extending all the way to the United States, the relationship between the Russian FSB and the Bulgarian criminal groups had become symbiotic and intertwined. The state security apparatchik, in an effort to exert control of the capitalist experiment, had been co-opted to an extent that it was hard to see who was using whom. For Yuri, a man who'd never tasted the nectar of freelance work, it was confusing and a little disgusting. Vlad walked between the two worlds with ease, and Yuri was sure he commanded respect in both. He saw a flash of light from the outside door opening, and watched as a dark male entered the casino. He waited until the man approached the bag-check station, turning over a butt-pack. The man looked into the camera, and Yuri recognized Akimbo. "Sir, Akimbo just entered. He's at bag-check." Vlad nodded on camera, then said, "You know what you're looking for." "Yes, sir." Akimbo entered the casino, escorted by the security guard manning the door. He looked hesitant and lost, following blindly behind the guard and clearly not there to gamble. He disappeared from the camera in the anteroom, then reappeared inside the casino. Yuri tracked him all the way to the second floor and the little room labeled Management Only. He returned to the camera focused on the front door, seeing the security guard re-enter and hearing Vlad talking to Akimbo. "You're late." "I'm sorry. I became lost following the directions you gave." "You should have called. I've been sitting here for over 30 minutes. My cell phone no longer works." "What? You mean the battery's dead?" "No. I mean it's broken. It fails to do anything. When I left the room, it was fully charged." "The phone I gave you? That's the one not working?" "Yes." Yuri heard the conversation and glanced away from the front door video feed, the words causing a heightened awareness. He saw Vlad pass across another cell phone, saying, "Take this. As before, do not call anyone but me on it. Understand?" Yuri saw him pass across a sheet of paper and a netbook computer. "This laptop is clean, never used. The email address on that paper is what we'll use to communicate. Use only that email for operational matters. It is protected from the United States." Vlad continued by passing across a wad of euros. "Go to the bus station and get a ticket to Istanbul. There is a bus leaving in 30 minutes. You still have the passport with the visa, correct?" "Yes, but I can't get back to my hotel room and pack in 30 minutes. Why didn't you say something yesterday? I would have made arrangements." "I didn't plan on you leaving so abruptly, but that was before your cell phone quit working. I don't believe in coincidence. I want a clean break. Buy what you need with the money I gave you." "I'm going back to the hotel room. I have time if I leave right now." On the monitor, Yuri saw the front door open and a man enter. Blonde-headed and about 6 feet tall, he looked fit. He handed across his passport, as everyone had to do if they wanted to gamble, and Yuri saw he was an American. A spike, but not much of one. The man had appeared much slower than a person conducting surveillance would have. He entered the casino and wandered around, playing a couple of slot machines, then taking a few hands from the chesty blonde. Yuri watched his demeanor closely, seeing the man's eyes rarely made it to the dealer's face. He smiled inwardly. No threat, he thought. He continued studying the man for a few more hands, hearing Vlad arguing with Akimbo in the background. After 3 deals, Yuri perked back up. In between bets, the man was casing the establishment, searching for something. It was by no means obvious, and he would have missed it had he not been looking for this very thing. But it was there, nonetheless. He leaned over and keyed the microphone, giving Vlad a code word. Without shifting a beat, he heard Vlad say, "Never mind. You won't be making that bus. There's another one leaving at 4. Yuri saw Akimbo scrunch his eyes in confusion, but Vlad ignored it, giving new instructions. "Remember the trip we had you make the other day to the fortress? You're going to repeat it." Chapter 17. President Peyton Warren thanked the assembled crew and stood up, signaling the meeting was over. One more presidential daily brief completed, and as usual, the world was on the brink of disaster from 47 different directions. Also par for the course, every analyst had an opinion on how it should be handled, but none had the mantle of responsibility. Syria, Iran, North Korea, Brazil, you name it. They were all one giant clusterfuck. The only good news today had been when Bruce Tupper, the Director of National Intelligence, had described the treasure trove of information purchased from a former KGB man, now an oligarch selling information to the highest bidder. Russia's own version of Edward Snowden, he had apparently raided the new FSB for everything it had. Most of the information had been historical, and the DNI was still going through the repository, a mountain of documents, all in Russian, to see what else could be gleaned. Warren hoped it would be something they could leverage in their quest to negotiate with the egotistical whack job running the Russian Federation. President Warren checked his calendar on an iPad, seeing his next meeting was with the principals of the Taskforce Oversight Council and the Taskforce commander, Colonel Kurt Hale. Shouldn't be too contentious, he thought. Apparently, Kurt had deployed another team in place of the one that had lost its team leader a few days ago. The sticking point was he'd done it without proper oversight. At least that's what was going to be discussed. Well, that and the fact that the team he'd deployed was Pike Logan's. Someone who gave the council fits because Pike routinely ignored the word oversight in its title. Pike listened when he wanted, and pretended not to hear when he didn't. But at the end of the day, he'd earned the right to get more rope than any other teams, since he had a nearly flawless track record. It was just a question of whether he'd ever hang himself with the slack. So far, he'd proven adept at dancing through the raindrops. President Warren sat down and saw that the DNI, Tupper, was still in the room, which was going to cause an issue with the task force meeting. Outside of the president, the Director of National Intelligence was the highest position within the intelligence community. The one person who was read on to everything, be it CIA covert action, NSA signal intercepts, or simply mundane army intelligence about the intentions of the Taliban. The one person whose need to know automatically applied to every bit of intelligence collected in the name of the United States. And yet Bruce Tupper wasn't read on to the task force. He had no idea that an illegal intelligence organization was operating under his nose. In fact, if he were aware, he would immediately demand its closure. He would never have authorized the task force to purchase a single pistol, much less rampantly conduct illegal operations throughout the world. Unfortunately for him, he'd been appointed DNI after the Task Force and Oversight Council had been created, and President Warren had decided to keep him in the dark. It wasn't an insult, as only 13 persons sat on the Oversight Council, a mix of civilian and government personnel, all hand-picked for their temperament and expertise. Hell, President Warren had even kept his vice president in the dark for close to 2 years, only allowing the VP to be read on when he, as the president, had become bedridden with the flu, necessitating the action in case the worst occurred. At any rate, the task force was a temporary thing, something created after 9/11 because the traditional Cold War intelligence and military establishments weren't up to the task of combating 21st century terrorist threats. It had come about for the same reasons as the creation of Tupper's position of Director of National Intelligence in 2004. Recently, there had been some discussion among the Oversight Council about disbanding the unit, given that the heady days of 9/11 were long gone, and the U.S. population had begun to think government counterterrorism efforts were worse than terrorism itself. But every time that bubbled up, the task force had managed to avert a catastrophe and validate its worth. No, in President Warren's mind, there was no reason to mess with success. The task force was clicking just fine. In fact, he wanted to expand its mandate, broaden its portfolio beyond terrorism. The intelligence and military bureaucracy had grown unwieldy, with it practically a foregone conclusion that any mission conducted would not remain secret. Not so with the task force. They were very small and very nimble. Maybe his successor would see it differently, but in his mind, living with the risk of exposure was worth the protection. He routinely conducted backroom deals on everything from sugar subsidies to EPA legislation, burying his principles in a cesspool of human frailty in order to keep the Leviathan of the U.S. government working. But there was one thing he would never compromise. One thing he knew would keep him awake long after he'd left the presidency if he did. The deaths of U.S. citizens that he could have prevented. He knew that protecting the life and limb of American citizens was his clearest, most fundamental task, and he'd do whatever it took to guarantee it, regardless of the less-than-legal nature of the work, something the DNI would definitely take issue with. While a good man, Bruce wasn't exactly the bend-the-rules super spy of movies and novels. Far from being James Bond, he had been selected for two very mundane skills. One, he had proven very good at collating and integrating disparate organizations with different agendas, something the DNI needed in spades. And two, he was a fervent, by-the-book bureaucrat. While the job of DNI sounded sexy, in reality it was so far removed from actual intelligence work that the position had turned off potential applicants who lived for the field. Men who would, and did, bend the rules where necessary. Men who could, and had, caused embarrassment because of a myopic vision of what was necessary for the United States. President Warren didn't want anyone like that at the helm of the U.S. intelligence community. He had enough of a vulnerability with the task force's very existence. What was needed to rein in such men was a manager like Bruce, a man who took the rules seriously and would drop the hammer to maintain compliance. If it wasn't codified into law, then it wouldn't be executed by any agency under his control. Bruce had grown up in the Central Intelligence Agency at a very difficult time, thrown into the maelstrom of the Middle East during the 70s and 80s. He'd been tangentially involved with Iran-Contra, an effort to free U.S. hostages in Lebanon through less-than-legal means, and had thought the entire effort was an abortion, a huge dancing polar bear of a circus designed to avoid U.S. law. The mess had spawned a plethora of second-guessing on other intelligence operations where none was required, but he understood why. If you did secret things, you needed to ensure you walked the line. The minute you didn't, people assumed you had strayed long before with much broader implications than the one they were looking at, like what was occurring now with the Snowden revelations. President Warren knew that Bruce had his hands full dealing with the constant barrage of leaks, trying to stem the sea of distrust springing forth from Internet conspiracies. He didn't envy the man, but that's why he'd been hired. He wondered what had caused Bruce to remain behind, knowing it wouldn't be good. He said, "Can I help you, Bruce? Is there something else you wanted to say?" The DNI shuffled forward, his thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses making him seem much older than he was. making him look like a librarian instead of a spy master. President Warren knew those looks were deceiving. Yes, sir. You remember the Boris file we were discussing about Russian intentions with Syria and Iran? Yeah, what about it? There's more than just Russian intentions in those documents. There are Russian reports of American activities, and some of those activities are volatile. President Warren waited a beat, then said, And they could have a significant impact on the current trust in government if they were exposed right now. Warren leaned back into his chair and studied his DNI. It was the first time the man had ever suggested hiding something for reasons other than to prevent the loss of sources or methods. The first time he'd ever broached the subject of burying something simply to protect reputations and the facade of trust. He said, So don't let it out. What's the big deal? Bruce shifted on one foot, then the next, clearly uncomfortable. He said, Boris, our source, apparently sold the same package to the Israelis, with some cutting-edge intelligence we weren't privy to. So it's the new stuff we need to worry about? Something we didn't get? No, I'm sorry, I'm confusing the issue. From our sources, the Mossad got an encrypted drive that held all the historical information we received. That's what's volatile. President Warren said, What do you mean? How could something from the past affect us now? Bruce took a breath and said, Remember the 72 Olympics, the massacre of the Israeli athletes? The documents prove that Russia, or the USSR, provided crucial assistance to the Palestinians. Assistance that allowed the attack to occur. Okay, I think that would help us. Give us some leverage with that asshole running the country. It's more than that. It also talks about U.S. involvement. We knew about the attack before it was going to occur, and we did nothing to stop it. President Warren took that in, incredulous. He leaned back in his chair and said, Are you telling me the CIA knew the Palestinians were going to murder Israeli athletes? And we did nothing? Seriously? Yes, well, no. I mean, we didn't know they were going to do it. We only had indications. And the head of Black September, Ali Salameh, was helping us deal with the Middle East. We were using him to further American interests. The reporting was just like a hell of a lot of other stories being spewed at the time. There was constant chatter about attacking Israel. We didn't know it would actually happen. We didn't know. President Warren heard Bruce's voice break and understood something more was going on. Okay, Bruce, okay. What's that mean to us right now? Boris passed an encrypted drive, then died of a heart attack before he could give the password. Israel will crack the encryption given enough time. Boris was very thorough about protecting his return on investment. If it's like our pass, the drive will simply give the location to another thumb drive. We need to prevent that from falling into Israeli hands. Because they'll find out about our supposed complicity in the attack? It's old news. Nobody will care about that now. Because it will expose the fact that we could have prevented the slaughter of innocents. The Munich massacre was horrific for Israel. And if it comes out that we could have stopped it, it will be the straw that breaks the camel's back. After Snowden, this will cause the American people to forever lose trust in our intelligence community. It can't come to light. It can't come to light. Calm down. It won't be that bad. We can firewall it. Blame it on some guy that left the service decades ago. Trust me, political games are easy. We just need to manage the release. Defang it before the Israelis get the documents. You can't do that here. You can't fake it. The documents name names. It can't be hidden. So we find the man who got the intel and prep him for a fall. How bad could it be? The guy's got to be retired. The only way it could hurt us now is if it was someone still active in the intelligence community. You're worried about nothing, trust me. I've lived in this world of political BS for much longer than you. Shit, the only way it would be a problem is if your name came up. Bruce winced, and President Warren felt his skin grow cold. He said, "Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear that." Bruce nodded. "I was Ali Salama's case officer. I'm the name on the disc."
Chapter 18. Waiting on a sit-rep from Decoy, I watched Jennifer walk across the square to a convenience store that looked like it had been built into a closet. Walk was probably the wrong word. More like glide. She had an economy of motion and understated strength that reminded me of a jaguar I'd seen at the Singapore Zoo. Strength she needs, carrying that leather duffel bag around. She called it a purse, but the thing was larger than some carry-ons I'd used. I'd made her stow the stiletto EMP gun because of it, but I had no idea what else she had buried inside. Makeup? Ninja kit? It was another female mystery. She bought a bottle of water, then turned and held it up. I shook my head with a smile. She'd asked if I wanted water before she'd crossed the plaza, but she still wanted to make sure. Always wanting to help out the other guy. Even when we'd first been thrown together, at a time when I was just as likely to punch someone as talk to them, she had shown her altruism. In fact, it was quite possibly the reason I was still alive. And I mean literally alive, not some metaphorical thing. If we hadn't collided, which is probably the best way to describe that first encounter, I would more than likely be dead. She sat back down on our bench and took a pull of water, surveying the crowd. She felt my eyes on her and said, "What, you want a sip?" Embarrassed, I realized I'd been staring. No, I'm good." She caught my eye again and raised an eyebrow in a theatrical way, making me laugh. She smiled back, and it was hard to remember we were on a mission. Sitting in the warmth of the summer sun, kids playing with the fountain to my front, I felt like a teenager, wanting to take her out for ice cream. Dangerous thoughts. We were on a mission, and this type of bullshit was exactly what Knuckles had warned me about. A distraction that could cause me to screw the pooch on a decision. I needed to get my head back in the game and forget about our relationship. Somehow I needed to figure out a way to switch between team leader and partner, and do it in such a way that I wasn't making decisions precisely because I was making a switch. Something must have flitted across my face, because Jennifer said, "What?" I said, "Nothing," then changed the subject. "What else do you have in that duffel bag besides the stiletto? A bicycle?" She leaned over and held it open, and underneath the EMP gun, I saw a mini folding grappling hook attached to a spool of 8mm Kernmantle cord, causing my face to break into a grin. It was ninja gear. I said, "What the hell are you toting that around for?" "You guys are always telling me to climb stuff without any warning. After yesterday, I decided to start bringing some help along." I said, "Hey, that was your damn decision. I was going out the front door. Anyway, I'll give you an A for effort, but an F for cover. Someone sees that, there's no way to explain it. You should know better." She rolled her eyes. "Like I can explain this EMP gun anyway." Touché. Before she could continue, Decoy came on. "I'm in. Place is about empty. I had to show my passport, which they ran through some type of scanner. And I'm sure they've taken about 40 photos of me. Moving to a table." Jennifer closed the purse, and I said, "Roger. No sign of Chicklet?" "Not yet, but this place is a little dark. Let me get inside. A lot of focus on me. I'll tell you that." I waited a few seconds, then heard, "I'm claiming this gambling money." I said, "Fine, but if you win, it goes to the government." I heard a low whistle then. "Man alive. Sorry I bitched about coming in. A blackjack dealer is a hammer, and she's driving with her headlights on." I grinned, and Jennifer mouthed, "What does that mean?" Probably thinking it was some arcane Taskforce surveillance code. Decoy said, "Boy, oh boy, does she have some big headlights." I saw the realization dawn on Jennifer's face. her confusion replaced by a scowl. I became all professional. Instead of saying, "Send me a picture," like I wanted, I said, "Get me a lock on for Chiclet." He said, "I don't see him, but I can't wander around in here asking everyone if they've talked to a black man. Give me a minute." I heard him playing a few hands and talking to the dealer, plying his man-whore ways, and wondering if he was really trying that hard to locate Chiclet. 15 minutes later, he said, "Got him. He's coming down from the second floor. He's a singleton, so no make on who he was talking to. He's headed straight out the door. Want me to pick him back up?" "No, we got him. Keep your cover. I'm sure that won't be too hard. Just don't get blinded by the high beams." "Roger all. Pike, everyone in here is Bulgarian and white. He sticks out like charcoal in the snow. Whatever he's doing, it isn't with other members of Boko Haram." I saw Chiclet exit, thinking about what Decoy had said, trying to piece together the connections by reviewing all of the intelligence summaries I had read, and coming up empty. I got a status on Knuckles, Retro, and Blood, then began working the surveillance again, following Chiclet to the parking lot adjacent to the Princess. When I was sure he'd committed to his car, I folded them in, and we began a mounted surveillance effort. Something that was both easier and harder. Easier because the guy we were following was now in a large, distinct hulk of metal that was locked onto paved roads, unable to dart into a store or crowd, for instance, but harder because we were also locked onto the road, and would, by necessity, end up chasing him in another large, distinct hunk of metal that was easier to identify over time and distance, easier to unveil the surveillance effort. I let Knuckles take the lead, driving by himself in a Hyundai sedan. For backup, he was followed by Retro in a Ford, and Blood and Decoy in a bongo truck. Including Jennifer and me, that gave us 4 vehicles, 2 with the ability to launch dismounts if that became necessary. We took trail, driving a Volvo C30. Since I was the team leader, I'd made damn sure we didn't get the bongo truck. The Volvo was a strange little 2-door hatchback, with the hatch made completely of glass, but it was comfortable. I probably could have made it fly if I could figure out all the electronics inside. I gave Knuckles, as the eye, a chance to clear the area, then left the parking lot myself, saying, "Lock on, Knuckles. Still south?" "Yeah, he's 2 cars up and headed straight down Highway 86. I've got Retro to my rear ready to pass." "Roger all." "We're to your 6, dragging anchor. Let me know when to commit." We went maybe 10 kilometers without a change, hearing Knuckles' monotonous recital of the same thing every few seconds. "Chiclet, still southbound on 86. 30 seconds later, we heard, intending left, Chiclet, headed toward Plovdiv Airport. I'm off." Like clockwork, Retro said, I got him. This is Retro. I have the eye." Still out of sight of the action, I wondered what he was doing. He couldn't be getting on a flight. He'd never gone back to the hotel room for his luggage. Retro said, "He's pulled into a gas station. I have the eastbound road to the airport. Knuckles, can you take the southbound Highway 86? I heard, "Got it," then keyed the mic. "I've got northbound and the trigger. I can see the gas station." Retro said, "Good to go." The entire exchange had taken seconds, but like a well-oiled machine, my team had just laid a blanket over Chiclet, with every man plugging a hole he could use. It gave me a great amount of satisfaction. We were clicking. I came back on. "Knuckles, when I trigger, I'll pick up the eye. I don't want to commit you again." He gave me a brief roger, and after a 5-minute wait, Chiclet exited the store and re-entered the highway, heading south. I pulled in behind him, and Jennifer said, "This is the same profile he used with Turbo, the same actions." Staying behind him, I realized she was right. I keyed my radio. "Decoy, Blood, pull off and check that station. This is the same thing he did when Turbo's team was following. I'm betting it's a dead drop or a load signal for a dead drop. See what you can find." I got an acknowledgement, passing Knuckles on the side of the road. He pulled in behind us, and Chiclet left the highway for a slim ribbon of asphalt heading into the mountains. I saw a sign reading Ascends Fortress and felt déjà vu. Jennifer said, "This is the same road he took when Turbo was on him. This is the road where Turbo and Radcliffe died."
Chapter 19. Waiting on Kurt Hale and the principals of the Oversight Committee to arrive, President Warren reflected on what Bruce Tupper had divulged. It was volatile, no doubt, but Warren wondered how much of Bruce's motivation was protection of the United States, and how much was simply protection of himself. In the end, he supposed it didn't matter. It wasn't a zero-sum game, and Bruce had accurately predicted the fallout. Trust in the U.S. government was at an all-time low, and hovering at the bottom of the bowl, right around the IRS and Congress, was the intelligence community. The last time there'd been such a groundswell of skepticism and outright hate had been 1974. That year had culminated in the Church Committee, which eviscerated the CIA for various misdeeds that they had been involved in throughout the previous decade. Had the revelation come out then that the CIA could have prevented Munich 2 years before, there would no longer be a CIA. If it came out today, no matter what the extenuating circumstances at the time, it might do the same thing, especially when it was revealed that the man the President of the United States had personally chosen to act as the overarching leader of all intelligence was the one who could have prevented the massacre. They had all looked like collaborating liars. There would be no way to spin it, no way to overcome the hysteria in the press. On top of that, Congress, smelling something that would take the heat off of them, would pile on as champions of the American people. He saw his National Security Advisor, Alexander Palmer, glance at his phone, then stand up. He said, "Kurt's at West Wing Security. Apparently, he's not on their list." President Warren said, "Go get him." After he'd left the room, the President surveyed the 3 remaining men. While it took all 13 members of the Oversight Council to make any binding decisions regarding the Taskforce, these men were usually the driving force due to their expertise and experience. Over the past few years, they'd been unofficially dubbed the Principals, and the President had taken to consulting them on situations that were a little in the gray area. President Warren said, "So, what's the take? Is this going to be contentious? You guys want to pull Pike's team?" Jonathan Billings, the Secretary of State, said, "Colonel Hale really should have asked permission before launching another team. This sets a bad precedent. It dilutes the authority and leadership of the Council, delegating it to the commander, which is exactly what the Oversight Council was set up to prevent in the first place." Mark Oglethorpe, the Secretary of Defense, snorted and said, "I don't think it's that big of a deal. We gave permission for a task force team to deploy to Bulgaria and develop the situation. We gave Kurt Hale Alpha authority, but he picks the team. We wouldn't even be talking about this if that accident hadn't occurred. He could have rotated people left and right." Billings said, "That's precisely the point. When the environment changes so drastically, we need to reassess the mission, reassess the risks of exposure." The SecDef just shook his head, telling President Warren he thought it was a bunch of chicken shit excuses. Warren tended to agree. He nodded at the last man, the director of the CIA. "And you, Kerry, where do you stand?" "All these decisions should be judged in light of the mission. You can't just look at the action in a vacuum. And in this case, there was no real urgency to deploy. We don't have anything at all on Akimbo other than his affiliation and some random chatter, so the potential risk wasn't worth the deployment without prior analysis. Kurt acted out of emotion, and he knows it. So you think we should bring them home?" "Well, that's up to you, sir. At this stage, we don't know the potential downside because we haven't analyzed the impact of Turbo and Radcliffe's deaths. Was there an investigation by the police? Is their cover solid, or are Americans under greater scrutiny? Will pulling the team cause even more interest, since they just got there? Answers we won't have without analysis." The SecDef said, "Well, hell, why don't we spin ourselves into the ground with potential what-ifs? Maybe they'll get hit by a meteorite if we don't pull them now." Billings started to protest, and President Warren held up a hand. A thought had flashed in his head. A compromise that might kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He said, "What about a change of mission? Order the team to do something else. Let Kurt know we're pissed about him sending the team, But since he did, we have a real mission for him." Billings said, "Like what?" President Warren laid out what the DNI, Bruce, had disclosed, finishing with the idea of Pike's team recovering the thumb drive. Kerry Bostwick, as the director of the CIA, understood the threat the information posed and warmed up to the idea immediately. Billings, the Secretary of State, wasn't as confident. "I'm not so sure we want to redirect Pike's team. Remember, he was chosen because of Grolier Recovery Service's coverability in Bulgaria. But I'm not comfortable leaving a civilian in charge. He's not even in the government anymore. Maybe we should think about replacing him completely since his cover is no longer necessary." The SecDef said, "You sure you're not just skittish about Pike?" "Well, yeah, that's part of it. He always ends up in the center of the cyclone, but I think I have a valid point. Anyone here feel the same way?" Kerry said, "Once again, measure the action with the mission. Boris had the heart attack in Bulgaria. Pike's already there. It makes less sense rotating the team out." President Warren nodded and said, "So it's settled. When Kurt gets here, we'll redirect the team to the Boris thread. Get them off Boko Haram." He saw the shadow of a smirk on the DCIA's face. He said, "What?" "It's just ironic. We're going to use an illegal organization to steal intelligence from an ally so that we can prevent the loss of trust and confidence in our intelligence community. In effect, we're doing exactly what the public is afraid of in order to prevent them from thinking we're doing what they're afraid of." Kurt Hale, entering just in time to hear the statement, said, "Should I be worried about something?"
Chapter 20. Jennifer said again, "This is the road where Turbo crashed. Chiclet was up here last week. This isn't a coincidence." "Has to be a dead drop. He's getting a message up here." My adrenaline fired at the thought of getting evidence of Chiclet conducting an operational act, of proving this asshole was up to no good, and hopefully making Turbo's accident mean something. On the radio, I said, "All elements. I think he's servicing a dead drop. I'm betting he stops at Assen's fortress, just like he did with Turbo. If he does, Jennifer and I will conduct the intrusion. Knuckles, you continue north. Decoy Brett, finish with the gas station. Then you guys block the exit back to Highway 86. I got acknowledgement, and it unfolded exactly like I thought. We wound around a mountain road, doing one switchback after another, rising higher and higher. At one turn, we passed a segment of yellow tape, strips strung out between the metal guardrail like a Halloween exhibit. Jennifer said, "Jesus, Pike, that's..." She didn't need to finish the statement. It was where Turbo had died. A man who had served 22 years in the defense of our nation, fighting in overt combat in Iraq and Afghanistan, followed by clandestine missions in every shithole on Earth, protecting U.S. lives with little fanfare and absolutely no thanks. The only thing heralding his contributions to the nation was a strip of yellow caution tape spread between the torn guardrails. It was sad, and probably all I would get myself someday. We kept winding around the mountain, and eventually Chiclet parked, exactly like I thought he would. He exited his vehicle in a small lot around the bend, just to the west of the fortress, then wandered across a knoll of picnic tables and a kid's playground. He crossed the road and took the path into the fortress. Jennifer and I gave him a minute, then followed. As we walked through the gate, I felt like I was passing into another dimension. The fortress was flat out amazing, carved through brute strength into the side of a cliff. I could only imagine the feet that had trod the same path I was on. Jennifer, of course, began giving me the background on the place before I even asked, clearly enjoying the surroundings. She had the ability to make any tourist trap the most exotic thing in the world, bringing to life what would have been nothing but moldy passages or broken rock. We went down a narrow walkway that would have made the safety freaks in the United States pass out, literally a rock passage with a cliff to the right that fell unimpeded for 500 feet. No railing. I guess the Bulgarians figured if you were stupid enough to hang over the ledge, you were stupid enough to suffer the punishment. We could learn something from them. Of course, our lesson would be that we needed to administer a written test before entry to prevent idiots from falling, complete with a new governmental agency to oversee the testing. We circled around the walkway until we reached the ancient Orthodox church, constructed when life was still a competition for survival. Carved out of stone on the side of a cliff, I could only imagine the congregation that had attended it. Something from Game of Thrones. From the outside, I could see Chiclet sitting in a pew, a reconstructed piece of lumber made to look like something from the hard-scrabble life of the people who had created this church. He was doing nothing overt, simply staring to his front, remaining still. The sanctuary was only about 30 feet long, and had little to see other than stone and a few dripping candles, but Chiclet seemed enamored. We waited outside, pretending to take in the incredible views of the Knife Edge Mountains dropping to the valley below. I debated sending in Jennifer. I decided not to. If it was a drop, he'd already retrieved it. Wouldn't do any good to put her in close proximity. I decided to wait until he left, which he did after another 7 minutes. Jennifer penetrated, then came back to my location, telling me she'd found nothing. The place was clean. No residue from tape, no chalk markings, no nothing. Retro called to say he was on Chiclet in the vehicle, and we left at a slow pace, letting them continue the follow. I fired up the Volvo, and Jennifer said, "Too much coincidence here. He's doing something, and it isn't a drop. This place is horrible for that anyway. It's a damn tourist attraction. Who'd put a drop in here? With all the people coming and going, especially from a fanatical Islamic sect? Inside an historical Christian church? Not happening." I started working the hairpin turns and said, "What else could it be? He was up here with Turbo a week ago." She said, "I don't know. We keep on him and it'll become clear." I had no idea how soon that would occur. We were rounding the second hairpin on the steepest part of the road when my brakes failed. I jammed the pedal into the floor to no avail. We picked up speed rapidly, the force of gravity more powerful than the pedal I was no longer using. I pumped the brake again, working the steering wheel to stay on the road. We began flying down the road, and Jennifer's hand slapped the roof of the vehicle. She pumped her foot on an imaginary brake pedal and exclaimed, "Pike!" I said, "Hold on. This is going to be tight." We screamed through the next hairpin turn, and I saw a straightaway dropping down before me, a rock wall on the left and a cliff on the right falling free for several hundred meters to the river below. I worked the wheel, allowing the gears of the car to keep us in check, then felt a subtle shift in the vehicle. We started to pick up velocity over and above what gravity was providing. My gas pedal was working on its own. My car was trying to kill me. In an effort to slow our progress, I jerked the wheel, hammering the wall of stone to my left, causing the car to grind against the rock. It worked for a split second, the engine still screaming as if I had floored the accelerator. Then the car skipped off the wall and hurtled straight down. I knew we were going too fast to make the hairpin. The velocity was much too great to navigate the turn, and the only way to stop it would be to kill the engine. I jammed the stop button and jerked the wheel in one more futile attempt. Jennifer screamed my name again, and I attempted to ram the gear shift into park, getting no response. We picked up speed until we were doing over 60 miles an hour. Jennifer slapped her hands on the dash, and time actually slowed. I could see the yellow tape marking Turbo's death in front of me, lazily flapping in the breeze. I shouted, "Stiletto! Kill this fucking thing!" Jennifer whirled around and grabbed her purse, yanking out the EMP weapon and saying, "Where do I shoot? What do I hit?" We got within 50 meters of the turn and I screamed, "Anywhere! Kill it before we go over!" She pulled the trigger. I heard a small whine. Then the entire car went dead. Radio shut down. Lights quit. Clock on the dash blinking out. Our velocity slowed immediately, but we continued to roll forward, the weight of the vehicle struggling to overcome the lack of power. Straight to the yellow tape, as if it had a suicide pact. I manhandled the wheel, the action much harder with the power steering dead, like dragging a chain through the mud. The front wheels split the tape, and we went over, landing on a slope and picking up speed again. It was a false cliff, but the real one was right in front. I tried to open my door, but the dead electronics had left it locked. I ripped the handle back and forth in frustration, then tried jamming the brakes again. I couldn't stop the slide over the edge. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Jennifer jerking her door handle with the same result, before diving into the rear of the vehicle. I saw the edge of the cliff grow like a cancer in my vision, and knew I was done, following in Turbo's footsteps. In a land of violence, Another embarrassing death. Jennifer rolled onto her back and mule-kicked the glass hatchback with all of her might. I heard her shout something unintelligible, and in the rearview mirror saw the hatch fling sideways, held on by one hinge. She kicked again, and it fell free, exploding in a shower of glass as soon as it touched the ground. I abandoned the steering wheel and followed her into the back, clawing my way past the driver's seat like a drunk on a bus. She had her grapple in a fist and flung it out, the rope snaking through her hand. She tossed me the end of the line, and I felt the car lever over, exactly like a child's seesaw, with us inside. I wrapped my hands into the nylon of the running end, watching the hook scrape and bounce across the ground. The car crossed the point of no return, and I felt the sickening drop of gravity in my stomach. We went into freefall. I closed my eyes, and the hook bit, cinching the rope into my hands hard enough to draw blood and jerking us both out of the vehicle. Jennifer, holding on to the rope 4 feet above me, slammed her legs into my head just before my body smashed into the rock of the cliff face. I held on for dear life, seeing the car bounce down the precipice before shattering on the rocks below. It ticked for a minute, before a low whump split the air, and a fireball burst far beneath me. Jennifer's feet left my shoulders and began scraping against the rock, seeking purchase. I did the same. When I found some footing, some stability to prevent me from falling after the car and becoming a sacrifice for the inferno below, I took stock. I said, "You okay?" "Yeah, I'm okay, I think." She started to climb back up the rock face, toward the yellow tape and the road. I held what I had, letting her get out first. I took a deep breath, willing myself to relax, and everything that had just happened clicked in my head. A crystal truth that sliced through my tumultuous thoughts like a razor carving out gangrenous flesh. Not an accident. I said, "Jen, quit climbing, hold up." She said, "Why?" My mind was still working through the event, and hanging on the side of the cliff wasn't helping my decision-making, but one thing penetrated the fog. Turbo was murdered. I said, "This wasn't an accident. Someone's probably on the road watching to confirm we're dead. They won't hang around long, but I don't want them to see you." The more I tossed the idea about, the more certain I became. Someone had set a trap. Someone had purposely killed Turbo and Radcliffe. Someone just tried to murder Jennifer and me. As the realization began to take root, an impotent rage bubbled up. The murderers, whoever they were, had perfected a kill zone, and I had blindly walked right into it. A unique targeted killing that looked like a simple accident. They were very, very good, but they weren't immune to mistakes. They'd made the biggest one on the side of this mountain. They'd left me alive.
Chapter 21. Yuri saw Vlad raise his glass of water, signaling one of the FBET casino waitresses, and Yuri pointed to his own while listening to his cell phone. He caught Vlad's eye and nodded, saying, "Understood. Return to base." He hung up and said, "Mission complete. Second team interdicted. Dmitri confirms the car went over, and that nobody could have survived the fall." Vlad said, "Good. Akimbo should be on a bus by now, headed to Istanbul. I want you to take your team and do the same." Yuri hesitated, then said, "Sir, taking my team to Istanbul is a risk. Turkey is still looking for the people that hit Musayev in 2011. My previous control wouldn't allow it for that reason." "Your previous control was a dilettante playing at Espionage. They're looking for Alexander Zarkov, correct? Isn't that what your passport said?" "Yes, sir." "And does your passport say that now?" "No, sir. But I might have given them biometric data when I entered under that name, and they'll definitely be scanning for our electronic footprint. The FSB cover we use there, the emails, the encryption protocols, all of that is compromised. But I don't have anything new to replace it." He saw Vlad's face grow dark and hastily added, "I'm sure Control was going to give it to me soon. I didn't mean it was the service's fault." although that was precisely the truth. Vlad said, "Don't worry about it. For one, you'll be driving, and the border crossing isn't as sophisticated as the airport. You won't go through an iris scan or give up a fingerprint. For another, I don't want you to do anything active. I just want you available should I need it. Get there, get a hotel in the Russian area, and lie low." Vlad slid across a slip of paper and said, "Use this address to communicate with me." "Is it encrypted?" "I'm telling you, sir, they're looking for our encryption scheme. They might not know what's being said, but they'll definitely know Russians are talking. That's what I was trying to tell my last control. We don't need to be found standing over a body to get compromised. All we need to do is use the same old methods." Yuri opened the paper as he talked. When he read the address, he said, "What is this?" Vlad said, "Secure comms without a signature. Download pretty good privacy encryption and use it for every email you send from that address." "Sir, the U.S. National Security Agency can break PGP." "Yes, they can, but the Turks can't. And the NSA won't be looking at that email address. Read it." AP.org? We have an asset inside the South American Bureau of the Associated Press. That's a real email address. And coupled with the encryption protocol PGP, it'll be just as secure as our own encryption, because the NSA won't look past the address. We know the range of their reach now. Make no mistake, it's changing on a daily basis. But one thing they won't touch right now is the press. Calypso's revelations confirm it. Yuri recognized the code name. "You've met him? You actually talked to him?" Vlad gave him a sour look, and Yuri backpedaled. "Of course you have. Sorry, I just thought..." Vlad said, "Yes, I've met him. I was one of the first, and he's not impressive. He's a child playing a man's game, and yet the U.S. let him go with his treasure. Let him walk away. Makes me wonder how we lost the Cold War. If we'd done the same with Litvinenko, we would have been eviscerated on the world stage." Yuri wondered if Vlad had mentioned the name as a warning. Alexander Litvinenko was a traitor, just like Calypso/Snowden. He'd fled the Russian state and began spouting all he knew about Russian transgressions, right up until he'd been killed in London by radiation poisoning in 2006, assassinated by the man across the table. Yuri said nothing, waiting on his next command. Vlad took a sip of water and said, "I have indications that the Mossad agent did in fact get some information from Boris. I'm hearing about a thumb drive." Yuri now knew the Litvinenko story was for his benefit, as was the thumb drive threat. Nothing had happened at the meeting with the Mossad agent, other than the Russian traitor having a heart attack. Vlad was simply keeping him on his toes. "Sir, I watched the meeting. Nothing was passed before I killed Boris. Whoever is telling you otherwise is wrong." Vlad said, "I agree. Nothing was physically passed. The thumb drive is apparently in Istanbul, waiting on the Mossad man to claim it. He doesn't know where it is, but he's working to find out." The answer confirmed that Vlad was using the story as a means of instilling fear in Yuri that he had somehow failed. There was no way Vlad or the FSB had penetrated Mossad, no matter how good they pretended to be. So there wasn't a way for Vlad to learn about any mystical thumb drives. Yuri said, "What do you want me to do?" "Get your team to Istanbul, via the border crossing. Don't take any weapons with you, and ditch any cell phones you have now before you cross. I'll provide replacements when you arrive. Once you're in place, send me a message using that address. The priority is akimbo."
Yes, sir. You're confident that he'll follow your instructions?
No, but all the equipment I gave him has tracers embedded in it. I was pretty adamant with him, and he has another Associated Press email account. As long as he doesn't call anyone already tainted with the new phone I gave him, he should be pretty secure. I'm more concerned about the Americans. You're confident they didn't follow him to the bus station? No way. One of our men is still on him, and they would have called if they'd seen the Americans. Trust me, they're focusing on something else right now.
Chapter 22. I was debating having Jennifer climb when my earpiece chirped. Retro, this is Knuckles. Give me a lock-on. You have Chiclet? I cut in. All stations, ignore Chiclet. Knuckles, you come down south, around the turn. Tell me if there's a car on the road. He'll be pulled over looking at where Turbo went down. Break, decoy. You still staged? Yes. Got you. Lima Charlie, what's up? Knuckles is going to get you a description of a car. He'll be coming down the hill shortly after Knuckles flushes him. You still at the base? On the intersection with 86? Roger. Pick him up and start to follow. We'll be right behind you. Knuckles came on. Pike, I have a Renault two-door pulled over. Passenger is on the phone. Driver just tapped his brakes and is now moving downhill. That the target? Yes. Get a picture and send it to Decoy. Decoy, you copy? Roger all. Knuckles said, Where the hell are you? Vehicle out of sight? Yeah, what's that got to do with it? Look to your right, where Turbo went over. I pointed to Jennifer, and she nodded, starting her ascent. Small rocks rained down on my head and shoulders as she crested the ledge. I heard, Holy shit, is that Coco coming up? Yeah, I'm right behind her. What the fuck is going on? Where's your car? I started climbing and said, You used the Grolier card to pay for these rentals, right? Yeah, why's that matter? You see the smoke coming up? You've got to be kidding. I reached the top and found Jennifer leaning forward, one hand on a tree root, another held out. I grasped it, seeing the knuckles were skinned and bleeding, but she was alive. She leaned back, using her weight, and I crested the top, the two of us falling in a heap. We both lay on the ground for a second, enjoying the ability to feel the sun on our faces. She said, Man, you were right. Carrying that grapple hook was stupid. I started to chuckle, and heard Decoy saying, I got a lock on. Heading back toward Plovdiv on Highway 86. I stood up, pulling Jennifer to her feet. Don't lose that asshole. He just tried to kill Jennifer and me, and he succeeded with Turbo. Jogging to Knuckles' little rental, I heard Decoy's voice go a little grim. Roger that. Jennifer got in the back, leaving the shotgun seat free for me. Knuckles started to drive, asking, What happened? I honestly don't know. Somehow, someone managed to take control of my car. It was like being on a roller coaster on rails. All we could do was hang on as it went where it wanted. And you think this car I just fingered is the one? Yeah, no doubt. Was it a gray two-door Renault? Looked like a college kid's car? Yep. That fucker was right behind me when the brakes failed. Jennifer said, Maybe it was coincidence. Maybe it just happened to be behind us and stopped when we went over. It's a natural reaction. And then hauled ass at the first sign of another vehicle? Is that what you would do? She said nothing more, and we hit 86, following behind Decoy, the target making a beeline for Plovdiv. Over the radio, I said, All elements prepare for vehicle interdiction. This guy stops, and it's suitable. We're taking him out. Behind the wheel, Knuckles snapped his head to me, then returned to the road. He waited a bit, then said, Pike, we have no Omega authority here. We've got nothing like that. We can't do a VI. We're here on Alpha. The Taskforce called each phase of an operation a different Greek letter. Alpha meant an introduction of forces to develop a situation, to see if there was a reason to continue. Omega, the last letter, meant we'd determined the bad guy was out to harm the United States, and the threat was so great we'd be allowed to take him down. Here in Bulgaria, we were nowhere near Omega. We were barely legal for Alpha, as the Boko Haram guy had done nothing sinister, and I was now chasing someone that wasn't part of his team. But he'd done one thing for sure. He'd killed Taskforce members. I said, We always have the right of self-defense. That's never taken away. We're within our mission parameters and ROE. Pike, that's bullshit and you know it. We're under no threat. The ROE is for clear and present danger. I started to say a rejoinder when he cut me off. You and Jennifer are good to go for working outside the wire. My team is not. We're still in the government. I'm the one who'll be called to task. I'm the one who's the team leader of record. You talk a good game, but my guys will pay the price. Shit, Blood's CIA. The rest of us will be shielded somewhat because we're military, but he'll be crucified when this gets out, just to prove a point. What he said was technically true. I was a civilian, but Kurt had put me in charge. Hard to say how that would work out legally, but the legal stuff was already outside our boundaries, since our very existence was illegal. When we'd built the unit, we'd had to construct a method of punishing people inside our organization without burning it to the ground from the outside. In effect, create a disciplinary system we could use that wouldn't compromise the unit. We knew we weren't perfect, and eventually someone would do something wrong. We ended up developing a way of filtering transgressions, then using the military's Uniformed Code of Military Justice or the CIA's civilian infrastructure for the punishment. Basically, you'd get charged with something comparable on the open source side, then suffer the consequences. No description of the real-world action would be documented, but your record would reflect the punishment of the fake crime. So far, we'd never had to use the system for any catastrophic mission actions, only for minor things. Knuckles was now worried about being the first example of a mission mistake. I said, "Are you serious? I understand where you're coming from, but these fucks just tried to kill Jennifer and me. They did kill Turbo and Radcliffe, murdered them in cold blood." I saw Jennifer in the back seat, torn by my words. On the one hand, she was dripping blood from her knuckles, a stark reminder of what had just happened. On the other, she'd caught a glimpse of the darkness in me, and I could tell she was worried about my reaction. Worried because she'd seen me do some pretty horrible things to people who'd harmed what I held dear. Decoy came on after my last transmission, but he wasn't talking to me, even if he pretended to be. "I copy. Prepare for a VI. Who'll trigger, Pike or Knuckles?" He wasn't asking who. He was asking if we would trigger. He'd gone through the same mental calculations as Knuckles and was now questioning whether we were pushing things outside the bounds of my authority. Outside the bounds of a civilian on Alpha, now demanding Omega. I didn't give a shit, since this question had been brewing for a while. Time to figure it out. Initially, at the inception of the Taskforce, we'd had to work through utilizing an organization that didn't officially exist, always within the confines of legacy military or intelligence architecture, like an old analog clock. It was now time to figure out how to utilize it in the digital age, with folks like me who weren't in a legacy organization like one of the DoD's Special Mission Units or the CIA's Special Activities Division. Kurt had put me in charge as a civilian, and that was a good call as far as I was concerned. It was time to push that decision. I was sick of pretending to be an infiltration platform only to get tagged running missions off the books because we hadn't thought through how it would work. I waited on Knuckles' response. Decoy came back on. "Pike, Knuckles, I say again, who will trigger?" Knuckles looked me in the eye for a long pause, then keyed the mic. "Pike will trigger. I say again, Pike will trigger." He'd just given me command, and all on the net knew it. He pulled the Bluetooth transmitter from his ear, ensuring his next words stayed in our car. "I did that for the current mission, but you and I need to talk. We can't keep executing this half-assed command authority." I nodded and said, "I completely agree." Jennifer said, "Pike, maybe it'd be better for Knuckles to run this one. I'm not sure you're in the right frame of mind for this." Knuckles said, "What? You don't trust Pike anymore?" I ignored them, hearing Decoy on the radio. "Entering Plovdiv. Need a change out." Retro came on. "I got the eye. Pull off and reposition." On the radio I said, "Everyone get ready for assault. That car's going to stop here in Plovdiv, and if we can interdict successfully, we do so. No killing. I want one of them alive. Keep an eye out for another vehicle. These guys probably aren't operating alone." I turned off the mic and said, "You two stop it. I'm not going to slaughter someone just because I can." Jennifer leaned forward, her words truculent, surprising both Knuckles and me. She said, "You sure about that? I saw the killing machine you became the last time something like this happened." Remaining calm, I said, "Yes, you did. And so will these guys if they push the issue. I didn't bring this fight. but I'm going to finish it. Chapter 23. Once inside the city, the car became harder to track in the dense traffic. I told Knuckles to stay back, afraid of the target recognizing Jennifer or me. We passed by the Tremontium Princess Hotel on Obed Initel Boulevard, then went through the tunnel under the old town. Eventually, Retro called that the target was staged for a U-turn. I assumed that he was attempting to spot surveillance, but it wasn't the best place to do a rolling reverse, because the thoroughfare we were on had a concrete median down the middle for miles. Everyone had to do a U-turn if they intended to visit anything on the left side of the boulevard, so someone following wasn't a strong indicator that he or she was surveillance. Even still, Retro pulled off of the eye and continued straight, leaving Decoy and Blood as the sole follow. We stopped adjacent to them, but 3 lanes over, keeping vehicles between us to block the view. The light went green, and we continued north, crossing the Maritza River. Decoy followed the U-turn 4 cars back, barely making the light, and called that the vehicle had penetrated the narrow alleyways of Kapana, an ancient neighborhood from Ottoman times. Retro pulled into a parking garage on Septimvri Boulevard, then turned around and headed south again, rushing to get back into the follow. Once across the river, I had Knuckles execute our own U-turn, then pull over to the side of the road, letting the situation develop before committing. The Kapana area was very tight, so they had to be going there for a reason. It wasn't a shortcut. I hoped it also wasn't for the name of the neighborhood, which meant the Trap. Decoy said the vehicle had stopped, and I saw my chance slipping away. I didn't want to execute with a parity of forces, and Retro wasn't in play yet. Damn it, no way we can conduct a VI 2-on-2. I wanted at least double their forces before I committed. I said, "Retro, status?" "I'm 50 seconds out." Decoy, reading my mind, said, "Not here, Pike. Not going to work. They're dismounting. Both out and walking." Shit. Gotta get them today. If I didn't, I'd have to go back to Kurt, asking for permission and going through the entire Oversight Council. Claiming self-defense now was pushing it, but doing it tomorrow would be ridiculous. Okay, all call signs dismount. Track where they're going. 4 minutes later, I was told that they were strolling south on Daskalov Street, a brick-lined shopping promenade. I traced the road on my map, trying to anticipate their intentions, and recognized the small park with the fountain that I'd been at earlier in the day, the one in front of the F-Bet casino. That's where they're going. I relayed my suspicions, then got a call saying they'd split. The driver was headed uphill, over the tunnel and into Old Town, and the passenger was continuing on Alexander Street, closing in on the casino. I looked at Knuckles, then Jennifer, hoping a decision would magically appear. Of course it didn't. I studied the map, then pointed to a street on the east side of Old Town, away from the Kapana neighborhood. "Knuckles, get here." As he put the car in drive, I began giving instructions. "Decoy, Blood, track the passenger to the casino. If he gets inside like I think he will, don't penetrate. Hold fast, and just keep eyes on. Retro, you stick with the driver. We're going to come in from the east side. You vector us in, and we'll meet in the middle." Retro said, "Roger that, then what?" "Not sure, but be looking for exfil locations that'll support extraction with a body." We raced around the ring of hills that was Old Town, finally getting to a street called Lavranov that went steeply uphill from east to west into the maze of the ancient settlement. Knuckles took it, and we began to bounce along the cobblestones, the Hyundai's frame getting tortured. I was pretty sure no traffic was supposed to be in this area, but I kept seeing an occasional parked car and figured we could pretend we lived in one of the houses that lined the street, only an arm's length away. As we passed one, I saw it was a museum of some type. So much for acting like we live around here. We reached the top in time to hear Retro say the target had entered a beer garden that overlooked the exit of the tunnel on Obed Initel Boulevard. So he's just waiting for the passenger, killing time. A flunky. I directed Knuckles to pull off the road through a stone gate into what appeared to be a car park area for an art museum. Up the street, I could see an ancient church surrounded on all sides by stone or wood houses. It looked exactly like a set from Robin Hood. If the Sheriff of Nottingham had appeared to give us a parking ticket, it wouldn't have surprised me. Knuckles killed the engine, and I said, "Come on, let's recce a kill zone. He comes up this way. We need to take him quickly and get him back to the vehicle." He looked at me for a moment, then glanced around at the cobblestone streets and museum houses. He exhaled and said, "You planning on taking him out of Bulgaria? Or just interrogating and getting his electronic signature for the Taskforce, catch and release style? What do you think? I'm for taking him. But he's not some raghead terrorist. I'm pretty sure he's working for the Bulgarian state. Might cause a few issues with the council." I saw him come to a decision. "Screw the council. If these guys killed Turbo, we need to deal with them. We can go straight to Sofia, board the Rockstar bird, and fly out with him. Leave Decoy and Blood to police up our luggage and check out. Then they fly out commercial from Sofia." I nodded, liking the thought. Glad that he was on board with the capture, because it was certainly going to raise a stink back home. Jennifer finally spoke up. "Are you too serious? You plan to take down an unknown target in broad daylight with no other plan than driving him to the capital for escape? The city that's the heart of his intelligence and security apparatus? No support team, no execute authority?" I looked at Knuckles and he nodded. I broke into a grin and said, "Yes, you're the one driving." Her mouth opened and closed like a fish on the dock, no words coming out. I said, "Come on, follow us so you know the plan." She said, "Pike." I ignored her. We continued on foot about 75 meters uphill, the cobblestone street intersecting the main thoroughfare of Old Town, main being a relative term. The immediate issue was that our road had a couple of large stone barricades set into it right at the intersection. Someone had wanted to make sure a car couldn't get onto the main avenue, leaving it safe for pedestrians, which meant Jennifer would have to pull up here and do a 42-point turn to face back the other way. And we'd have to coerce our captive to follow us across the road to the vehicle, without any weapons for leverage. We hadn't planned on an Omega operation, so we hadn't brought a full assault package. In fact, we hadn't brought anything offensive at all, because the odds of it being found and causing an issue were way higher than the odds of us needing it. No way I could have predicted some Bulgarian trying to assassinate us, especially since we were following a guy from Nigeria. Nothing we could do about it now, although our weapons inventory was pretty damn weak. Knuckles had this cool ninja watch band that released a strip of nylon, allowing him to use it for a carotid artery choke, and which he'd been dying to employ since I'd known him. I had a couple of carbon fiber two-finger loops, a modern-day brass knuckle that fit onto the first two fingers of each hand, but that was it. We surveyed the street, seeing most of the houses were either souvenir shops or historical venues of some kind. To the left, I saw an archway of stone leading off the street, the inside strewn with bits of trash, unlike the other houses. I investigated and found it led into an abandoned home, falling apart past the portico. Amazing, since the house itself was probably 700 years old. I went down the walkway, seeing a broken stone stairwell leading to an upper deck of glass overlooking the valley of the town. Apparently, the house had been built into the side of the hill. On the right side of the stairwell were the eaves to the roof, like the ribs of a skeleton. Further inspection showed the ravages of a fire, the walls between the rooms crumbling with ash and soot, the beams within charred. So it wasn't abandoned. I said, "Here's where we'll take him. We're about 200 meters from the beer garden. He comes up here, and you push him past the portico. I'll jerk him inside, tap his ass a couple of times, then feed him back to you tag team. You use your super ninja watch, and we take him down." Knuckles nodded, grinning. I wondered if using the watch band had now superseded the mission. I'd always made fun of that thing, but I'd be buying some beer if it worked as advertised. Jennifer looked around the burned-out house and punched me in the arm. "Pike, you have lost your mind. This is at least 50 meters from the connecting road. We need to back off." I said, "Go to the car. When retro triggers, get it in position." Her voice turned cold and she braced me, her back to Knuckles. "Pike, you're going to kill this guy. You're not fooling me. You know you can't get him out of here to my car." That comment took me aback. What the hell are you talking about? I can't get any information from a dead man. Why would you say that? Egypt. What you did in Egypt because of what happened to Knuckles. Knuckles, previously looking away to let me sort out this mess, snapped his head back. "What's she talking about?" "Nothing, damn it. When you almost died, I had a little breakdown." "What's that mean?" "Jennifer, go get in position. I'm not going to lose control." "Pike, I saw your face on the cliff. You were losing control right then. You're not so good at the control thing, you know it." She turned to Knuckles and said, He was questioning a guy that was involved in the VBIED that hit you, and he went batshit. He killed the man. I held up my hand, saying, Wait, it wasn't like that. Our radios chirped. Pike, Knuckles, target is out of the garden and headed deeper into the tourist section. Chapter 24. Looking at Jennifer, I keyed the mic. Not headed back to the casino? Nope. Apparently he's got some time to kill. And he's going to check out the museums on this street. I clicked off my transmitter and said, Go get the car ready. I'm not going to kill anyone. She looked hard at me for a second, and I repeated, I'm not. She stood on tiptoe and kissed me on the forehead, then whispered in my ear, It's not worth your sanity. Don't do it. She leaned back and looked into my eyes. I mean it, Pike. You do it, and I'm gone. I'm never going to live that mistake down. She still thinks I did it on purpose. I saw Knuckles roll his eyes at the attention, and felt like I was a 10-year-old getting scolded by a teacher. I said, Get your ass outside. After she'd gone, Knuckles said, I see this whole team leader screwing teammate thing is working out. Knuckles had been the first to figure out that Jennifer and I had grown a little closer than simply business partners, and he didn't like the idea at all. He couldn't care less what happened in the civilian world, but he was sure the extra baggage of a physical relationship would destroy the chemistry of our team. So far, he'd been proven wrong, so I ignored him and keyed my Bluetooth. I said, Retro, give us a description. He said, I don't think you're going to miss him. He's literally about 6 feet 5 inches tall, and his arms and legs look like tree trunks. He's a fucking gorilla. Uh-oh. I said, Are you serious? Yep. Why didn't you say something before? Would it have mattered? Yes. Given our half-assed plan, it would have. What is the half-assed plan? Knuckles got in position as I relayed what we intended to Retro. Knowing he'd be too far back to effectively engage in the fight, he laughed and said, Good luck with that. I said, You see Knuckles in play. You'd better close the distance as fast as you can. I got a Roger, then got an up from Jennifer. I asked if Knuckles was set, and he stated he was, but he didn't sound as confident of his watch now. I slipped on the 2 knuckle rings, not feeling so confident myself. A minute and a half later, it was showtime. Knuckles said, Street's clear, and I see the Yeti, 30 seconds. Just inside the stone entrance, hidden by fallen timber, I tensed up. I heard, 10 seconds, get ready. I heard a scuffle, and raised my fist expecting to see the man flung through the door. Instead, I heard some smacking on the street, like someone repeatedly slapping their thigh. I heard something slam into the stone outside, then heard a gargling noise. I started to run to the entrance, when I saw Knuckles jerking the guy inside by a come-along joint lock. He whirled around, using the centrifugal force to roll the beast of a man out of the lock and straight at me. In stop motion from the sunlight dancing between the beams of the roof, I saw him coming. A great big bear of a man, his lips already split, his arms swinging out like the limbs of an oak. Knuckles released, squinting at me with one good eye, his left one enlarged and swelling shut. I forgot about the stun plan and went for the knockout. I met his forward motion with a fist, tagging him once, twice, 3 times, the carbon fiber snapping his head back. The 4th blow was a haymaker that had enough force behind it to drop a bull. It staggered him back into Knuckles, but incredibly, he was still on his feet. Knuckles whipped out the cord from his watch and used it as leverage between his hands, cinching down on the man's carotid arteries, bending him backward with the pressure. I saw the strain on Knuckles' face as he used all of his strength to sink the cord down into the muscle of the monster's neck. The man snarled, snapping his head back and catching Knuckles right in the nose. He followed the blow with 2 elbows into Knuckles' short ribs, rendering the watchband Terminator thing useless, the giant gaining enough breathing room to break out. I rolled forward on the balls of my feet and fired 2 more jabs into his bleeding face, the carbon fiber increasing the damage exponentially. He absorbed the punishment like it was a fly landing on him, and returned the punches with one of his own, landing a sloppy right cross on my shoulder that was bone-rattling. I slammed into the wall from the force, doing my best to raise my hands to protect myself, and he followed with a left into my lower body, punching the wind out of me. I saw another right coming, and rolled under it, jabbing him twice in the gut, then snapping an uppercut unopposed into his face. His head popped back, and I jammed a knee forward, spearing his groin and throwing him into the stone. He slapped both hands down and away, grabbing my shoulder and tossing me to the ground like I was a child. My skull hit rock and I saw stars, wondering where the hell Knuckles was. I shook my head and saw him moving forward, hands held high, bobbing and weaving. I pulled myself up, doing the same. I saw a shadow and realized that Retro had finally entered. Even with that, I wasn't sure it was enough. The bear said something in a language I didn't understand, then spit on the ground. He raised his hands into a fighting stance, and I glanced at Knuckles with an unspoken question. Let him go? Knuckles blew snot-filled blood out of his nose and shook his head. We advanced forward slowly, backing the guy up. Man, he is fucking huge. He was taller than 6'5", and not like a basketball player. He looked like a normal-sized athlete that had been magnified ×3, with a rustic face and ham-hock fists. He glanced back quickly, then scooped his hand onto the ground. He picked up a broken brick and hurled it at Knuckles. When Knuckles ducked, the giant took off running, hitting the cracked stone steps at the back of the room. He scrambled up them, reaching the little outdoor ledge. I followed suit, but knew I'd lost him. He'd be over the wall and away before I could stop him. He turned to kick at my head, and I saw a flash of brown streak toward him. I ducked backward from the kick as a dog the size of a German shepherd sank its teeth into the man's hamstring. He screamed, and I went back into attack mode, launching up the steps and trying to grab his legs to bring him to the ground. The dog started worrying the meat, snatching his head left and right like a shark, and the giant screamed again. He turned and kicked with his good leg, striking the beast right between the eyes and breaking the hold. The dog yelped, falling back, and the man seized the initiative, scrambling up the old stone wall of the garden. I managed to grab his ankle just as the canine got back into the fight, chomping for more leg meat, but getting only his pants. The asshole mule kicked my head and I let go. The dog didn't. His pants ripped straight down the middle as he escaped over the wall, now running with one leg clothed and the other naked from the belt line down. The dog went to his lair in the corner of the ledge and began ripping his prize to shreds, flinging his head side to side in a frenzy. I leaned against a wall and let out a breath. I gingerly touched my face, checking for damage. It didn't feel like anything had been broken, but with adrenaline you never knew. I saw Knuckles doing the same thing and said, "Man, that ninja watch band is the damn heat. I can't wait to get one of my own." He stopped probing his jaw and said, "That was your idea of punching? We've been better off throwing Twinkies at him." I keyed my Bluetooth and said, "Coco, don't worry about exfil." She came back with a strident voice. "You killed him? You killed the target?" Knuckles started laughing, then keyed his mic. "No, Coco, calm down. If anyone was close to death, it was your fearless commando team." The dog kept ripping up the pant leg, swinging his head back and forth and causing something to fly out from a pocket, the object falling down from the wolf lair to our level. I went over to it and found a small wallet, like travelers use for business cards. I pulled one out, seeing Cyrillic lettering on one side. I turned it over, finding English. Knuckles said, "What is it? Who's he working for?" I held up the card for him to see. "He's Russian. He's a diplomat for the Russian embassy here."
Chapter 25. Yuri saw Dmitri's expression cloud over and understood the phone call wasn't going to be good news. Watching him hang up, his face drained of color, Yuri knew he was afraid to state what had occurred. Initially, Dmitri had been giddy with his accomplishment of the car hack mission. After executing the previous hacking operation, Yuri had opted to remain with Vlad, leaving Dmitri in charge. After all, the mission profile was the same, down to the location. In effect, the first one had been a rehearsal for Dmitri, and Yuri knew the greater threat was the head of the FSB misreading something that had occurred. Being near him was more critical. Yuri had relayed the success from the initial phone call, and Vlad had demanded an in-person debriefing, wanting more information on the team of Americans. When Dmitri had entered the small office of the casino, he'd gone through the same gamut of emotions that Yuri had upon recognizing Vlad. Obsequious, He'd begun the debrief in a halting, jerky manner, clearly intimidated. Yuri had made one attempt at helping his man, interrupting a response with his own feedback. Turning his black eyes on him, Vlad had said, "I'm sorry. Were you on the road watching the car? Or were you sitting in here with me?" "Here, sir." "Then what makes you think I wish to hear what you believe has happened?" Yuri sat back after that, not saying a word, watching Dmitri stumble through the reporting as Vlad dissected the operation. "How do you know they're dead?" "Sir, the car went over the cliff. It fell 500 feet, then exploded on impact. There's no way anyone inside could have survived the fall." Vlad leaned back, his face catching the light, and Yuri saw the lethal impatience etched into his visage. Vlad said, "I understand the physics of the mission. Yes, someone would have died had they been in the car. But were they inside? How do you know, if you didn't check the wreckage?" Yuri had leaned in, struggling to come up with some way to deflect the interrogation, when Dmitri's phone had vibrated. He'd exhaled, sagging in his chair, glad for the reprieve, then watched Dmitri's face. Yuri knew whatever was being said, it wasn't going to impress Vlad. Dmitri hung up and fixated on Yuri as if he wanted to talk to him in private, but knew he couldn't say that out loud. He wanted to brief his commander and have his commander brief Control, as was supposed to happen, especially now that Control had turned out to be the head of the FSB, and a man who'd earned the name Impaler the hard way. Yuri said, "What is it?" "That was Mishka. He was just attacked." Confused, knowing Mishka's size, Yuri had trouble understanding who on earth would attempt to rob the giant. He said, "Attacked by a gang?" Vlad interrupted, much quicker on the uptake. "Attacked by the Americans." It was a statement, not a question, but Dmitri nodded nonetheless, as if he was answering. He relayed what Mishka had told him, with the damning information that one of the attackers was the man they'd driven off the cliff. "So not only is your target alive, but he had the presence of mind after the near-death in the car wreck to understand he'd been attacked, then institute a comprehensive surveillance mission complete with an ambush. Figuring all of this out while hanging from the side of a cliff." Yuri said, "It might be luck. He may not—" Vlad waved a hand, cutting him off. "Don't be stupid." He pointed at Dmitri. "Call the desk and see if anyone has come in since you arrived." While Dmitri was on the house phone, Vlad said, "They followed him here. Watched him split up, then set up an ambush for the other man. This isn't some counterintelligence team from America like I had thought. They're hunters. Something different from the usual American floundering." He thought a moment in silence. Yuri said not a word. He pulled open a laptop and went to a Russian web page showing a moving map with Cyrillic lettering. Satisfied, he closed it at the same time Dmitri hung up. "Nobody has entered the casino since I arrived." "That means they're either outside waiting on you to leave, along with whomever they can associate with you, or they focused solely on Mishka after you entered here. Go downstairs and check the outdoor video feed. See what you can find." After he'd left, Vlad said, "Akimbo is on the road to Hoskovo." So he made the bus. "At least we got our clean break. You need to get your men out of here immediately. Go to Istanbul. Unfortunately, you'll be doing some work there now." "Sir, Turkish MIT are—" "I don't give a shit about their intelligence agency. We have a critical meeting in 2 days, and I cannot have this American team on the loose. They need to be dealt with." "Sir, you gave Akimbo clean equipment. They have no way of knowing where he went, right?"
Yes, they don't have Akimbo now. But the Americans found him some way. He's clean today, but every minute that idiot is out on his own is another chance to give away his location. He'll do something stupid. I promise. Dmitri came back with 3 grainy black and white images, one showing a Caucasian male sitting next to a black man. The other 2 photos showing individual headshots of each. Sir, these are the only persons of interest. Everyone else in range of the front door has children, or didn't remain in view longer than 30 seconds. According to security, these 2 have been out front since about the time I arrived. Vlad said, Still there? No, they left while I was downstairs watching. Not wanting to believe how horribly wrong the events had gone, Yuri grasped at false implications. So they can't be waiting on Dmitri. They can't be surveillance. Vlad said, Or they got a phone call saying the ambush had failed, and we were now alerted to their presence. He turned and faced Yuri head-on. Tell me, outside of Akimbo, how many black men have you seen in Bulgaria? Yuri struggled for an answer, then gave the correct one. None. Vlad tapped his hand with the photo for a few seconds, then said, He's American. They both are. Yuri shut down, reverting back to what he knew, blind obedience. What are my orders? Just as I said. Get out of here immediately. Contact me when you're in Istanbul. I'll outfit you there with clean equipment. What do you intend to do? Give them what they want. Show them Akimbo. Only you'll be waiting instead of him. Chapter 26. Usman Akimbo felt the bus jerk over a curb and opened his eyes. They were pulling into a station somewhere south of Plovdiv, one of the many stops on the way to Istanbul. The cabin attendant rattled off a few sentences in either Bulgarian or Turkish. Akimbo couldn't tell, but it didn't matter either way, and the doors opened. He waited his turn, then exited, walking to the bathroom and ignoring the stares from the locals. He was used to it by now. He paid a toll at the narrow stairwell leading down to the toilets, then tentatively stepped through the standing water until he reached a stall. The archaic, dripping restroom a stark contrast to the modernity of the bus he was on. After he'd finished, he climbed back up the stairs, bumping into more travelers attempting to pass by him in the tight corridor. They glared with a superior air, but they could in no way match the contempt he held for every one of them. Born to a wealthy merchant family, he'd spent his first 13 years in relative splendor, with private schools and personal servants, one of the few in Nigeria who could reap the benefits of the oil boom. When not traveling the world, he lived in a gated community in Lagos, on the beach of the Atlantic Ocean, a paradise that anyone of any nationality would revel within. That changed in 2004. He'd accompanied his father on a trip to the north of the country, a little jaunt that should have been nothing more than a tour of a factory. For reasons he never fully understood, a throng had formed outside of his father's motorcade, a hostile, smelly group of men chanting and waving sticks and other implements, their clothes barely better than rags. The crowd had grown hostile, the veneer of human compassion ripped away by groupthink, and replaced by the ugly hatred of mob rule. His father's men had initially fired shots in the air to disperse the mass, then began firing into the people themselves. It did no good. In a frenzy, they attacked. When it was over, his father's men had been beaten to death. His father had not been afforded that mercy. Foregoing a quick end, he'd been dragged behind one of his luxury Land Rovers until he was no longer recognizable as human. Reflecting on his life, Usman Akimbo knew that he had been truly born that day. Taken from the crowd, he'd been handed to a spiritual leader Injama at Ahala Sunnah, Ladawa wal Jihad, known in the local language as Boko Haram. For 10 years he'd been steeped in the evil nature of all things Western and the purity of the Islamic faith. He could no longer recall what his life had been like before, or stomach the degradation of wealth and corruption he'd been saved from. Now 23, he relished the opportunity to be the sword of Allah, the first to travel outside of Nigeria for the greater jihad. There was a reason Allah had him born in the Christian South to a corrupt stealer of wealth. Because of it, he had a passport and some experience traveling abroad. Not a great deal, but at least he'd actually been on an airplane before, unlike the majority of Boko Haram. He had also partaken in the forbidden and deceitful Western education long enough to have learned English, something that was a necessity to travel among the Western infidels. His life had been hard, but it had all been for a reason, one that was coming home now. He re-entered the bus, taking his seat next to the window. In truth, he could have had any seat in this row, window or aisle. The vehicle was fairly full, but the person who had purchased the seat to his right had decided he preferred riding somewhere else. Akimbo should have been insulted, but he didn't even notice the slight, happy for the extra privacy. He thought about making contact with his spiritual advisor. The pale Russian had been adamant that he did not, stating that the phone he'd been given would leave a trail of anything it touched, and he believed it. He'd heard the stories of how the Americans killed with their drones. Even so, he needed to give his spiritual advisor an update, to let him know things were progressing as planned. The bus began to move, and he saw the passenger across the aisle put in his earphones and manipulate the screen embedded in the headrest to his front, while the man in the opposite window seat opened a laptop and began manipulating the keys. Seeing the action reminded Akimbo that he had other options besides the cell phone. The bus was equipped with television, music, and a movie database, much like an international flight. More important, it also had Wi-Fi. Akimbo decided to send an email. The Russian had said to use the address only for operational planning, but also that it was shielded from the Americans. And this was operational planning. He worked for Allah, not some old white-haired, wrinkled Russian. He booted up the computer, then accessed the Wi-Fi hotspot the bus provided. Getting on the web page provided by the Russian, he typed in an email address and sent a brief message.
Chapter 27. I thought I'd misheard the words coming out of Kurt Hale's mouth, mainly because the encryption for the VPN made his voice sound like he'd been inhaling helium, but the white noise generator behind me wasn't helping. Even though the room had come up clean for technical listening devices, we were taking no chances. He saw my face through the laptop camera and said, "You heard right? Change of mission." "Sir, did you just ignore my entire report? Turbo was murdered, someone is hunting us, and they're tied into Chiclet. On top of that, they're Russian. I know we haven't proven Chiclet is preparing an operational act, but there's enough here to continue. We need to locate him." After fighting the Russian grizzly bear, I'd called Brett and Decoy, pulling them off of the casino. I was torn with telling them to remain, but after the failed assault against the bear, I feared they'd be set up. I had no idea how many men we were up against, and clearly, they'd had surveillance on us while we were watching Chiclet. The fact that we hadn't seen them told me they were either very good, or it was only these two operating. I couldn't risk my men on the bet that it was just two people against us. I decided to focus on Chiclet with our technical devices and back off aggressive surveillance for a day or two, repositioning to a different hotel. The beacons we'd emplaced earlier still showed they were in Chiclet's room, so I'd left Retro behind to monitor the microphone we'd emplaced. After 8 hours of nothing, I'd had him conduct a B&E of the room, fearing we'd find it cleaned out with our beacons on the floor. Instead, everything he'd owned was still there, beacons still hidden, which meant they were doing us no good. I was fairly sure that he'd flown the coop, leaving his luggage behind, which was one more indication that he was doing something nefarious. Kurt said, "I hear you, Pike, but I've got a change of mission from the Oversight Council. I'll take your report back to them for resolution. In the meantime, get to Istanbul for the thumb drive." I started to lose my temper. This is fucking ridiculous. You want me to take the team and go chase a thumb drive against some Israeli we have no information on whatsoever. Meanwhile, we're going to let some seriously competent killers go free, Russians no less. Pike, Russians aren't in our target deck. State systems aren't our charter. The Taskforce had a very narrow operational profile that was predicated strictly on sub-state terrorist threats. If the target wasn't on the State Department's Foreign Terrorist Organization list, we weren't allowed to touch it. Instead, it would be a CIA or DoD problem set, which begged the question about this damn thumb drive. I said, and beating an Israeli to a thumb drive he bought from another Russian qualifies as charter-worthy? This trumps a targeting of our own men? I didn't realize we'd placed Israel on the FTO. Kurt scowled, knowing I just backed him into a corner and not liking it. I could see him about to explode, like I'd seen numerous times before. I just pushed some buttons the wrong way, which was tough shit. What he really didn't like was the fact that I was right about the whole damn discussion. Even the encryption from the VPN couldn't hide the quiver of anger in his voice. He said, "Do not question my commitment to my men. I cannot believe you would insinuate that I'm good with the death of Turbo and Radcliffe. You aren't the only one in the fight, and we aren't in the revenge business. We work to protect and defend a nation, not execute your personal vendettas." His words hit me, slapped me, which is exactly what he wanted. My righteous indignation faded away like a snow cone dropped on a summer sidewalk. He paused a second, getting his blood pressure under control. Unlike me, he always managed to maintain a command presence, and wasn't about to start screaming at my slur like he would have liked. I felt a little ashamed about what I'd said. He continued, "I'm going to take your report back to the Council. It may not end up in a Taskforce Omega operation, but it will end up on someone's target deck. As for the thumb drive, it's got the ability to exponentially harm U.S. intelligence operations much greater than the loss of Turbo or Radcliffe. It's also exactly what you wanted when you created this adventure. The President is willing to bend the charter to accomplish the mission. He no longer trusts the established intelligence architecture. It leaks like a sieve. He's chosen us for the mission. No more terrorism only." He was right about me wanting an expanded mission, but it would have been better if it wasn't an either-or choice of finding Turbo's killers. I said, "Okay, sir, I got you. I didn't mean to poke you in the eye." He laughed and said, "Bullshit, yes you did." "Well, okay, I did. But you have to admit, we've got nothing on the Israeli. You want us to hot rod to Istanbul, and we have no thread. What am I supposed to do?" He paused for a moment, and I knew the other shoe was about to drop. I could see it in his face. He said, "The profile is simple. CIA has some sort of feed into Mossad. They think they'll get a location for the thumb drive through their assets. And at that point it becomes a race. I'll send you what I got from the DNI. You'll see it's pretty bad. But it's not a question of what you will do." "What's that mean?" "The Council isn't comfortable with a civilian making decisions on behalf of the task force, especially one that's the CEO of a profitable business. Knuckles is taking over as the team leader." I took that in, understanding the motivations, but knowing their excuse was fabricated. What they were afraid of was someone in charge who didn't give a shit about their hand-wringing, someone they couldn't affect with threats through the government system or control with their rewards and punishment. Before I could say anything, he continued, "They think it'll eventually be a conflict of interest, that you'll make a decision based on your company instead of the mission." I said, "What do you think?" "I think they have a point. Your decisions today had nothing to do with your company, but you sure as shit executed a potential Omega without any sanction. You hung the team out to dry because you could get away with it. And I mean you and Jennifer." He read the tea leaves accurately, and it hurt. "So I'm cut out now? Is that where we're going? You told me you wanted me to execute this mission, because you wanted results. Now you're telling me I'm too volatile? Not responsive to the chain of command? You've always been volatile. But before I had some control, now I'm not so sure. Mexico worked out okay, but it could have gone the other way. You made some calls down there that were tight. It gets people worried. The comment really aggravated me, because I'd actually backed off on that mission, executing only after the Oversight Council had demanded it against my better judgment. But I knew he had a point. I'd gotten comfortable bucking the system because I'd always been proven right, but today we'd failed, and I couldn't predict the repercussions of that failure. Maybe I'd become a little too cozy thumbing my nose at the Oversight Council, while using their very assets to execute missions, assets that were entrusted to my judgment. I said, "Why'd you say you wanted me in charge for this? I mean, if you didn't trust me." He said, "I do trust you. Don't turn this into a witch hunt. Look, let this go for a little bit. Let Knuckles take the helm. We need to work out how your company fits in. I want it to exceed other cover companies, but it's a new terrain. We need to figure out how the chain of command will work. It's a different world, especially with an expanded mission set. You wanted it, and I want you in it. Get that little thumb drive, and we'll go from there." I heard the door open behind me and saw a shadow in the reflection of the glass. I heard Knuckles say, "Still no movement in the room. You want to pull retro, or keep him in place?" I suppose I should have been pissed at seeing him, wanting to keep my little fiefdom and protect my interests, but I didn't. I couldn't. I had no issue with giving him command. He was about as good an operator as existed, and I'd follow him under fire easily. Combat wasn't the issue. The decisions outside of combat, the ones necessary to prevent combat, were what worried me. I might be scary to the Oversight Council, but the very thing in me that caused their fear had also prevented several travesties. Risk early had prevented death later. Not my worry now. I said, "Bring him home, but before you do that, take a seat." I turned back to the screen. "Sir, I have Knuckles here. Still nothing from the hotel. He's gone. Before we get into the meat, has anything come from Chiclet's connections?" Knuckles took a chair and said, "What's up?" On the screen I saw Kurt grimace, not wanting to talk to Knuckles in my presence, a painful thing that I wasn't going to make more comfortable. He said, "Are we done?" I said, "Yeah, I got it. I'm good. Just give me anything on Chiclet. I won't chase him without your blessing." Kurt said, "We have nothing. There's one contact to a Boko Haram spiritual leader via email, but we have no idea if it's him." I perked up. Email was always a good thing, both in content and geolocation. Why? What did the email say? You should be able to figure out his fingerprints fairly easily. "All we have is metadata. The email came from a protected source, and we're not getting content." I was getting very sick of the Snowden snowball. We had a lot of capability inside the Taskforce, but it was all tactically focused on geolocation for specific counter-terrorist applications. We didn't have the capability to gather any content from the massive amount of various digital and analog communications around the world. That's what the NSA was for, and there was no reason to duplicate them, and no way we would even want to, until Snowden had caused the NSA to become skittish on just about everything. What the hell does that mean? Boko Haram barely uses electricity, and they've sent a disciple out into the world. If he got an email, it's from Chiclet. On the screen, knowing he'd already given me enough lumps to the head, Kurt held up his hands and said, "Pike, I don't know why it was firewalled. Something about the nature of the email. We've got an inquiry in through our systems to readdress, but right now, it's metadata only." Meaning the email header. But that would be good enough. It would have the ISP the email went through, and with that, I could get a general location of where he had gone. "Can you pass that to the hacking cell? Let them dig a little?" He nodded. "Yeah, I can do that. But no execution on anything without me talking to you, you understand?" I said, "Yeah, I got it. I'm not in charge anyway. I'll go through Knuckles." Knuckles looked at me in confusion, saying, "What's that mean?"
Chapter 28. Akinbo hung up the phone and studied the instructions the Russian had given him. He ran his fingers down a tourist map, tracing the road from his hotel, and seeing it was close to a mile away. A long way to walk, but finding a taxi from here would be difficult, something he'd learned yesterday. After 8 hours traveling the Bulgarian and Turkish countryside, he'd arrived in Istanbul near midnight. only to find it might take him longer than that to go the short distance to his hotel, with not a soul speaking English once the bus stopped. He'd exited through the metro platform and been assaulted by the general chaos, a throbbing mass of people competing with bleeding vehicle horns for attention even at that late hour. He'd eventually found a taxi driver that at least pretended to speak English and presented an address to a hotel in the Katanga district. They'd set out, and Akimbo had prayed that he wasn't getting primed for a robbery. After 30 minutes, he'd complained, demanding to know their location, and the driver reassured him, pointing vaguely through the windshield, saying, 2 minutes, 2 minutes. Traveling down a narrow street with barely enough room for a single car, he was dropped off in front of a tired, crumbling brick building on the European side of the Bosphorus Strait. As they pulled up to the hotel, his mind shifted from nefarious actions of the cab driver to the general dilapidation of the surrounding area. He was clearly in a district with little wealth, and he was worried about his mission. He wondered why his spiritual advisor had recommended this place. He was on the verge of telling the cabbie to continue moving when he saw 2 men exit, both of African descent. He'd decided to stay. At the front desk, he'd learned that the area was filled with African illegals looking to springboard into Europe. It was the perfect place to disappear, but not the easiest to find a taxi on the spur of the moment. He'd be forced to walk to his meeting, but that was fine by him. He wanted to get out and explore. He would have worried about leaving his belongings in the room, as it was Spartan to say the least, with a simple knob lock on a flimsy door, but he had nothing to steal. He'd left all of that in Bulgaria, fleeing like a rat from a supposed boogeyman out to get him. The thought still aggravated him. The meeting spot was adjacent to a large section on the map labeled Grand Bazaar, and he assumed it was a shopping area. He left the hotel much earlier than necessary, intent on spending the Russians' money on some new clothes. Going north on the narrow street, the walk was steadily uphill. The buildings of 3 and 4 stories on either side adorned with clothes hanging to dry, and satellite television dishes. They crowded right up to the street, forcing him to hop into doorways to allow traffic to pass. In short order, he was winded, the hills stretching inexorably in front of him, never ending, the road winding to and fro, branching off into alleys like the roots of a tree. He continued north until he broke out of the cloistered neighborhood into a shopping district. He crossed a 4-lane road with a tram rail in the middle, the boulevard lined with modern retail stores and restaurants. He passed a metro stop and saw a string of buses near what appeared to be a cluster of awnings. He vectored toward them and found himself outside a stone portal leading to the Grand Bazaar, which, true to its name, appeared to sell everything from jewelry to clothes. He entered and spent 30 minutes wandering the maze, looking to replenish his wardrobe but not wanting to purchase a belly-dancing costume. He passed a grill, the smell of the Turkish kebabs making his stomach grumble, and reminding him of how long it had been since his last meal. He checked his phone to see if he had time and was startled to see how long he'd been roaming inside. His shopping would have to wait. He'd been late once and didn't want to repeat the displeasure he'd experienced at the hands of the old Russian. Using a cheap tourist map, he pressed through the bazaar, trying to find the northern gate numbered 16. Just outside of it, on a street called Tijular, was a cafe where he was to meet his Russian contact. But he was beginning to realize that locating the gate wasn't as easy as he thought it would be. In his village in Nigeria, the directions the Russian had given him would have been easy to follow. But now he understood he'd made a mistake. This place was a nightmare of confusing alleys and streets. He bumped into what he thought was the northern side and found a gate. The number on the stone was 19. He looked at his tourist map, seeing he'd marched all the way across to the eastern side, covering the entire bazaar and missing his gate to the north. He spun the map around, disoriented, sure he was wrong. He glanced around for something to identify, and saw the same view stretched out before him, like two mirrors had been placed across from each other, showing an endless row of merchants selling goods. He felt the first tendrils of anxiety. Every alley looked like the alley before it. Every stall looked like the stall next to it. There was nothing to anchor against to find his way. He raced in a direction he thought was north, eventually hitting another wall and seeing the exit number 14. Across a shopping lane of leather goods was a stairwell leading up to what looked like a minbar, the pulpit of a mosque attached to the wall. The sight gave him pause. An anchor, he thought. He went toward it, then up the stairs, his speed increasing with each step. He found a shoe shelf at the top. It was a mosque. He removed his shoes and entered. He stopped the first person he could find, the man looking alarmed at Akinbo's black skin and nervous manner. Akinbo gave a traditional Arabic greeting, and the man relaxed. Akinbo said something in English, his Arabic exhausted, and the man shook his head. Akinbo showed him his map and pointed to the location of Gate 16. The man smiled and motioned for him to follow. Chapter 29. The Turk walked through the maze of the bazaar at a good clip, dodging pedestrians and slipping between booths to access the hidden lanes behind. Akinbo kept up, recognizing the stalls he had passed earlier in his wandering for the mythical Gate 16. In seconds they were in front of a stone portal, sunshine spilling through and competing with the artificial lighting of the bazaar. Outside was nothing more than a narrow brick lane leading away, congested with pallets, buckets, and sidewalk vendors on each side. The man pointed above them, and Akinbo saw Turkish words next to the numeral for 16. He thanked the Turk profusely, then took off at a trot, looking for the small outdoor cafe. He passed some food stalls, but nothing he would call a cafe. He hit an intersection and stopped, debating. Alleys led off left and right, both only wide enough for a motorcycle. The walls lined with boxes and stinking of garbage left too long in the sun. He considered asking someone else for help when his phone rang. He answered and heard a voice he didn't recognize, but the accent was unmistakable. Russian. "Where are you?" "I'm outside the bazaar, outside Gate 16, just like instructed. Trying to find the cafe, but it's not on this street." "Did you pass a mosque?" Too late, Akinbo remembered the detail he'd overlooked. "Not yet." "Then keep moving down the street." Akinbo heard the contempt come through louder than the instructions. In 30 seconds he passed the mosque on his right. He saw tables ahead and picked up his pace. He reached a restaurant with an interior the size of a large closet, holding only 3 tables. The rest of the room overtaken by cooking appliances. In the corner, a man carved lamb off of a rotating spit. He swiveled about and noticed that the majority of seating was outside, in an area fenced off by rough lumber that had been painted to look like ancient wood. The section stretched 30 feet left and right of the door, with 3 tables on either side. A Caucasian man sat at the table farthest away, staring at him. There was an open newspaper on the table, and a jacket draped over the back of his chair. The meeting signal, he thought. But he didn't recognize the man. It wasn't the old Russian. This person was much younger and fit. The man picked up a cell phone and dialed, still looking at him. Akinbo felt his phone vibrate. He answered, keeping his eyes on the Caucasian. "What are you waiting on? Come here." He did so. When he reached the table, he said, "I was looking for an older man." "You were told to look for a signal, not a man. If the man you'd met before had been here, there would have been no need for a signal. Not only are you late, but you can't seem to follow simple instructions." Akinbo bristled and said, "Who are you? And where is the old man? I don't like being tricked." "You may call me Yarilo. I'm the one who will facilitate the meeting. The old man, as you call him, is not able to meet without drawing the attention of others. I'll be his go-between. As for being tricked, you'll meet here again, using the same signals. That man will also be someone you don't know. That's why we sent you here today. Practice. And it looks like it was necessary." "Why won't you be here?" "I have my reasons, but that's irrelevant. The man will give you further instructions on where to get the weapon, what precautions are necessary, and how it can be detonated. We believe it's an artillery shell, but we're not sure. After he has passed his information, call me. I will meet you, and we will discuss what he said." "What about my target? Where am I going with the weapon?" "That depends on a lot of factors. We'll discuss after you talk to the man. Remember, tomorrow's meeting is after dark. Will that cause you problems? Can you still find this place?" "Yes, of course I can. I'm not stupid." Akinbo received a patronizing smile for the comment. "Okay. Do not be late tomorrow. The man you're meeting will not have your phone number and will not be as accommodating as I have been. He'll leave." Akinbo nodded. "One other thing. Tomorrow morning at 10, I want you to call your group." He passed across a folded sheet of paper. "Tell them what's written here verbatim. Do not, under any circumstance, tell them anything but what is on that paper." Akinbo read it and saw it was for another meeting, the day after tomorrow, at a different place and time. "Why? What's this about? I was told I couldn't use this phone to contact them. The old man told me that specifically, because of the Americans." "He's changed his mind, but it is because of the Americans." Akinbo started to say something else when Yuri cut him off, passing across another cell phone. "Make that call, and keep the phone on you. This cell is now the new operational phone. You understand what that means? Operational phone?" "Yes, no calling friends." Yuri nodded at him and said, "That's right. Only call us on that phone. Go. You have your instructions. Don't worry about why. Let us do the worrying." Akinbo rose without another word. Yuri watched Akinbo's back until he turned the corner, then dialed Vladimir. "It didn't go as well as we'd hoped. Akinbo is not trained nor prepared for operational work. He showed up late, then ignored the bona fides. Are you sure you don't want me here for the meeting?" "No. For the same reasons I'm only leaving the consulate for coffee. The Turks know my position in the FSB, so anyone I meet in public will be connected to me as a person of interest. I have no idea how competent the Syrian is, but he's also an intelligence operative. He might be known to the MIT as well. If so, I don't want them linking to you. Akinbo is a risk we have to take. If he gets picked up, so be it." Yuri said, "Okay, sir, but I'd recommend letting my team cover the site, just to watch, provide counter-surveillance." Yuri heard nothing but the hoarse rattle of Vlad's breath, the strangled wheeze making him involuntarily want to cough. Finally, Vlad said, "Okay, that makes sense, but loosely. Just observe for our protection, not theirs. Did you tell him about the call?" "Yes, sir. He'll do it, I'm sure. My only worry is that he won't stick to the script, and instead tell other savages what's really going on." "Doesn't matter. If he talks about the real meeting, there's no way the Americans can react in time. They're still in Bulgaria, floundering for a lead. They'll take the bait and be at the second meeting. They can't help it. It's their nature." And true to your nature, you will kill them. Chapter 30. The hose jetted water, splashing the sidewalk in a tepid spray. But Bakir Kemal wondered if what was coming out was any cleaner than the splattered mess he was attempting to clean. The leftovers of a dead bird, or maybe the vomit of a drunk passerby. It needed to be removed before the nighttime rush came in for a meal. As he had every day for the past 2 years, he'd come to the small cafe grateful to have work. 3 years out of the university, he, like many young people around the world, couldn't find a job equal to the degree he held. He didn't mind, with the exception of wearing the ridiculous Turkish costume. Being near the tourist magnet of the Grand Bazaar had its hazards. Even so, others who had graduated with him were literally wondering where their next meal would come from. He doused the pavement with the fetid water, then scrubbed the offending stain with a push broom. It did no good. He quit aggravated, knowing he'd have to use a wire brush on his hands and knees, disgusted at the thought. The head cook, which is to say the only cook, shouted at him from inside, amused at the dilemma. Bakir leaned through the door and aimed the hose, as if he was about to unleash the foul water on the interior tables. The cook held up his hands, blubbering something to get him to stop. He lowered the hose, and they both laughed, a small bit of camaraderie on a tiny street at a cafe that had struggled to survive every minute it had been open. One more night and an endless parade of them, each as mundane as the one before. The sun began to set, and the shadows grew longer. Bakir had had ideas of grandeur while in school, thoughts of changing the world, of being the next Kemal Ataturk. Those dreams had buoyed him through college, as it had for all of his university friends. Now, as a busboy with a college degree, he understood it was nothing more than an expensive myth. His place in life was limited, as was that of everyone else he knew. He would do no grand thing. He believed he was just an ant on a cog of the giant machine called Earth, one of the thousands of little people who had no capacity to alter the course of human events. He was wrong. As he and the cook prepared for the rush of nighttime patrons, a mind-numbing task they had both done for years, they had no way of knowing that their little cafe was about to become ground zero for actions that had the potential to alter the balance of power among nation-states on a global scale. Opening a caustic bottle of liquid soap that wouldn't be allowed to see the light of day in the West, Bakir splashed the stain. He knew the film he created was dangerous to leave unattended, as he'd slipped more than once using it. But it would also save him some elbow grease. He told the cook he was going to let it soak for a bit, but that he would have it up before the nighttime crowds. He dribbled the thin line out, then decided more was better, dumping half of the container onto the street, coating the offending blemish. He watched the tendrils of soap seek lower ground, crossing the road to the shop across the way. He feared the storekeep would complain, forcing him to clean it up before it had done its job. The merchant would not, and Bakir would have patrons much earlier than was customary, preventing him from fulfilling the promise he'd told the cook. It wouldn't be until later, after the smell of cordite had disappeared and the bodies had been removed, that Bakir would remember the soap he'd spilled on the street.
My earpiece chirped early, startling me. I maintained my stone face for anyone who might be watching, listening as Jennifer relayed that she had eyes on Chiclet. Hearing the words, I worked hard to keep the grin off of my face. I believed that we'd eventually find him, but I was in the minority. Knuckles and Kurt both thought chasing Chiclet was a waste of time, but I didn't see it that way. As long as we were sitting around waiting on the trigger of the thumb drive mission, I was willing to give it a go. Turbo and Radcliffe demanded it. There was a risk that whoever was protecting Chiclet would recognize Jennifer, but I didn't think that would happen. As far as they knew, she was dead, having driven off of a cliff and exploded in a ball of fire. Even so, she dyed her hair brunette and wore contacts that changed her gray eyes to a mundane brown. To add to the mix, I'd paired her up with Decoy instead of myself, the teammate Knuckles had given me. The two together projected a different signature, but truthfully, my greatest fear at this point was Decoy himself. He was a notorious man-whore, and I wasn't sure he could conduct a mission profile with Jennifer on his arm without becoming focused on her other assets. He was solid in a gunfight, about as good as I'd ever seen, but he'd been partial to Jennifer since I'd known him, always making lewd comments and coming on to her, which I'm sure was why Knuckles had given him to me. A way to get a little payback after the last video conference with Kurt. I'd acquiesced to the new chain of command, and things had been awkward for about 30 minutes, but I'd finally convinced Knuckles that I was good with it, let him have the helm, and begun working the hacking cell like Kurt had said I could. Using the ISP in the email header, we found out that the email from Chiclet had been sent from an internet provider for the Turkish Metro bus line, so I knew my instincts had been correct. He had fled. While they worked for more information, Knuckles alerted our pilots, and we drove back to Sofia, intent on flying to Istanbul for the stupid thumb drive mission. Kurt had also sent over the intelligence that was so controversial, but in my mind, it was just a bunch of shit from the dustbin of history. Who really cared today about Black September in 1972? So the Russians had facilitated the murder of Israelis, and we'd known in advance. That was worth all the hubbub? It was like reading the conspiracy theories about the grassy knoll. Interesting to a select few, but old news to everyone else. Well, in my mind anyway. By the time we got to the plane, the hacking cell had necked down the MAC address of the Wi-Fi Chiclet had used. It was a mobile router on an actual bus. Something that worked on the cell towers, but translated as a Wi-Fi hotspot to the passengers. I gave them orders to locate which vehicle, hoping that buried in the web architecture of the bus company was some sort of inventory that the hacking cell could find. Basically, neck down that mobile router X was located in bus Y. From there, I could find out where bus Y was headed. We'd taken off for Istanbul, and by the time we'd landed, they had an answer. Well, they had a bus number. It took me about 30 minutes of calling the Metro bus line before I finally reached a person that spoke English. I gave her the information, along with a bogus story about trying to find a lost niece who'd run away, and asked where that bus was going. She told me the answer, even with the puzzlement in her voice over how I knew so much about her company. When she asked a pointed question about my knowledge, I hung up and gave Knuckles the good news. Chiclet was on a bus to Istanbul, and we'd actually beaten him to the city. He was aggravated, to say the least, but I was elated. I called Kurt, telling him what I had and demanding to put Chiclet's sectors back on the target deck. While the Taskforce was pretty damn powerful, we still had to prioritize assets, and with multiple operations ongoing around the world, Kurt had put Chiclet on the back burner. Now that we were both in the same city, I asked to have anything associated with him turned back on. He agreed, and this morning it pinged. A Chiclet associate, a bigwig in Boko Haram, had received a phone call from a number located in Istanbul. It was an unknown handset, but the connection was too coincidental, especially since the phone had a Russian country code. I'd begged Kurt for permission to investigate and asked him to dedicate assets to geolocate the new cell. He'd reluctantly agreed, with the caveat that if anything broke on the thumb drive, we were to redirect immediately. I promised, and then had asked Knuckles for some manpower. With a grin, he'd given me Decoy, claiming that Brett would draw too much attention as an African-American. I understood the real reason. Knuckles knew Decoy would come on to Jennifer, and he would enjoy the fireworks. As we left, he'd said, "You find Chiclet, and I'll buy you a case of beer." With Jennifer's call, I was debating whether to charge him a case of microbrew or live with the Pabst Blue Ribbon he'd buy on his own. I keyed my radio. "I'm outside of Gate 7. Can I enter?" Not wanting to be anywhere near Chiclet due to potential compromise, I'd settled for acting as surveillance chief. Although with only one element in the field, the position wasn't really necessary. Jennifer and Decoy could do fine on their own. Decoy said, "He's exiting out the north right now, so yeah, you can enter, no threat. Give him some time before you penetrate to the far side." I gave him a Roger and entered the Grand Bazaar, immediately getting accosted by the stall owners to my left and right. According to Jennifer's little history blurb, this thing was the largest and oldest covered bazaar on Earth, and had been continuously running for centuries. It was the perfect place to lose surveillance, and it hadn't surprised me at all when the handset geolocation had entered inside. Chicklet probably thought he was giving some unknown surveillance fits by roaming the bazaar, but he couldn't beat technology. He could run around inside this maze all damn day, and we'd sit back waiting, unless he ditched his traitorous phone. We could always find him again. But we couldn't determine what he was doing, and that, in a nutshell, was the dilemma I was facing. I could follow the phone trace all day long on a computer, but that didn't really tell me it was him. It could be Chicklet, or it might be someone else. On top of that, I wanted to know what he was up to. See if he met some potential Russians, which required physical eyes on. All the phone did was tell me a location, not give me a description of what had occurred at the location. But you couldn't beat the technology as a failsafe. No more lost contact drills. All we had to do was pull back and get a lock, then re-engage. I stopped outside a stall selling leather handbags and, strangely, John Cena wrestling t-shirts, and called Jennifer on the cell, off of the group chat. Yeah, it was weak of me, but I wanted to talk to Jennifer without Decoy hearing.
Chapter 31. Jennifer felt Decoy's hand slip into hers, a pathetic attempt at pretending he was solidifying their cover. Before she had time to react, her phone vibrated, giving her a reason to pull away. Hello? Why are you calling directly instead of group chat? Just checking up. What's Manhor doing? She toyed with telling Pike about the hand-holding just to drive him nuts, but ultimately decided against it, instead focusing on the mission. He's doing fine. We're doing fine. Chicklet is at a cafe, and he's seated with another man of Middle Eastern descent. I'll get your photo in a minute. We're up the street about 50 meters away at another food vendor. We should have brought a parabolic on this. I'd love to hear what they're saying. Pike said, Yeah, well, I'm just amazed we found him. Get as much as you can on visual, and we'll make a case to Kurt for continued operations. She acknowledged, about to hang up, then heard, Hey, he isn't doing anything he shouldn't, is he? She grinned and caught Decoy's eye, saying, Who? Chicklet? No, Manhor. He's a perfect gentleman. Bullshit. Nobody in the task force has the time of day for split tails. Let me know if he steps over the line. I'll bust his head open. Jennifer hung up without telling Pike how insulting the split-tail comment was. He wouldn't get it. Pike worked in a world dominated by males, only fighting for her after he'd seen what she brought to the mission. He believed in her capabilities now, more so than anyone else. Truly believed, which was what endeared her to him. But he still had to be convinced initially. Unlike Decoy. Raised with 4 sisters by a mother that had left an abusive father, Decoy was an anomaly, a task force operator that honestly didn't feel threatened by Jennifer. Pike was right about him betting anything he came across, but wrong in the reason. Unlike just about anyone else in the task force, he did it because he understood women. Jennifer knew saying that truth would just aggravate Pike, so she kept that particular insight to herself. Even after Pike had made it clear that he wouldn't tolerate any insults to Jennifer, Decoy had spent every minute trying to get her out of her pants. But he did so without any prejudice. Operationally, he couldn't care less what her gender was. He was one of the first to recognize her talents in the covert world, and one of the first to welcome them on the task force stage, treating her just like any other operator. But he still wanted to get laid. At the end of the day, she wondered if Decoy, given all of his man-whore proclivities, wasn't actually more open than all of the other men in the task force. Decoy said, What was that about? Nothing. Pike just checking in. She felt his hand slink in again, trapping her wrist and bringing a grin. She knew he was doing it just to get a rise out of her. He had figured out her relationship with Pike long before anyone else, and knew he stood no chance.
He squeezed her hand and winked. In the middle of an operation. She couldn't believe it. Man-whore is right, she thought. Pretending to browse a selection of silver jewelry at an outdoor stall, Yuri could just make out the elbow of the Syrian intelligence officer 70 meters away. With the canalization of the narrow street, he'd brought a minimal force to survey the meeting. Since Akimbo knew what Yuri looked like, he'd stayed on the bazaar side, near the mosque outside of Gate 16. He'd put Dmitri inside the restaurant and had the giant of a man Mishka on the far side, far enough away to give early warning, but not draw attention to the meeting. The man had his uses, but blending in wasn't one of them. With the sun rapidly falling below the horizon, the heat from the day began to drop as well, and the crowd started to pick up, a mix of foreigners and locals. Yuri had the men focus on the Turks, ignoring all the tourists. If anyone was going to show interest in the meeting, it would be someone working for the Turkish MIT. But so far, the only highlight was a young waiter who was serving both the Syrians' table as well as Dmitri's. He waited until the meeting was well underway, then called his men. He received a negative report from Mishka and a joke about the waiter's outfit from Dmitri. He grinned and checked his watch. 5 more minutes and the meeting would be over. Successfully. 5 minutes, he thought. He began thinking about the follow-on meeting with Akimbo, where they'd planned the next steps of the mission, when a flash of light caught his eye. He saw a mini-bike approaching, the headlight bouncing erratically over the ancient cobblestones as it wove between pedestrians, both the driver and passenger wearing full-face helmets. The driver swerved to the left of the narrow lane, and the passenger pulled something out of his jacket. As the bike entered the pool of light spilling out from the cafe, Yuri recognized a mini Uzi machine pistol. His mouth opened in disbelief. The driver pulled up next to Akimbo on the other side of the wood rail, and the passenger flipped out a small metal skeleton stock, seating it into his shoulder pocket. Before Yuri even thought to shout, the passenger squeezed the trigger, the weapon sounding like a canvas tarp ripping apart. The Syrian held his hands up as if they could stop the death, then began twitching from the rounds, shredding his body. He slumped over the wood railing next to the table, dripping dark fluid on the street, mixing in with the remains of a spilled bottle of Coca-Cola. The pedestrians began to react as the minibike surged forward, gaining distance from the targeted killing. The driver cranked the handlebars hard to the right to get the bike turned around, and aimed back up the lane, away from the dead end of the bazaar. He gunned the engine, and the tires hit something wet on the street, a patch of liquid as slick as black ice. Instead of gaining traction, both tires flew out from underneath the bike, the engine slamming onto the cobblestone and spraying sparks. The passenger spilled onto the concrete, and the bike ground on top of the driver, causing a scream as the exhaust branded his leg. He pulled himself from underneath and got it back upright, but the crowds of pedestrians now blocked his way out, pointing and shouting at the killing. Running and leaping on the back of the motorcycle, the passenger yelled, jabbing his finger in Yuri's direction, and the bike jumped forward, heading right toward him. He jumped out of the way, watching it race right through Gate 16 into the Grand Bazaar. Incredulous, he called Dmitri. "Status. What's the status?" Out of breath, Dmitri said, "The Syrian's dead, and I swear to God I'm looking at that female I drove over a cliff. She's got brown hair now, but it's her." The Americans. How in the hell did they get here so quickly? How did they know about the Syrian? The anger boiled up, and he spit out, "Kill her and anyone with her." Chapter 32. Jennifer stood up so fast she knocked her chair over. On the group channel she said, Pike,
Pike, this is Coco. A motorcycle hit team just took out the Arabic man talking to Chiclet. Their egress route was blocked by civilians. They're coming right at you.
At me? I'm in the bazaar.
Decoy, on the edge of their cafe, standing on a chair to see over the crowd, said,
Roger that, Pike. He's driving the motorcycle straight into it.
He jumped down, saying,
He's coming. We'll stay outside for containment.
Jennifer felt a shadow and turned around to see a giant of a man towering over her, holding a pistol in his fist, the bulbous suppressor aimed at Decoy's head. She shouted a warning, and he pulled the trigger. The weapon spit noise like a muffled clap, the sound in no way reflecting the violence it wrought. The bullet entered Decoy's head just above his nose. It channeled through his brain, mushrooming out at the resistance, then exited the back of his head, bringing with it a good section of his skull and splattering the wall behind him. Decoy dropped straight down, the life fleeing his body instantly, his arms ending up unnaturally beneath him, his eyes dimly open. The earth stood still for a moment, Jennifer looking but not seeing the corpse of her teammate, her brain failing to register the catastrophic damage to Decoy's visage. She saw the weapon swinging around, the eyes of the killer lining up the sights on her own face. The image was crystal, the details hyper-real. She stared straight through the black hole of the barrel, seeing the hair on the sausage knuckle of the trigger finger, like the bristles of a hog. She saw the hair shift and knew the finger was moving backward. She exploded into action, slapping both hands over the weapon and trapping the man's hand against the frame of the pistol. She rotated up, snapping his finger in the trigger guard and locking his wrist joint, the weapon discharging harmlessly into the air. He screamed, a high-pitched feminine noise from such a large man, and she rotated the joint, bringing him to his knees. He swung his other hand, the fist hammering her shoulder like a mace from medieval times. She flew against the wall, her back sliding through Decoy's brain matter, but she held on to the pistol. The giant cursed at her and began to advance. She pulled the trigger, the first bullet striking the center of his chest. He staggered, but kept coming. She continued to fire, both hands on the weapon. The beast seemed to absorb each round and shrug it off. Frothy blood began to escape his lips. 2 more steps, and he was above her again. He reached out with both hands. She jabbed the suppressor to his forehead and squeezed. His head snapped back in a spray, and he finally dropped, landing on top of Decoy's body. A bullet impacted the wall next to her head, alerting her to another threat. She saw a man holding a pistol outside Chiclet's cafe, batting people aside and advancing. She raised her own weapon, seeing the slide had locked open on an empty magazine. The man began to run toward her, darting through the chaos of the crowd. He cleared them and held up, drawing a bead on her head, his eyes squinting down the barrel of his weapon no more than 10 feet away. She threw her pistol at him, causing him to flinch and pull the shot. She took off, away from the cafe, her long legs churning the pavement, darting among the crowd to avoid a bullet to the back.
No sooner did Decoy shout the ridiculous warning about a motorcycle carrying a group of assassins than I heard people screaming, then saw them jumping out of the way. The motorcycle, a moped really, came scooting by me 1 row over, the driver steering through the crowd and the passenger alternating between a death grip on the driver's jacket and waving his arms to get people to move. I took off after it, knowing whoever was on the back was the same person who had killed Turbo and tried to kill me. The bazaar was shaped roughly like a square, which meant after penetrating Gate 16 on the northeast corner, they were running south, parallel to a series of exits. If they took one, they'd be on the streets and alleys leading to high-speed escape routes. They'd be gone. I jogged parallel to them 1 row over, hearing the driver tooting his little horn. They were slowly pulling away from me, because I couldn't get through the crowd quickly enough. While people were diving out of the motorcycle's way, they weren't doing shit for me. I saw an exit from the bazaar and took it to the narrow street outside, now able to run as fast as I could away from the chaos, but unable to see the motorcycle's movement. I sprinted down the road in an effort to get ahead of the assassins, leaping over buckets, pallets, and other refuse. I saw another gate ahead and increased my speed, intent on cutting them off. Just before I reached it, the motorcycle popped out of the stone portal, literally 3 feet away. The driver turned right and goosed the engine, oblivious to my presence. I reached out and snagged the collar of the passenger, jerking him straight off the back. He was a small man, and I slammed him to the deck with great force, seeing an Uzi machine pistol fly out. The motorcycle spun around 30 feet away with the driver jabbing his left hand into his pocket. I raised the Uzi and squeezed the trigger, getting no recoil. It was empty. Nothing but dead weight, with apparently all of the bullets inside the Arabic man at the cafe. The driver didn't know it, though. I cinched the little skeletal stock into my shoulder pocket and leaned into a fighting stance as if I was about to unleash holy hell. He dropped his attempt at getting to his weapon, thinking better of taking me on. He gunned the throttle and was gone, escaping down the road to the 4-lane avenue known as Ordu Jadesi. Before I could focus on what I'd caught, the assassin below me lashed out with a foot, catching the inside of my thigh, dropping my body to a knee and infuriating me. I grabbed his head and bashed it into the pavement hard enough to crack his helmet down the middle, stunning him. I rolled him onto his stomach and cinched the chin strap of the helmet into his throat. He slapped his hands behind him, coughing and gagging. I kept working the strap, eventually seating it into his carotid arteries. He struggled a brief moment more, then relaxed unconscious. I dragged him into an alley, then removed his helmet. The first thing I noticed was the hair, a mess of it that had been placed in a ponytail. It confused me for a moment. Then I realized why he was so slight and small. The killer was a woman.
Chapter 33. Jennifer heard the feet slapping behind her and darted into the first alley she came to. She ran flat out, on the edge of losing control, the small lane black as pitch. Her toe caught an outcropping of brick and she went down head first, slamming her elbow into the ground and skidding into a wall. She shook her head, attempting to clear it, gritting her teeth over the pain in her arm, knowing she was losing precious time. She started to rise and heard the pursuers round the corner to the alley. She tucked into a ball, pressed next to the stairwell leading down, getting as small as possible to rectify the mistake of coming into an alley. She needed to get into the light, into the tourist crowds. But that didn't stop them from killing Decoy, she thought. His shattered face exploded into her consciousness, and she shunted it aside. They came jogging forward, slower and more careful than her, but still moving too fast to identify where she was crouching. She willed herself to look like a pallet or garbage can, and they went by. When they were 30 feet past her, she stood and began sprinting back the way she had come. She heard a shout just as she reached the intersection of a larger road that had actual vehicle traffic on it. She saw a puff of dust in the bricks to her left and heard the whine of a ricochet. She turned the corner without looking back. She ran down the thoroughfare, seeing the Sultan Ahmed Mosque in the distance, a thing of beauty silhouetted by spotlights, the blue tiles shimmering and the 6 minarets spearing into the sky. It would give her a refuge, if she could make it. One of the last of the great mosques and the most famous landmark in all of Turkey, she knew it would be well protected, a place a Russian would never dare attack. The Russians knew it as well, and did what they could to prevent her from reaching it. She broke out into a park, seeing a crowd gathered near a large fountain. She slowed to a jog, then heard a flurry of rounds snap by her head. She realized they were willing to harm anyone to get her. They would kill whomever it took. She was like a person pulling a trailer carrying plague, dragging the death with her wherever she went. She couldn't be responsible for that. Need the authorities, she thought, someone with guns, away from the crowds. She saw the Hagia Sophia Museum to her left. Having once been an Orthodox church at the time the Bible was cemented, then a grand mosque of the Ottoman Empire, it was now a museum, which meant it was closed at this hour, but surely guarded inside. She stopped next to a kiosk that was locked, pretended to go around it, then ducked low to find her predators. She saw them less than 50 meters away and running flat out, scaring the hell out of her and short-circuiting any logical battle plan. Like a cat flushed from hiding, she sprinted across the open terrain, straight at the outside wall of the Hagia Sophia. In the dim illumination from the lights of the fountain, she saw the suppressed pistol rounds impacting the wall in front of her, searing her core. She knew if she were shooting, she'd miss at most twice. Pike only once. She jerked to the right for a split second, then went into a roll before leaping up against the stone wall. She put her left foot against it and pushed off, literally running up the wall and grabbing the top. She heard the impact of the bullets below and hoisted herself over, dropping into a courtyard of the museum. She looked left and right, trying to see a camera or a guard post, but coming up empty. The area was well lit, but there was no overt security. The worst of both worlds. Jesus Christ, she thought. The damn wall is the security? She'd just dropped into a kill zone. She heard a scraping above her and saw a silhouette. He fired once at sound alone, missing wide, but enough to keep her off balance, to keep her from creating a plan. She ran past the entrance metal detectors and ticket gates, all turned off and silent. She kept going to the front of the church looking for a camera. Somewhere, someone was watching this place. She found nothing. Even given the danger, the discovery was mildly insulting to her, aggravating her protectionist sense of history. She glanced around looking for a hiding spot. She found several, but all were dead ends. They would protect her, but would do nothing if she was discovered. She needed something with an escape route. She entered the cathedral proper and saw an enormous cavern, dimly lit with emergency lighting. The place was huge, but had no real area to conceal her. It was just a wide-open space, the walls ornately gilded and clearly ancient, but providing no protection. The only unique feature was a section of scaffolding stretching all the way to the roof 90 feet above her, going past a balcony that ringed the cathedral. Something erected to make repairs to the ancient building, but more than that, something she could use. A set of monkey bars that beckoned. Like a squirrel that raced up a tree at the sight of a dog, she looked to the heights for safety. It was an equalizer for both strength and skill, a place where she knew she could rule. She waited until she was sure they had entered, her heart thumping so loud she was positive they would hear. She heard them whisper in Russian and split up. Not what she wanted. She needed both chasing her when she looped back around to the scaffolding on the second floor, leaving them behind. Her hand forced, she sprinted behind them toward the stairwell leading to the upper balcony, letting them see her. She heard the snap of a single round, the bullet splitting the air by her head louder than the cycling of the suppressed pistol. She instinctively ducked, knowing it was like reacting to thunder after the lightning struck. Someone shouted, and she looked behind her, seeing only one man coming. Shit, she thought. She entered the stairwell and saw it wasn't stairs at all, but a hallway that went to the upper floor like an ancient handicapped ramp, switching back every 15 meters and paved with stones that were gleaming smooth from centuries of use. A configuration that gave the man behind her the chance to shoot and kill her, since she had to run uphill 50 feet before each turn. As the balcony was 60 or 70 feet in the air, there were a lot of turns. She sprinted as fast as she could, now depending on her athletic ability to beat the man behind her. And it proved enough. He was able to get only one shot at her before she broke onto the hall with the balcony, seeing the scaffolding before her. But it would do no good now. Getting on it would only leave her vulnerable to the man below, like shooting fish in a barrel. Unless I can get them to ignore the weapons, she thought. Get them to think they've won. Get them to want to interrogate me. It was a huge, huge risk, but she saw no other alternative. She had the athletic ability to beat them, but she couldn't outrun a bullet. She needed to reduce that threat, beat them with intelligence. She took a deep breath and let it out, hearing the man break out onto her level. She moved into the light, hands high, and said, "Don't shoot. Don't shoot." He shouted something in Russian to the man below, holding the pistol on her. After hearing an answer, the man before her said, "Get on your knees. Put your hands behind your head." She sank down in relief, interlacing her fingers on top of her head, thinking about her next move. Looking at the scaffolding 4 feet away, she said, "Don't kill me, please." She cowered down, projecting weakness. And he believed it.
Chapter 34. I searched the girl's body for weapons, and found a small folding knife. Tossing it aside, I raised her into a sitting position, checking her pulse and breathing. She appeared okay, leaving me wondering about my next move. Like a dog that chases a car, I had no idea what to do with what I'd caught. I could hear the people gathering on the street outside the alley, spilling out from the bazaar, all trying to connect why a motorcycle had raced through the place. Getting bits and pieces, they were beginning to draw a story. Some were wildly wrong, others dangerously close. I heard the peculiar sound of a European siren closing in on the action, and I knew I had to get away. I called Decoy and Jennifer, getting nothing. It didn't cause concern, though, since the standard operating procedure was to put all cell phones into original equipment mode when confronted with possible compromise. In other words, turn them into standard cell phones instead of the top-secret communications devices that they were. Jennifer and Decoy were now at ground zero for a murder, and for all I knew, were sitting in the back seat of a Turkish police car. I considered my options. 1, I could let her go. Leave her here to wake up. We weren't involved with the target, so it would be clean. But the bitch had something to do with the deaths of Taskforce members, so that option was out of the question, regardless of the risk to my cover. 2, I could take her with me, drag her somewhere, and get her into a secure area. But that was just about impossible. What the hell could I do? Carry her along as my drunk date? 3, I could kill her. I knew she'd killed Turbo and Radcliffe. Well, I knew she was on the team who'd done the mission. And she'd tried to kill Jennifer and me. At the end of the day, this was probably the best option, because I still had the damn thumb drive mission to contend with, and that operation had no room for prisoners. Simple. She'd do the same if the roles were reversed. I used one hand to hold her head still, and placed the folded knuckles of my other hand against the back of her neck. Sinking where I would strike, I cocked my elbow, concentrating on the spot, not wanting to cause her unnecessary pain. I saw her hand twitch. I felt her breath. I couldn't do it. The blackness that Jennifer was so afraid of didn't appear. The rage that had consumed me in the past, that had turned me into an executioner, remained at bay. What once ruled my life had decided to hide when I needed it most. Instead, something inside was telling me that killing her like this was an abomination. I sagged against the wall, a little disgusted with myself. I let out a breath. Shit. Looks like the drunk date option. She started to awaken, her eyes fluttering back and forth. It would be seconds before she snapped them open. I leaned in and rolled my knuckles into her arteries again, cutting off the blood flow to her brain. She slumped back. I threw her over my shoulder and started moving down the alley, wondering if I had lost my killer instinct by getting entangled with Jennifer. Not regretting the decision, but wondering if I'd lost a bit of an edge, especially considering the woman on my shoulder would do it to me without question. I thought about my past, when I was on active duty in the Taskforce. I might have killed her then, but it wasn't a given. Well, not a given before my family was taken from me. After that had happened, the question would have been whether I would have done it slowly. But you were crazy then, I thought. After I'd lost my family, I'd killed to release the pain, not for the mission. I'd inflicted the agony inside me onto others, conveniently using the mantle of my job to justify it. I wondered if that's what she did as well. I hope not. That time had been horrific. and I was lucky to have made it out of the blackness in one piece. If the woman on my shoulder was a reflection of that, the world would have been better off if I'd left her in the alley with a broken neck. I went through 2 intersections, sticking to festering alleys and avoiding other pedestrians, searching for a suitable place to hide. I found it down a twisting side street, a youth hostel with a flickering neon sign advertising individual rooms. A piece of shit place that I would never have entered if I had more than $20 to spend, but a building that would now give me cover without anyone asking questions, somewhere to sort out my next steps. I walked in with the girl over my shoulder, causing a stir from 2 Australians sitting on a worn couch watching a community TV. Well, they looked like Australians, thick beards and a quart of beer on the chipped table to their front. I said, "Too much partying. This place have a room for us?" They gave me a knowing nod, then hollered for the manager, confirming my suspicions with their accents. He came down from a narrow stairwell, a wizened old Turkish guy. He smirked at me, then checked us in, which consisted of me handing him cash and him handing me a key. No paperwork of any kind. He smirked again and pointed up the stairwell. Getting to the threadbare room, I tied her to the sink, then did a thorough search of her person, finding nothing but a passport from Australia. Sure, another Australian backpacker. I splashed water in her face, snapping her awake. She jerked about for a moment, then looked at me. Setting the tone, I said, "I don't want to kill you, but I will." She said nothing, looking at me as if I were the devil. I said, "I know you're not Australian, but don't worry. I'm not going to raise a stink about it. What I want to know is why you've killed my friends." I let that sink in, then grabbed the hair above her forehead, jerking her upright. "So you know, that's the reason I'm going to make your life fucking miserable. But I have to sell this some way. So what's up with Boko Haram? Why do you kill everyone around him? Why do you protect him?" Her eyes flicked left and right, clearly trying to determine how she could escape her fate. I yanked her head again, going so far as to hammer it against the pipe under the sink. "Don't even think about it. I'll fucking kill you right here. Trust me. That little shit downstairs won't call the police." She looked into my eyes, and I saw Jennifer. I saw my weakness. I saw what was keeping the blackness under the scar tissue, and hating it. The assassin in front of me was responsible for the murder of my friends, and I couldn't generate the emotion to do what was necessary because she was female. I released her hair in disgust and stood up, moving to the worn-out twin bed against the wall.
Chapter 35. On her knees, Jennifer watched her killer advance through the shadows of the museum lighting. Convinced of his superiority, he walked right up to her and placed his left hand on the back of her head, grasping her fingers and intertwining them in her hair. He cinched down her head, forcing her to look at the ground, reducing her ability to fight. He shoved his weapon into a belt and shouted down in Russian to the man below. He heard a response, then said, "You will stand up slowly. If you move in any hostile manner, I will throw you over the rail. Do you understand?" She nodded, the thought that she'd made a mistake seeping into her. Searching for the split second that would give her an edge, she said, "I'll do whatever you want. I'm not the person in charge. I'm not supposed to be here." The man shouted in Russian again and pulled her hair, forcing her to rise. When she was upright, she rolled to the balls of her feet, getting ready. She whined, asking him to release her head, and he snorted, jerking her by the roots and turning her to face him, giving her a target. She speared out a knee, driving it forward with all of her weight and catching him directly in the stomach, penetrating deep. He grunted, released her hair, and staggered back, holding his midsection. She whirled and dove over the edge, going into free fall like a jungle animal, absolutely confident she'd find something to halt her descent. She dropped 5 feet before her hand snagged a single piece of scaffolding. The weight of her body snapped through her shoulder, threatening to break her grip. She swung around the metal and clamped her other hand onto a steel support rod. She started to work her way down. The man on the balcony screamed to his partner, and as she expected, the other killer below appeared. He shouted up at her, pointing a pistol. When she stopped climbing, he said, "Do not do anything stupid. You cannot escape, and there is nobody coming to help. I don't want to hurt you. I just want to know what you know. That's all." She hung where she was, waiting, knowing how this game of monkey in the middle would go. Counting on it, she said, "I don't know anything. I'm not moving. I'll stay up here until they open tomorrow." He said, "I'll kill you, right here. They'll find your body tomorrow wondering what has happened. All I want to know is how the Americans knew about the meeting with the Syrian. Why did you kill him?" Truthfully, she said, "I have no idea what you're talking about. I know nothing about a Syrian, and that killing was as big a surprise to me as it was to you." He aimed the pistol and said, "So be it." Jennifer closed her eyes, praying that his wish to garner information would trump his anger. No shot came. Instead, she heard him shout in Russian, his frustration transcending through the language barrier. She opened her eyes and saw the man above clamber onto the scaffolding, entering the arena, climbing onto the spider's web. She acted scared, gingerly moving away from him, allowing him to close the distance. She looked down at the other man 60 feet below and said, "Keep him away. I won't help if he tries to hurt me." He said, "That's okay. You'll talk soon enough. You continue climbing down, or you'll end up smashed on the floor. Either way, you're coming here." She maneuvered over the top of him, putting her body directly above, waiting, acting as if she were paralyzed in fear. She screamed hysterically when the man from the balcony got within 5 feet. "Don't come closer. Don't do it." The man below said, "Or what? You'll jump? Climb down now. We won't hurt you. We just want to know." She said, I can't." She began to hitch her breathing, saying, I'm going to slip. I can't. I had nothing to do with this. I'll tell you anything. Just get me down." The man below shouted in Russian again, and she waited. The killer on the scaffold reached her. She clung to the steel like it was life itself. He was surprisingly gentle, telling her she had nothing to fear, telling her he would keep her alive. He gave her instructions on what to do, how to get back up to the balcony 10 feet away. When she looked below, he told her to never do that again, thinking he was helping her fear of heights, not knowing she was judging the impact of his body, like a forward observer determining the strike of a mortar. He reached out and touched her sleeve, smiling, letting her know he was no threat. She grimaced back, tears streaming down her face. She wrapped one arm into his and said, "Please don't let me fall." He smiled, saying, "That won't happen. We won't hurt you. Follow me back." She nodded, then laced her legs around the steel beams, locking her ankles together. He saw what she did and had a spark of confusion on his face, not realizing she still held his arm. He started to encourage her again, and she let go of the scaffold with her other arm, slapping her hand into the clothing on his shoulder and ripping backward with all of her might. Jennifer saw his eyes grow wide and felt his body begin to peel from the scaffolding. He tried to lock his feet into the steel like she had. They grunted in the exertion, her straining to remove him and him fighting to prevent it. She started to win, his body inexorably losing its last tenuous hold on the metal latticework. He tried to hit her, but the motion caused him to lose precious inches with his legs. She heard the man below shout, but knew he couldn't shoot without hitting his friend. Her target's feet slipped free, and he slid out, held 60 feet above the ground by Jennifer's strength alone. He said, "Don't do this. Don't do this. We weren't going to hurt you. Don't do this." Hanging upside down, holding his hands like a trapeze artist, she looked him in the eye and said, "Tell that to Decoy," and let him go.
Before the body had even impacted, she raised herself up and caught the scaffolding in her hands, moving at lightning speed, scampering like a monkey. She looked down and saw she had missed with her dive bomb, but not by much. The man below was lying on the ground, rolling about. He'd been struck, but it hadn't taken him out. Next to him was the body, lying on a splatter of liquid like a water balloon of red paint had exploded. She scrambled across the latticework and reached the center of the cathedral on the far side, away from the killers. She dropped down and raced across the stone to the courtyard outside, looking behind to see what followed. Her pursuer was still sitting on the ground, holding the head of the man she had tossed, covered in his bodily fluids. He pointed his pistol and squeezed the trigger over and over, the rounds punching the air. But none of them found their mark, the one-handed grip not providing nearly enough control for him to hit her at this distance. She ducked and sprinted out, the bullets snapping around her like bees. The weapon locked open on an empty magazine, and he screamed, "You are fucking dead! I will skin you alive!" She hit the courtyard and kept running.
Chapter 36. I stared out the window of my little hostel room, disgusted with my protectionism because the detainee was female, upset that Jennifer had apparently corked my ability to kill without remorse. Taking another life was not an easy task, in combat or otherwise. The action required a healthy bit of emotion and a purity of deed, something Jennifer had somehow drained from me, at least as far as killing defenseless female assassins went. I said, "You're lucky you're not a man." Testing the rope, tying her to the pipe, the detainee said her first words. "You're American." I turned from the window, looking at her. She sounded like an Australian, but the accent had a little tilt at the end, something I couldn't put my finger on. But it was a tick I'd heard somewhere before, and it wasn't from any time I'd spent in Moscow. Get her talking, I thought. I leaned back against the wall and said, "Yeah, I'm American. Only I'm really from the United States, more so than you're from the land down under." She ignored that and said, "Are you CIA?" "Shit, no. Did you see me pay someone with a suitcase of cash to jerk you off that bike?" For some reason that brought a smile. But not enough talking. I asked, "What's your address in Australia?" She rattled one off in a monotone, clearly having memorized it. But I knew I could crack that soon enough. I got a pen and paper, asking her for her hometown newspaper, nearest grocery store, price of gas, favorite radio station, and other mundane things that anyone would know if they really lived there. She seemed smug, believing I couldn't prove any of her answers were wrong, knowing she was just being tested on how quickly she could think on her feet, on how much she could seem authentic. Right up until I said, "When we checked in, there were 2 Australians sitting in the lobby. I'm going to take these questions and answers to them. When they don't pan out, I'm going to start inflicting pain." Her smugness vanished. When I moved to the door, she shouted, "Why do you give a damn about a Syrian?" I stopped and said, "What Syrian?" "You said I'd killed your friend, the Syrian. When did they become friends of the United States? When did you start to favor them over your real friends?" Her words solved the puzzle, causing all the pieces to fall into place. I looked at her with new curiosity, kicking myself for missing the clues. She was dark-haired with black eyes. She wasn't classically pretty, but attractive enough in a tomboy sort of way. In an "I served in the Israeli army and never learned to be a girl" way. Small waist and small breasts. She didn't look like the typical Jew I'd seen in Israel. But that's what she was, I was sure of it. The accent tick was from growing up speaking Hebrew. She'd managed to get rid of most of it, but a small amount had trickled out under stress. The Uzi machine pistol and Australian passport were the kickers. No way would the Russians use an Uzi, a weapon invented and built in Israel. They had their own machine pistols, like the piece of shit AEK 919K that the Ruskies thought was the greatest thing since sliced bread. Besides the gun, Mossad had conducted some high-profile targeted killings over the last few years, and they were known for using Australian passports for their operatives. It had become something of a signature. I squatted in front of her until our eyes were 6 inches apart. Looking for a reaction, I said, I could give a shit about any Syrian. Why does Israel protect Boko Haram? She was good, I'll give her that. But there was still a tell, a small bit of shock that flitted across her face. She said nothing. I said, look, I think we're working on different lines here. The man you killed was meeting the man I was following. Do you understand? We both were picking a terrorist thread, but from different directions. When she remained silent, I slapped the ground and said, Jesus Christ, I'm the one who could maintain an air of being a tourist. You pumped 30 rounds into a man from the back of a motorcycle in front of 50 people. Saying you're an Australian sightseer is stupid at this stage. We can help each other. There's someone protecting my target, and that someone killed my teammates. All I know is he's Russian. I saw a flash of recognition. I'd hit a nerve somehow. She said, I am not your enemy. I can prove it. Give me your phone. I can contact my boss. I rolled my eyes. What, some call center in Austria? I'm not stupid. You get my number, and your location is tracked. Go buy a cell phone. Let me use it, then take it out and throw it away. I tried to poke a hole in her plan, but it was actually pretty solid. I could turn it on 5 seconds before, then off 5 seconds later. In one call, the most they'd get was which tower had registered the phone, and that would still leave about 40 bazillion buildings she could be in. I grinned and said, That's not bad for an Australian tourist. Before she could reply, my phone buzzed. I answered. Hearing Jennifer, I smiled at her voice and said, I was beginning to think you were in a Turkish prison like in Midnight Express. She said, Decoy's dead. The smile faded from my face. Stupidly, I said, What? She relayed what had happened after their initial call at the cafe. Relayed the savagery of the attack. Relayed what had become of Decoy and her inability to stop it. Her voice broke, the pain as real as if it had come from a physical blow. Memories of Decoy floated in my mind's eye, and Jennifer's words accomplished what I couldn't on my own. She ripped the scab free, and the blackness began to flow.
Chapter 37. President Warren said, Why does Kerry want to meet early? Alexander Palmer said, I don't know. All he told me was he needed 5 minutes and wanted me here. This was the only time we had available. It was past 6 p.m., and they were meeting to determine a plan of attack for yet another congressional inquiry into the machinations of U.S. intelligence. Looking to score points at home prior to election season, some congressional committee had decided to chair a hearing, purportedly because the administration had done something heinous. In reality, they were probably hoping to generate enough waves for a shot at the nightly news, with committee members sternly discussing the transgressions in front of thousands of registered voters. This time, it was the budget, the so-called black budget. There was nothing they were going to find digging around that white whale, but the president still needed to ensure he understood the state of play, because he'd surely be asked at least one "When did you know?" question. I'd really like to have Kurt go over there and brief them about the Taskforce budget. That would cause some heads to explode, he thought. The image brought a smile to his face. Palmer said, What? Nothing. Kerry'd better hurry or we're going to have everyone here. In addition to the DCIA and the National Security Advisor, the meeting would include the Secretary of Defense, Mark Oglethorpe, and the Director of National Intelligence, Bruce Tupper, the SecDef because the Department of Defense owned fully 80% of the operating intelligence community, and the DNI because, well, he was the DNI. Kerry Bostwick entered the Oval Office saying, Sorry, sir, traffic. President Warren waved him to a chair and said, So what crisis is there at the CIA? You remember the thumb drive mission, the one the Israelis are after? Yes. Well, they cracked the encryption.
And the good news is that there was no information other than directions to another thumb drive, just like what happened with us. And the bad news? No real bad news, just sort of bad. I've passed the intelligence to Kurt, and he's prepping the team as we're speaking. The problem is that Bruce is intimately involved in this operation. I should have realized he would be, given the nature of the information we're trying to recover. As the DNI, he's never really gotten down in the weeds before, but he is now. So why's that bad? Kerry paused, then said, Well, he's demanding to know the particulars of the recovery operation. I can't tell him he has no need to know because he's the damn DNI, especially given the target. On the other hand, I don't like lying to him. Palmer spoke for the first time. You mean because of the Taskforce? Yeah, exactly. President Warren said, What's the big deal? You keep the Taskforce secret from a host of official people. Do you feel bad about that as well? Kerry smiled. No, of course not. But that's lying by omission. We just don't tell them what's going on. Basically the same thing I've been doing with the DNI since you appointed him. Now he's asking for specifics. What station? Whether I'm deploying a team from here or using in-country assets. That sort of stuff. Even going so far as asking me the names. Besides me just not liking it, the guy is a legend in the CIA. He knows a ton of people, and no matter how secret we think we are, they'll talk. Palmer said, But they don't know anything. Precisely. Bruce is no idiot. When he isn't satisfied with my answer, and he goes to the old boys network, he's going to get squat, which is going to look very, very strange. What are you getting at? Asked President Warren. You want to read him on? Yes, sir, I do. He's the Director of National Intelligence. I understand the reason the Taskforce is so close-hold, but keeping this from him is dysfunctional. It's just not right. Palmer said, You know why we did that, right? Yeah, I get it. He's going to shit a brick. But in my mind, if you couldn't trust the Director of National Intelligence to be on board with your little unit, then you picked the wrong DNI, or, Palmer said, or what? Or maybe the unit isn't such a great idea. President Warren started to bristle, and Kerry held up his hands. Sir, you appointed me as DCIA because I was candid. I'm just calling it like I see it. Before the president could answer, the door opened again, and the DNI and the SecDef entered. Walking in front, Bruce moved right up to the Resolute desk and shook President Warren's hand, saying, Another day in the Inquisition. You never told me following the law was irrelevant when I took this job. I'm so glad I did. President Warren thought Bruce Tupper was the correct choice when he nominated him, and still thought so today. But the man was a little bit of a kiss-ass, something he had to tolerate as president. He smiled and said, Well, from what I've read, it's you old-timers breaking the law that caused all the issues. Bruce sat down, growing serious. I completely agree. It just pisses me off that even when I agree with these assholes on oversight, it does no good. Because of what happened years ago, people pop up out of the woodwork, making accusations over smoke, and everyone believes it. Today it's the budget, tomorrow it'll be something else. Hell, speaking of budgets, they ought to have a hearing on how much all these hearings are costing the taxpayer. President Warren looked at Kerry, then Palmer. Both nodded. Bruce swiveled his head at both like he was watching a tennis match, then said, What's going on? I feel like I'm the only one here who doesn't know what's about to be said. Bruce turned to Oglethorpe, the SecDef, who looked as confused as he did. President Warren said, Palmer, get Kurt over here. Might as well get this over with. Bruce said, Get what over with? President Warren said, We've got the location of the thumb drive. Well, that's great news.
Bruce looked at Carey. "Do you have someone moving to intercept?" "We do. The man Carey's calling will give you a complete read-on." "Read-on? To what? How is there a covert action occurring that I don't know about? Is there a finding?" "Sort of. Just wait. It's not your typical covert action." Bruce leaned back in his chair, surveying the group. He said, "This sounds like the same thing that caused the problem with the thumb drive in the first place." "What do you mean?" Bruce sighed, then said, "The Red Prince wasn't a paid asset. He wasn't a source. He was someone I was working on the side, off the books. He believed he was using the U.S., and I let him. If I'd followed procedures, he would have been given a crypt, and the chief of station would have known about him. He would have been reported on. Munich might have been prevented." "Why didn't you?" "Why doesn't anyone? I was a young case officer full of piss and vinegar looking to make a name for myself. He was Yasser Arafat's number 2. A huge coup. But if I'd have told anyone about him, he would immediately have been taken from me and given to someone with more experience. Which is what should have happened." Carey said, "You were paid to execute your judgment, so you pushed the boundaries. So what? You didn't cause Munich. You can't predict every twist and turn in the intelligence game." "No, you can't, which is why we've got the left and right limits we do. Why there are procedures in the first place. I overheard him talking on the phone about the Olympics. If I'd had more experience, I would have connected the dots. At the very least, if I'd turned in a report, someone else could have connected the dots. After Munich, I did turn him over. It was agreed that I'd fucked up, but everyone just let it go. Robert Ames began to run him for real, and he got results. The PLO never attacked an American target while they were working together. The Red Prince died in '79 at the hands of the Mossad. Then Bob was killed in Beirut in the '83 embassy bombing. And I learned a valuable lesson." Nobody spoke for a moment, embarrassed at the personal nature of the disclosures. Palmer shifted his legs, and President Warren broke the silence. "What was that, Bruce?" "Never go off the reservation. Work the problem within the constraints given. It's gotten tougher over the years with the House and Senate oversight committees, and especially the last year and a half with all the leaks. But doing otherwise breeds a culture of arrogance. It breeds an organization that believes it is above the law. And sometimes the organization begins to act that way, begins to flout the Constitution in the name of the Constitution. Like I did in '72. President Warren glanced at the other 3 men and said, "I think you'd better get a glass of water, and maybe a paper bag to breathe into." The other 3 men smiled, but Bruce narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "Because Colonel Kurt Hale will be here soon, and he's going to tell you about an organization that flouts the Constitution in order to protect the Constitution."
Chapter 38. I left the room as soon as I recognized Kurt Hale's voice, not wanting my captive to hear the conversation. He sounded like a skipping compact disc, forcing me to move to a window in the hallway for a better signal. The digital encryption of our Taskforce smartphones was unbreakable, but it also put a strain on the cell network. I said, "Sir, you broke up. Say again." He snapped, "Don't pull that shit on me." He thought I was making it up, like radio operators used to do in the old days to prevent getting an order they didn't like. "Assault that hill full of machine guns, over. You're coming in broken and unreadable, out." In this case, I really couldn't understand what he was saying. "Sir, I'm serious, I didn't hear you. Did Knuckles pass my sitrep?" It was close to 1 in the morning, and the entire task force was working to resolve the crisis we'd found ourselves in. First on the plate was protection of task force assets, meaning we had to deal with the death of Decoy and prevent any clandestine associations from getting out. Second was to find out who'd killed him. I'd remained in the backpacking hostel and called Knuckles, giving him a full situation report and setting in motion an invisible machine. He'd been shocked, of course, but he dealt with enough combat deaths that it wasn't debilitating, and as the team leader, he had quite a bit to do. He began the intricate process of ensuring any investigation of the death ended as a random shooting near the bazaar. Decoy was going to become a victim of terrorism as an unlucky civilian. Acting as a vice president of resurfaces, Knuckles had begun coordinating with the Turkish police and the U.S. Embassy for identification of the body and transport home, seeding a cover story of what Decoy was doing, both for his in-country status and his actions at the bazaar. At the same time, the Taskforce Casualty Affairs Group swung into motion, tying off any loose ends that might cause an unraveling of Decoy's Grolier Recovery Services employment. If there was any silver lining to the whole mess, it was that Decoy was single. There would be no late-night knock on a wife's door, with a follow-on fabrication about a training accident, something the wife would undoubtedly know was untrue, but would accept nonetheless. While Knuckles worked the casualty extraction and cover firewall, I continued to press for information on Decoy's killers. I was 100% sure that the chick I had roped to the sink was Israeli, but only about 50% sure she didn't have something to do with Decoy's death. I didn't think she knew who'd pulled the trigger, but I wasn't convinced it wasn't a case of mistaken identity. The killer might have believed he was also Israeli, that Decoy had been involved in the killing of the Syrian. Either way, I wanted to know what she knew. After getting the initial report on the assault, I'd given Jennifer directions to my little safe house. While the phone call was all business, I could tell she was having difficulty dealing with the trauma, something I understood. Jennifer had known people who'd been killed, and had even killed herself, but Decoy was the first combat fatality of someone she was close to. It was the first time she'd lost a friend in the fight, and on top of that, she was probably blaming herself for the death. I'd seen the same thing plenty of times before in other operators. Unfortunately, we didn't have the time to grieve. That would have to come later. Given the choice between grieving or killing the sorry sons of bitches who'd murdered him, I'm pretty sure Decoy would have told her to saddle up, something I'd every intention of doing. When Jennifer had come in, she'd immediately closed on me, laying her head on my shoulder and starting to weep, unaware of the visitor I had lashed to a pipe. In dealing with Decoy's death and worrying about getting Jennifer off the streets, I'd neglected to say anything to her about my prisoner. I put my arms around her and gave her a squeeze, then lifted her head, looking into her eyes. She started to talk, and I held a finger to her lips, saying, "I caught one of the killers on the motorcycle." She looked confused, and I pointed behind her. She saw my prisoner and turned back around, whispering, "Is she Russian?" "No, why? Because of the guy I fought in Bulgaria?" "No, because the other men chasing me spoke Russian. I'm pretty sure I killed the asshole you fought." I held a finger to my lips and led her outside the room into the hallway, out of earshot. She managed to give me a thorough debrief, only breaking down once when describing Decoy's demise. When she got to the part about the Hagia Sophia Museum, she began to shake. But she continued to talk, because it was expected of her. In the soft glow of the single incandescent bulb, her body trembling in reaction to how close she had come to dying, she kept talking. I could see the toll, and when I'd heard enough, I stopped her and brought her close, letting her vomit her emotions out, letting her know it was okay to do so. I understood she was going to beat herself up over Decoy's death, but he wouldn't have allowed it. She had shown a real talent, both physically and mentally. It was a miracle they both weren't dead. Decoy's assassination was something she'd have to work through, but in the end, it had nothing to do with her abilities. It might take a while for her to figure that out, and I'd help as best I could. Right after I killed the fuckers who'd done it. I held her until the trembling stopped, then told her about the cell phone plan for the Israeli, asking if she was up for finding a drop phone. She pulled back and looked at me like I was insane, and I'd felt like an ass. Before I could retract the statement, she agreed, wiping her eyes and getting back into the mission. I gave her some cash and directed her to the shopping area of Ordu Jadesi, the 4-lane boulevard only a couple of blocks away. I spent the time she was gone coordinating with Knuckles and developing a link-up plan with the captive's boss, coming up with a method to keep an Israeli hit team from storming my room. When Jennifer returned, I was on a final call with Knuckles. I heard someone speak behind me and saw Jennifer talking to my captive. I hissed and got her to back away. I hung up and said, "What was that about?" She told me she was sorry about Decoy. Sorry she caused the chain of events. Huh? I thought. Jennifer was too damn naive to realize when she was being manipulated. I looked at the captive, getting a blank stare back. Jennifer said, "You guys distrust everyone. She meant it. I don't think she's bad." I said, "What? You've got women's intuition? How would you know what's bad? You only see the good." She looked at the detainee, then back at me, wanting to say something but holding it in, knowing I'd never believe it. I took the drop phone out of her hand and squatted down in front of the detainee. "Time to prove you're innocent. You want to get out of here? All you have to do is show you aren't culpable for the death of my men. Get your boss here." Sagging against the rope, she said, "You know we cannot give you what you want." "Why? I thought we were friends and all." She shook her head and said, "Friends are people you go to parties with. We are not friends, we are allies. A totally different thing. My boss will not help you. I should never have said that before. It was a mistake." I said, "Then what the fuck are we doing here? You said you'd help." "I would. I really would. After what I saw. But I can't." That did nothing but stoke the flame of my anger. I felt the darkness start to flow into the room like a fog I had no control over. I said, "What do you mean you can't? What the hell does that mean? You will call." I looked at Jennifer, wanting her to stop what was coming, wanting her to prevent the blackness from spreading. Because if she didn't, I wasn't sure how far I would go. She did nothing, and the abyss beckoned. I held the phone out, my voice flat-lined cold, all emotion leached out of it. "Make the call." She closed her eyes, remaining silent. My hand snapped out, seemingly of its own accord, and snatched my little captive by the throat. Her eyes popped open and began to bug out. Chapter 39. I watched her struggle with detached indifference. I said, "Make the call." And Jennifer slapped my arm, snapping me out of my destructive dance. The blackness retreated like a roach caught in the light. Embarrassed at my loss of control, I sat back, afraid to look Jennifer in the eye, not wanting to feel her disgust. When I did, instead of revulsion, I saw compassion. In that moment, I knew I wouldn't be helping her with Decoy's death. She would be helping me. She put her hand on my biceps and said, "Don't." I nodded, wondering if she could feel the relief flooding through my veins. I leaned forward into my captive's personal space, and in her eyes recognized I'd lost. She knew I wasn't going to hurt her. All of my leverage had vanished. She looked at me with something akin to pity and said, "Okay, I am Israeli, not Australian, you are correct." Amazed, I just stared at her. She said, "Give me the phone." I said, "Wait, what happened to the Australian cover? Why would you tell me that? After Jennifer just stopped me from hurting you, after you knew I wouldn't go further." She looked at the wall, then came back at me. She exhaled and said, "Because I saw you with her." Confused, I said, "What's that got to do with it?" She said, "Everything. Give me the phone." We stared at each other for a few seconds, and I made my decision. I leaned in and untied her left wrist, affixing the cord to the pipe above her head. I knew allowing her to have one free hand was giving her an edge, but given the odds, I figured she was a righty. She patiently waited for me to finish, offering no resistance. When I was done, I sat down in front of her holding the phone. She said, "What do you want me to say?" Off balance, I said, "Tell him your situation. If he's an ally, as you say, he'll be willing to come talk. I'll give him the link-up plan." I gave her the cell phone and said, "Before you call, no Hebrew. You talk in a language I can't understand, and I'm smashing the phone." She nodded and dialed. In English, I heard her telling him about the killing at the bazaar, giving up any pretense of being uninvolved. She described her predicament, then what I had told her about my men being attacked by a Russian. She listened for a little bit, then passed the phone to me. The man on the other end said, "Who am I talking with?" His voice was deep, the English unaccented, as if he came from the Midwest. I said, "Not an Australian tourist, that's for damn sure." "What do you want?" "I want who killed my men, plain and simple." "We had nothing to do with that." "Honestly, I don't think you did, but I believe you know who was involved, and I want that information." "How do I know I'm not walking into a trap? That you're not just setting me up to kill both me and Shoshana?" "Shoshana? Even sounds like a spy." "Because if I were, Shoshana here would have given you the distress signal, but she did not." I heard only breathing for a second then. "How do you know?" Between the lines, he was asking if I had somehow managed to torture the distress signal out of Shoshana. Wondering if she had compromised his entire cell, laying bare much more than just Shoshana's life, probably questioning whether Shoshana was missing fingers and eyes. I said, "I know because Shoshana is the one who came up with this idea. I know because I'm starting to like her. I know because this isn't my first rodeo." "What do you mean, rodeo?" I rolled my eyes and said, "Never mind. Do you want the link-up plan? Or am I going to assume Shoshana here is extraneous dead weight? I understand you're trying to track this phone, so give me an answer quickly. In another 5 seconds, I'm ditching it whether you're coming in or not." I glanced at Shoshana and saw her suppressing a grin, which really pissed me off. He opted for the plan, so I gave it to him. When I was done, I hung up and said, "What's so funny?" "He doesn't like being dictated to." Jennifer smiled and said, "Huh, neither does Pike." I shot her a dirty look and said, "Cut that shit out. We aren't partners, and we aren't friends. I'm not even sure we're allies." I squatted down and retied her loose left hand, saying, "She's a detainee, period." Now I got the look of disgust. Jennifer turned without a word and left, executing the link-up with the boss. I remained behind, sitting on the bed and feeling Shoshana's dark eyes on me. She said nothing for a while, then asked my name. I didn't see any reason to lie, since I was here under my true name anyway. I said, "Nephilim Logan, but you can call me Pike." She said, "Nephilim? As in Old Testament?" "Yes, unfortunately, which is why you can call me Pike." We sat in silence for a moment. Then she tried again. "The Nephilim were angels that came to Earth as giants, great warriors." I said, "As far as I know, they came to my parents in a marijuana haze. The name's given me nothing but grief. Like the boy named Sue." She looked at me quizzically, and once again I said, "Never mind." She said, "Can I get you to untie me, as a gesture of goodwill?" I said, "No." She started to reply when my phone rang. It was Kurt, surprising the hell out of me. I warned the captive not to try anything funny, then went out into the hallway. I wondered why he was contacting me directly instead of going through Knuckles, since he'd made such a stink about Knuckles being the team leader. The surprise ended when I was finally able to get a signal next to the hallway window. He wanted to get me under control. "Sir, I can hear you now. Say again." "I said you got your sitrep. I'm sorry about decoy, but we've got the thumb drive location. Well, not the pinpoint, but the general. The pinpoint will be coming in at any time. And we now have 2 priorities, protecting the Taskforce, which is what Knuckles is now engaged in, and getting that drive, which is what I want you to do." I said, "What about decoy? What about the Russian assassins?" "That's not an Oversight Council priority right now. I've sent the location of the drive to your Grolier account. It's not manpower intensive, but it is time sensitive. Go ahead and recce the area, so when the pinpoint comes in, you can execute immediately." I couldn't believe he was treating Decoy's death so lightly. I said, "Sir, someone's killed our men, in cold blood. This isn't like combat, it's murder. I can't let it go. I'm not going to do that. I have a person here who may know what's going on. Pike, no more operational acts. I understand how you feel, but it's too risky to do anything under Grolier. We need to get Decoy home and patch any holes we have, not create more." When I didn't answer, he said, Remember what we talked about before? About how your company fits into the Taskforce? You told me you would follow orders. Which is why he was speaking to me in person. He feared I'd tell Knuckles to pack sand as the team leader, so he called to give me a direct order. One I wasn't going to obey. I said, "Sir, we didn't talk about this. They killed Decoy." I heard movement in the single stairwell, and a man reached the landing, followed by Jennifer. They entered the room, leaving the door open. He glanced at my captive tied to the sink, then put his eyes on me back in the hallway. He was dressed like a businessman, but the similarities ended with his clothes. He was furtive and predatory, like a jackal. I heard a beep on the phone, and Kurt cursed. He said, "Hold on, I got a priority call." The man squatted down and began to whisper to the detainee, keeping me in sight while he did so. Kurt came back on the line. "That was Palmer, National Security Advisor. I have to go to the White House." "The President?" "I don't know, but I'm out of time. Are we good? You're on the thumb drive." "Yes, sir. I'll get your thumb drive as ordered, but I'm also going to find the men who put the hit out on us." Exasperated, he said, "How? Pike, you've got no team. Knuckles, Brett, and Retro have stood down. They followed orders. You need to do the same. Let it go." The man stood up from the detainee and faced me, all hard edges and unspoken threats. I said, "Maybe I have a new team." "New team? What the hell are you talking about?" "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm going to find the organization that killed my friends, and I'm going to burn it down."
Chapter 40. Bruce Tupper appeared so overwhelmed by what he was hearing that President Warren thought his head was going to explode, and Kurt hadn't even shown up for the official briefing yet. Bruce said, "How long has this been going on?" President Warren said, "Since my first term, long before I appointed you." He looked each man in the eye. "And all of you know about it? Why the hell wasn't I told?" "It's not part of the official intelligence architecture. Not part of your portfolio." "Bullshit!" Bruce exclaimed. "That's just semantics. You've got me getting skewered at one congressional oversight committee after another, proclaiming we follow the Constitution and United States Code. And you have an entire organization doing exactly what the conspiracy theorists say. You've made me a fucking liar." President Warren said, "Okay, Bruce, okay, calm down. The conspiracy theorists talk about an unchecked intelligence apparatus doing whatever it wants without oversight. This has oversight, and doesn't do anything without express approval from the very top, meaning me, the men in this room, and about a dozen others. Now, including you. You weren't lying if you didn't know." Bruce said, "Nobody will believe that. Nobody will believe that the Director of National Intelligence had no knowledge of such a large, intrusive organization." "I'm sorry, Bruce, but you understand how sensitive this is. You also understand need to know. You had no need to know." Before Bruce could answer, the door to the Oval Office opened. President Warren said, "This is Colonel Kurt Hale, commander of Project Prometheus, the organization we call the Taskforce." Bruce grimly shook his hand, not saying a word. Confused, reading the vibe from the DNI, Kurt clasped his hand, but said to the president, "Sir, I really need to talk to you. There are some issues that have evolved." President Warren said, "We'll get to that, I'm sure. You brought the brief, correct?" Kurt held up a laptop and said, "Yes, sir. But I'm not so sure now is the time." President Warren said, "Give him the read-on. Get done with that, and we'll talk about any issues later." Kurt said, "Sir, I have some information I really need to brief. Right now. It can't wait. Something that's operationally critical, but it's only for cleared personnel." President Warren said, "Kurt, I hear you. Give Bruce the read-on, then we'll all be cleared." Kurt looked like he was about to say something else, then went from the president to the director of the CIA. Resigned, seeing no help,
He opened a laptop and set it on the president's desk. The read-on began, as it always did, with a history of the Taskforce, discussing how the Cold War intelligence and Department of Defense architecture was causing risk to the nation after 9/11, describing how all offensive options had been stalled because of bitter infighting between organizations or because the enormous labyrinth of laws and regulations prevented action. Each new one grafted onto the skeleton of the old, without thought to the repercussions. Alexander Palmer saw Bruce roll his eyes and said, "What? You lived through a different time than me?" Bruce said, "Hey, I understand what he's saying, but everything you're talking about is exactly what I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis. The repercussions and lack of trust. Patriot Act, NSA surveillance, secret prisons. All of it came about after 9/11, and now you're telling me that wasn't enough? We had to create something so outside the legislative process that it could be called a secret police in any country behind the Iron Curtain?" Kurt Hales said, "Sir, I understand how you could think that just seeing the slide, but it's not true. Your statement was my greatest fear when I helped build this thing. It's not an American Gestapo. It's just a tool that's selectively used when the traditional architecture fails." Bruce said, "It's fucking secret police. I've seen enough of them in my time. I'm the one that worked through the Cold War. I'm the one who fought the assholes behind the Iron Curtain. Don't try to sugarcoat the turd just because it's American." President Warren said, "Bruce, you can't look at the organizational structure and determine intent. All we did was basically hit a reset for the 47 National Security Act. The task force operates just like the CIA did when it was first created, before all the smothering of legal restrictions." "You mean before our democracy found out the CIA was abusing its power and voted to rein it in? How often has the task force operated in the United States?" Kurt flipped to the next slide and said, "I was just getting there. As you can see by the charter the task force operates under, it's not allowed to work on United States soil." Bruce said, "That's not what I asked. How often has it in contravention to the charter?" Kurt remained silent, looking toward the president. He said, "Okay, Bruce, you've made your point. It has conducted some limited operations on U.S. soil, but always under close supervision of the Oversight Council." Bruce said, "And that's how it starts. It's never an inherently evil thing. It's always for some greater good, something that has to be done just this once, until it becomes twice, then 3 times, then normal operating procedure. People in the organization end up believing they know better than the oversight." President Warren said, "Which is exactly why I'm reading you on. You won't allow that to happen." Bruce said nothing for a moment, then said, "Sir, I can't be a party to this. When it gets out, and it will get out, it will cause our entire intelligence apparatus to be eviscerated. And rightly so." "What are you saying?" "I'm saying we need to disband the task force." President Warren let that hang in the air for a moment, then said, "Right now they're the only ones with the capability to get your thumb drive. You want to pull them from that?" Bruce looked to Carey. "I thought you said you had CIA assets working the problem." Carey said, "No, sir. I said I had assets, but not specifically CIA. The task force is tailor-made for this type of mission." President Warren watched Bruce's face grow red. He said, "Wait, Carey is the one who demanded you be read on. Don't go off on him." Bruce said, "Sir, I spent my entire life fighting against organizations like this, the Stasi, KGB, you name it. At the same time, we supported other evil fucks like the Shah's Savak. I've seen what happens, and I don't want to be a party to it." President Warren said, "Okay, let's focus on one problem at a time. Kurt, skip to the chase. You passed the thumb drive mission, correct?" "Yes, sir. They have the mission, but there's been a problem. And it's serious. We lost a Taskforce member." Kurt briefly described what had transpired, and Bruce became visibly agitated. He said, "It's already falling apart." Kerry said, "Bruce, calm down. We're dealing with this in the past. Kurt, can you handle the casualties and get the thumb drive?" "Yes, we're already working that." Bruce said, "As soon as they get the thumb drive, they redeploy. They close up shop and come home." Kurt grimaced and said, "That may be a problem." Chapter 41. Yuri ordered the cab to pull over and exited, paying the man much more than was necessary to keep him quiet. It was dark, and he'd managed to wash the blood off of his hands at a public bathing stall, but his shirt was still stained, so he gave the cab driver every incentive to forget him. He walked down Urdu Jadasi toward his hotel, feeling more secure when he began to pass shops with Cyrillic writing. The stores were closed, but the nightclubs were still pumping on a full tank, and all catered to Eastern Europeans with specials and sales spelled out in the Russian language. A little bit of Moscow in the heart of Istanbul. He turned left on Lalali Jadasi in the heart of Little Russia and finally pulled out his cell phone. He dialed Vlad, knowing that waking him up would not be pleasant, but neither would telling him the awful truth in the morning. To his surprise, Vlad answered after the second ring, saying, "What happened? The Turks are going crazy." "We had an incident. The Americans interceded." "Switch your SIM card. Call me back on the second number I gave you. It goes to VoIP." Yuri did as he was asked, wishing for the encrypted phones they usually used, but knowing the signature would swiftly bring the Turkish intelligence establishment. At least the constant switching of SIM cards and the use of voice-over Internet protocols would make it a matter of luck for MIT to be listening. This time, Vlad answered on the first ring. Yuri briefly described what had occurred, relaying that he had lost both Misha and Dmitri. Vlad said, "Damage?" "Sir, they're dead." "I understand that. I mean, what is the damage to the operation?" "Mishka is covered under the consulate in Bulgaria. He was killed by gunfire, but it will be protected by the fact that the Syrian and American were also killed. The American assassins on the motorcycle will be blamed for all three. Nobody's going to check ballistics. Dmitri was working under a private company cover, but he has no gunshot. I left him where he lay, and he'll be found in the morning. Most likely it'll look like he broke in for some reason, climbed the scaffolding, and fell to his death. So no compromise with the authorities, no encounters with police. None. Good. What is Akinbo's status? Was he harmed?" "No, sir. I contacted him and he's okay. He's currently hiding in a mosque inside the Grand Bazaar. I have no idea how he knew to go there, but it's probably the safest place he could have found. I've told him to stay put until further orders." "Excellent. And you can still operate?" "Yes, but I'm down to 3 men. Vlad continued as if that mattered little. "Good, because I've learned where Boris hid his thumb drive. It's in the cistern in the old town." The comment gave Yuri pause. As had happened with men throughout Russian history, Yuri wondered if he was being set up for a fall.
He certainly wouldn't put it past Vlad, and the FSB chief showed little concern about the men he'd lost. Perhaps he was simply tidying up a few loose ends. Because there is no way he has any information on a thumb drive or Israeli intentions to retrieve it, he thought. He said, "You want me to go get it?" "No. I don't know specifically where, and neither does the Israeli. That information will be coming soon, I'm sure. I want you to interdict him." "Why not just get the drive?" "We will, if we get that information, but I don't believe that will happen. All I may get is confirmation that the Israeli has the location. From there, our only option will be interdiction. You can recognize him, correct?" "Yes, of course." "Then we will not have an issue." The entire exchange caused Yuri's survival instinct to spike. He said, "Sir, what about the men we lost? What are we doing about that?" "What do you want me to do? I can't bring back the dead." "Sir, we were penetrated. Someone is working the inside to Akimbo. There's no other way the Americans got here so quickly." No. That's not the information I'm getting." Yuri thought, "Information you're getting? What does that mean?" Vlad continued, "I believe they were tracking the Syrian as well. When they lost Akimbo, they reverted to the Syrian. He's the leak." "Sir, that's too much coincidence. Way too much." Vlad said, "Think about it. If they penetrated our Russian operation, why didn't they target your men first? Why did they assassinate the Syrian, then let your men simply walk up on them? Mishka killed one outright, didn't he?" "Yes, he did." "The assassination was tight, but the follow-up was sloppy, which tells me they didn't know about us." "That may be true, but they do now. We should hunt them before they come back on us." "We will. I promise we will. First, I want that thumb drive. Then I want to get Akimbo moving again." He said, "Sir, please, turn me loose. Let me hunt them like I did the Chechens." Then what Vlad had said penetrated. "What do you mean, get Akimbo moving? We lost the operational objective. We don't have any chemical munitions from Syria." "I know, but we have something else. I've come up with a different plan, one that we control. One that'll be much, much better than dealing with incompetent Arabs from Syria." "What?" "I want to meet in person for that. I'll send you an email for link-up instructions. For the time being, get Akimbo moving to Berlin." Chapter 42. Kneeling down and speaking Hebrew, Aaron Bergman asked Shoshana if she'd been hurt. She said no, then said, "They lost a man because of our target. The leader in the hallway is on the edge. I can smell it like burning sulfur. Be careful." "Are they CIA?" "I don't know what they are, but it's not CIA. The man outside is hard, very, very hard. He's a predator. The girl is skilled as well. She killed 2. Aaron took that in, reassessing what he knew. Shoshana was somewhat of an empath, with the preternatural ability to slice through subterfuge and see the true nature of people. On top of that, she was a predator in her own right. Nothing scared her, and yet this team had given her pause. He was the leader, and she would do whatever he asked. But he'd learned to listen to her. Learned the hard way, through lost blood. He watched the man pace back and forth with the phone and saw a glimpse of what she meant. A sliver of something feral and deadly. The girl, on the other hand, gave off no killer vibe.
A tall brunette, she looked like someone who would be more at home working in an animal shelter than on some covert team. But looks were deceiving. Along with Shoshana's statement about killing 2 men, the girl had just executed an elaborate link-up plan that guaranteed her protection. It wasn't the work of an amateur. Aaron said, "What do you think?" "I'm not sure. I don't know who they work for, and the man definitely has an edge. He's capable of anything, but the girl isn't. She wouldn't be here if they were killing for hire. Because of that, if I were forced to choose, I'd say they're government." Aaron smiled. "Maybe you're just smitten." She smiled back, saying, "She doesn't swing that way. She's with him. They're a couple. In fact, I think she's the one keeping him in check. He's starting to lean into the abyss because he lost his man, and if something happens to her, it will swallow him. He'll destroy everything in his way, and I think he'll succeed." Aaron watched the man hang up his phone and come inside, closing the door. They sized each other up for a moment, then Aaron said, "Your partner searched me before allowing me to follow. Can I do the same?" The man nodded and held out his arms. Aaron conducted a brief but thorough screen, finding no weapons. When he finished, he said, "So what do you want from us?" "You killed a Syrian in the bazaar. Because of it, I lost a friend. I want to know what you know. I want to know why you targeted the Syrian and who was helping him." Aaron said, "Who are you?" "Who I am is of little consequence. All you need to worry about is what I'll do. I'm going to eradicate whoever harmed my men. You will help, or I'll start right here, right now." The brunette showed alarm at his words, then Aaron saw her place a hand on his shoulder from behind. He glared at her, but didn't make her remove it. Aaron glanced at Shoshana, and she nodded. "Okay. Against my better judgment, I'm going to dispense with the games. I have no idea who killed your man. I had nothing to do with it. But I spent a great deal of time preparing for my mission. Part of that work was hijacking the various camera feeds outside of the cafe. There were 3, and I cut the video to hamper authorities, forcing them to rely on eyewitnesses for their evidence." He smiled and said, "Imagine trying to solve the Kennedy assassination without the Zapruder film. You would get nothing but conflicting reports from the people there." The man said, "I'm not here to pat you on the back about your excellence in killing. Get to the part where this helps. Why do I care about the lack of video?" "Because I didn't just delete the feeds, I redirected them. I have them on the laptop at my hotel, and they might help you figure out who attacked your men." The man leaned back, skepticism on his face. The brunette said, "So you'll help?" Aaron said, "That depends. First, what is your intention with Shoshana? Second, what assurances do I have that you won't take what I show you and attempt to use the information either with the Turks or someone else?" The man said, "You have no assurances other than my word. I don't give a shit about anything you've done over here. From what Shoshana said, killing that fuck was probably a good thing, so you won't get a rise out of me. As for Shoshana, I'll release her as soon as you do what you say." Aaron stuck out his hand. "My name is Aaron Bergman. We have a deal." The man shook it and said, "I'm Pike Logan, this is Jennifer." He bared his teeth in a humorless smile. "We're an archaeological firm here looking at old shit for a client. What do you do in the business world?" Jennifer untied Shoshana, and she stood rubbing her wrists. "His real name is Nephilim." Aaron raised an eyebrow and said, "As in Genesis?" Pike said, "Yes, damn it. As in Genesis by way of Woodstock, Jesus." "Jesus? I hear he was a pretty good carpenter." Shoshana coughed to hide a smile, and Aaron saw Pike's face grow dark at the humor, believing it was at his expense. Aaron backed off.
Okay, so we've built some limited trust. How do you propose to get to my hotel without falling into my diabolical trap that I'm sure you're worried about? Pike said, "Call the fuckers off. Simple." You'd trust that? No, which is why Jennifer will stay here with Shoshana. Jennifer can't take out Shoshana. She has no weapon, and my girl is a killer. Jennifer's staying here as a backup to come get me if you try to screw us. I don't need her to fight. You pull any shit, and you'll know the meaning of total destruction. I will not spare anyone. Do you understand? Amused at the bravado, Aaron said, "You have no weapon either." Really? Look again. I am the weapon. The absolute confidence from the statement caused the small grin to fade from Aaron's face. He dialed his phone. Chapter 43. 30 minutes later, Aaron pulled his rental car into the security circle of the Conrad Hotel in Beyoğlu, across the Bosphorus Strait. A listless guard ran a mirror under the frame, then let him pass. Aaron parked, then said, "There's a metal detector inside the door, in case you really do have a weapon." Pike said, "I don't, but if I did, I'm fairly sure nobody at that security checkpoint would stop me. Unless this hotel is different from the others I've seen." Aaron opened the door, saying, "Nope, that's about right." They entered the lobby, passing through the metal detector. Both of their cell phones made it go off, but they were waved forward by the man watching the X-ray machine. Aaron shook his head and said, "One day they'll regret showing nothing but a facade of security. If this were Israel, I'd teach him a valuable lesson. Follow me. Elevators are this way." He entered, placed his keycard in the slot, and punched the button for the 9th floor. They rode up in silence. Exiting out into the small lobby, Aaron said, "The man you saw on the motorcycle, Daniel, is in the room. He's not happy with you. Please do not antagonize him." Pike said, "Tell him to keep his hands to himself, and we'll be fine." They passed 10 or 12 rooms before Aaron stopped and knocked once on a door. He waited a bit, then knocked again, this one a double tap, then used his key. A wiry man with a pockmarked face, thinning black hair, and a 4-day growth of beard stood on the other side, his hands behind his back. Aaron closed the door and said, "Daniel, this is Nephilim. He's no threat." Daniel squinted at the name. "Nephilim? As in the Old Testament?" Exasperated, Pike shook his head and said, "Why do you people give a shit about that? Are you all rabbis? I go by Pike." Daniel rotated his hands to the front, exposing a Glock 17. He ignored Pike's outburst, speaking to Aaron instead. "Sir, video footage is loaded in the bedroom, ready to go." "Thank you." Aaron pointed a hand toward the room. "Pike?" On the bed was a 15-inch MacBook, the screen opened to a grainy still from a video camera. Aaron could make out a street light, but little else. Daniel said, "There were 3 cameras on the street, none aimed lengthwise down it. All 3 were focused directly out from a storefront, protecting the store. Luckily for us, all were wireless, so we had little trouble interdicting the signal. It was much harder hijacking it and recording, but I felt that would be prudent." Aaron said, "I fought him on that decision, but he insisted. I suppose you should thank him, because otherwise you'd have nothing." Pike nodded and said, "I still might have nothing." Daniel said, "The first is from the north, the direction I came from. You'll see me go by, then I think you'll see your men." He hit play, and the image sputtered forward in a jerking manner, the frame skipping faster than real-time in order to save hard drive space. The view was an outdoor cafe. people sitting around tables eating and drinking. Behind them was the street. Daniel said, "I've chopped it to just the particulars. Watch now." A small motorcycle came in view for a slice of time, 2 people on it, then nothing for 5 seconds. Abruptly, the people at the cafe all stood, some waving their arms, others looking bewildered. One male stood on a chair, and Pike said, "That's my man." Daniel said, "I thought so." Knowing what was coming next, he said, "Do you wish to stop?" "No." The tape ran forward, a silent, unforgiving testament. They saw the crowd gather, then saw a bear of a man bull through them, a pistol in his hand. It spit fire, and the man on the chair's head snapped back. Aaron saw Pike begin to clench his fists, and wondered if he should turn the video off. Wondered if he should have insisted the girl Jennifer come as well. Pike said, "Do you know him?" Aaron said, "No, and I think I would remember someone of that size. When I met him in Bulgaria, he had a card saying he worked for the Russian embassy in Sofia." Daniel said, "It's irrelevant. He's about to die. Watch." Aaron saw the woman known as Jennifer rise from the ground, previously hidden. She began to fight, and he was amazed she had survived. Shoshana hadn't mentioned the size of the opponent or the violence of the action. It was hard to see on the grainy image, but somehow she managed to disarm him. Then the pistol began flashing, hitting the man over and over. Within seconds it was done. The last image showing her stabbing the barrel into the bear's forehead, then pulling the trigger. Aaron glanced at Pike and saw him panting with shallow breaths, trying to dilute the adrenaline flowing through him from what he'd seen. On the screen, Jennifer took off running, disappearing from view. Pike leaned in close, then said, "Stop it. Stop right there. Back it up." "What are you looking for?" "She was chased. I want to see that man." Daniel did so, going back and forth until they had the image. But the best they got was a back shot of a man running away, only on the screen for a split second. Daniel said, "He came from the south, so maybe one of the other cameras got it." The second feed was from the Target Cafe itself, but it showed only a narrow slice of about 45 degrees from the front door. 0 from the tables. The motorcycle appeared, then nothing. 3 seconds after, there was a brief flurry of chaos as a jumbled mass of people ran back and forth. Finally, a man came out from the interior of the restaurant, walking underneath the camera and speaking on a cell phone. He was wearing the same clothes as the runner from the first tape, but his back was to the camera. When he turned to look down the street, giving a profile shot, Pike said, "Stop it." The frame froze, and Aaron answered the unspoken question. "No again. He's Caucasian, but I don't know him." "Can you print that for future reference?" Daniel said, "No, we don't have a printer, but I can put it on a flash drive." "That'll work. Anything more?" "Just the last tape, but it's farther down the street, away from the cafe, around the bend, closer to the bazaar. There's not much to it." "Run it." They watched nothing for a moment, then caught the motorcycle flying by, the person on the back wrapped tightly against the driver. After it disappeared, a man entered the view of the camera, walking head-on to the lens. This time, it was Aaron who spoke. "Stop it." Chapter 44. The figure remained on the screen, a hand to his ear, frozen in time, talking into a cell phone. Pike looked at the image, then at Aaron. "You know him? Who is he?" Aaron leaned in close, studying the face. When he turned back, he said, "I believe that man is Yuri Grushenko, codename Yarilo. Works for the Russian FSB." Pike said, "How do you know?" It's my business to know. He's the leader of the Berlin Group, a team of Russian special forces that target Chechen insurgents. He's killed them all over the world. Last year, he took an interest in supporting a Palestinian we had under watch.